into mechanical engineering, 2.6 GPA.
2.6? What?
My heart was in
Wow. How does that happen? At an age, you have a 2.6 GPA. I've never heard of anything like this. What a waste of an Yeah, exactly. We could have sent Dicey if you get a 2.6. How does that happen? Did you not do your homework?
During last year, I just sort of like, I played more basketball. I played basketball. I played a lot of StarCraft too.
Is there an instrument playing over here? You play basketball?
Yeah.
I can't imagine how bad you must be at basketball.
I'm more of like a all-around player. I run around, distract the audience.
Oh, distract the audience. A very critical part of any basketball team. Hey, over here. So you a whole movie trial, is what you're trying to say?
Yeah. Like a Chinatown world treasure.
Look at that.
A CTG.
Oh, shit. Well, Hans, you got the show started. We love you. You're a legend. You're a few minutes every single episode's not an easy job. And thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much.
The great Hans. Yeah. All right. This is where it gets a little bit crazy. I'm going to pull a name out of a bucket now. Could be who's signed up for absolutely stand up for the first time. Could be someone who's been trying to get up, hoping to break the anything can happen. The first comedian going up out of the it's going to go Alvin Shaw. Alvin Shaw is first on Hilton.
Hey, say one hand's worth two in the bush. Unless we're talking about big fat cops. They say that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, but it takes a lot longer to make that cops. Yeah, I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, but I fear no evil, for I cast a long shadow. Look at my big. Hey, I had a very good auto repair. It's very expensive. Yeah. Cost me an arm and a leg. Yeah, they feed a family of four, but still get my dick back. Oh, ma'am, help me. 10 letters. Rhymes with me. Yeah, it's big. That's it.
Wow. An amazing piece of art right there, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we've seen Michelangelo, we've seen...
It's all right, they're pretty funny.
Wow. You are fucking Ricky of the year. Yeah.
He's a lot.
Glass, talking about his big fat cup. Ladies, what do you think about this? Well, for somebody who can see
Actually, you missed the joke. It's actually a two-part. Big fat. Two-part.
That's the level. If it was an elevator, that would be the different level. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have a big fat cup.
That's part of the trust exposed.
You have this laugh that he does after he says things. Your laugh is so contagious.
You look really like this. It's like, what? Well, maybe I should. Oh, right on.
Oh, he wants to see it. Technically, you could. Well, I mean, Dean's blind, so you can face that way and just shake hands. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Covering your ears isn't going to protect you, by the way.
It's more of a vision. What can you say?
Demon just pretends it's a big fat person. Wow, he took a this ladies and gentlemen. Very cool. It's like being a neighbor in Home Improvement for the first time. You know what I mean? Like when you pop his head over the fence. Oh, hey, there. I've always wanted. All right. Talk about you. You look like a bunch of all these motherfuckers. You have a voice that I find to be so unbelievably comforting. Can you just say anything? Just for a few seconds in a row, can you just like do like the Pledge of Allegiance or something like that?
I don't know if I know that off the top of my head. Hey, thanks for being on the show.
I like it better when you believe in what we're saying. You said
No.
You said that
Well,
like it's
early I can't get numbers because I got trivia on Monday, so this is a very big deal.
trivia.
It was trivia game.
Oh, holy shit! I love that. We talked about this before.
Actually, I met you one time at Baker Street. I think that was the first time we met when we were in town there.
Okay, yeah, I do remember that on the patio area.
That's a good show.
Trivia. Interesting.
Yeah,
Are you like?
well, so I read my. So I hosted the game on Monday, I split, and Tuesday the Lucky Duck, and I write my own questions, and then it's just like a couple enterprise. Very fun. Every week I get
I think so.
well, I've been doing it for a while, maybe like 8 or 9 months.
Okay,
So it's fun.
but you're good at yourself.
I'm horrible at trivia. I'm actually very bad at it. The skill of it is the writing the question precisely is more the skill there. Yeah.
Is every answer to your question my big fat cock?
Let's see. The backlight
Believe it or not, they get 100% every week.
Look at what you have. It's the cutest thing.
Thank you.
What do you do for work?
I go trivia show.
You really money hosting trivia
Well,
shows?
I also host the Lucky Duck, and if I'm Mike, I host another Showcase It in Your
That's what
World.
you do for a living?
Well, it's almost a living, yeah, but I'm getting there.
A lot of people come back with it. Believe it or not, your handheld camera is close on this guy's one. I've had really get in there so that the fucking YouTube will see what the fuck I'm talking about. No, don't lean into it. Come back over here. Come back over here. Normal interview. Hey, cool. Welcome to Hollywood.
There we go.
I love it.
Tony, I can't see your shaking. I'm really afraid to cough.
How legs.
It's a very talented instructor. So let's talk about it a little bit. You do that trivia, you have fun with that. What else? What else about all this? What would surprise us about you? Any special skills or talents or hobbies other than hosting trivia?
I guess I think my favorite is. Yeah, very fun. Yeah, that's like the bad part. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, make it. That's pretty easy.
You make it
Well, yeah, all the time.
fucking disgusting.
Oh, it's so cool.
I just picture a kitchen sink filled with fucking frothy.
No, that's crazy. We have an
And just you sweating over it.
No, I let the machines do all the work.
You have hummus?
So if you have an instant,
What?
do you have an instant?
No.
Well, then you take a lot of time to do that. They got a free processor. That's what you need.
What's an instant sauce?
Well, and then you just like cook it after. You just put a bunch of beans in there.
Oh shit!
And then kick it down.
Wow. I think a lot of people have been wondering what kind of diet did they have to go on to look like you. And what we're finding
Oh yeah, garbanzo beans. Yes.
in a pressure cooker. You know, Tony, all I like to do is bust up the Instant Pot and
That's pretty good, friend. I do know. I used to do quite a bit. Like the shows people like it.
you give it out to the homeless.
Well, if you,
It's keep hearing homeless.
well, some of the comics maybe are homeless, but they do get the homeless. Yeah.
Wow. Look at that. That's how people are with this shit today.
It's early afternoon.
Yes. Okay. Anything else interesting about you other than only comments? I feel like we're missing something here. I feel like you have a double life on the internet that you're not telling us about right now.
He got bitch tanked up. He was scary as hell.
Really? I feel
Children are very, also very like selfish. The winter's over. That's so.
Oh, yeah.
The only sometimes.
It's warm. I'm not warm right now.
Yeah.
So,
You wear it.
talking about a big stick, it's like a fucking label over it.
I said he's wearing a house scary can
Oh, yeah. I got these for $6.
exactly.
I'm a discount. Yeah.
Those are fat guys.
Oh, yeah.
Specific kind of shit.
I mean, every city's got its technology.
If I came up here with this issue, I would trip.
I like this style. How long have you been doing stand up?
Coming for 3 years.
Okay. All of it here now.
Yes.
This is where you're from.
And I'm actually from Northern
Oh, wow. Okay. What part?
Traverse.
Yeah, I've been there to the Traverse City Winter Comedy Festival.
Oh, yeah. That's time. February.
Michael Moore is from there.
Yeah.
Wait, are you Michael Moore?
Oh, yeah.
How about one more time for Alden Schaub, everybody? Alden, take one of these handmade leather, Texas leather joke books. The great Alden Schaub, everyone, making his Symphony debut. Your next kick will go started even D's. D's. All right. Here he is, everybody. One more time for D's.
Yeah. All right. I have a black stepdad. I also have a black stepson. So I just like to tell people that it's skip generation. It's on their side. Actually, that's the line. My stepson's half Hispanic, so all year round he's darker than I am, and he loves to let me know. The other day he came up to me with a piece of paper and he was like, "Hey, look at you." Then he pointed out the line. Those are your names. So then I had a blank piece of paper and I was like, "Hey, look, that's your dad." And he was like, "There's nothing there." And I was like, "Now you get it." And so did your mom. Yeah, I like doing that joke. I'm like, "Hey man, if your dad has a problem with that, he knows where to find it." It's actually the house that he can deliver it. It's actually the same bedroom. Yeah. I'm like, "Hey man, no, you used to pull into this driveway and this woman, and now I just pull out."
He's very mean to his child.
He's not talking.
Like, Jesus Louise. Is that what decides if you're mean to a baby or not? It's not mine. All right. Nick, welcome to the show. How long have you been doing stand-up?
4 years, 5 months.
Awesome. All of it here and on.
No, I'm actually got on yesterday. I'm one of his friends from Virginia.
Oh, yeah. You took a big caravan from Virginia out here. How many you came?
3
Okay. Not quite the caravan I'm pretty sure that was. Just 3 dudes. Okay. Very cool. How's your trip been so far?
It's rad. I've never been to Texas before, so it's pretty chill. I like it.
Okay. Where have you been?
In general,
Yeah, I mean, if you've never been to Texas before.
I've been to Denver, New York. That's 2, Carolina.
Okay. Carolina, sort of, again. All you guys is Tony. What a weird place. What if we lost the ratings? Denver, New York, Carolina. Carolina. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Name the 4th place.
Florida.
Oh, that's pretty broad. Are you just guessing at this point?
I'm like, I know there's like 50 states I've been like to, once where kids are, I don't know.
It's you're really, what's the deal? It's I can barely keep up with the whole story. There was so much giving at once. So you're banging a girl that has a kid.
Yeah, I was. I actually just moved out like a month and a half ago.
Okay. You moved out.
Yeah. We broke up. I don't know. I Egypt. I left.
Oh,
Is it your
Oh, no. She didn't tell you why she broke up with you? You have no idea?
I mean, maybe it's because she heard the jokes about kids. So like,
Oh, the actual baby is crying, everybody. The actual baby is crying. I know one day when we were here going crazy on the sound effects button again. That's a question. There's your baby.
oh
Yeah.
no.
It's always good to podcast that you have a baby around. It's always one of all the best podcasts we're doing it nowadays. Have a baby, 44 organic, you know what I mean? We were all one that crying baby. Anyway, I love it. Nick, what else? What do you do for work? The way you work at you work at a cell phone?
fuck yeah, dude, I work at T-Mobile. So Andrew, I work at T-Mobile. Yeah, no shit. Yeah. 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 There's no. I have hand tattoos. Where else can I go?
You're exactly right. I got cell phone types. I feel like you did it.
What?
Monkey, what did you say?
So I can be
I'm just listening to conversation.
Yeah, I know. I'll tell him why he will be fine.
It would be like, you know, you do it all the rest of the people doing all those tattoos. You do a shot, you'll be in the back.
where I have a lot.
Maybe
I did useful, bro.
what would you do? Start on to the pressure cooker? Take a nap afterwards? I love it. So you're not with us anymore. You got any after the month and a half that you've been single since you got your heart broken?
No.
No.
But excuse me,
Yep.
I'm sorry. But you are not, you are a very, you are a transgender
Like you're
person. Yes.
You're okay.
Yeah, we had a moment.
No, no,
Upstairs.
for real.
Yeah.
You need to stop breaking this shit.
It's okay.
Okay. Yeah.
That's not an insult. I'm just saying I need to start remembering shit. But you're a cool guy. We got some bitches in here. Now, when y'all with that, I think some bitches broken heart now. Raise your hand, hoes. We got, I said hoes. What's that shaman ass? The fuck?
Oh shit! Look at this creep. I love it. Look at this. It's a weirder owl, everybody. Jesus fucking Christ. Hell yeah. Yoni, grab this. Get this guy's fucking face. Look over at Yoni for a second. No, over there. There you go. Yeah. These fucking people have no idea what. Sometimes I'm stuck here hosting just frightening faces in front of me.
It is frightening.
The goblins out here.
You look like Kenny G. Like, where's your saxophone?
Yikes.
I'm gonna shut up for the rest of the podcast.
No, you're doing good.
I'm trying to hook him up with a beautiful woman, and this fruitcake just Hey, I'm a fruitcake myself, so that's not an insult.
So, Nick, I love it. Any other hobbies? What else are you into for fun? You're covered in tattoos. You must be into something cool.
Yeah, I mean, I like to draw and stuff.
You can draw.
I like to
stuff.
cook and I like to draw.
You like to cook and draw?
I mean, yeah.
Dude, you're gonna be single forever.
Yeah, I know, dude. I'm not like. I'm good, man. It's cool. I don't want to fuck you. I'm sorry. You have a crusty mustache. I don't want to.
It is. It's frightening. It is absolutely scary. It's distracting. All right, Nick. Well, I'm trying to figure out something about you. We must be missing something. What's your living situation in Virginia?
So now I'm on a couch, but I was in a house.
You're on a couch.
Yeah. I'm a buddy of mine from work.
Right.
So isn't it like a house or an apartment in Virginia, like a couple bucks a month? Like, he won't let me pay him, which is weird because he has a kid and he won't take my money.
Oh shit! So
Which
you're
is-
on a couch and there's like a kid being loud and fucking running
Cool.
around and
Yeah,
shit.
well, yeah. my God. I've seen both of them. Like, you let me yours? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right. You have the energy of a guy that traveled here from Virginia for this. All right. I'm going to keep the show moving along. Thanks for coming on. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. We don't have any joke bugs. We're running out of big joke bugs.
You know what? Let's have a special treat. You guys like special treats, right? One of the regulars on this show, ladies and gentlemen, is here. An absolute icon, a joke writing wordsmith, a roast legend. He's here, flew in today from Los Angeles, California. Make some noise for David Lucas, everybody.
Yeah. Jesse Smollett went to jail and shit. 5 months. He was in the courthouse and talking about I'm not suicidal. He's like, why are you scared to go to jail? You gay. That's a vacation for you, nigga. What is it? He gonna be the first person to go to jail and walk into the shower backwards. You gonna drop the soap on purpose. I never believed Jesse Smollett to begin with because he said that 2 MAGA supporters had a noose around his neck and sprayed him with bleach. And it was -degree weather in Chicago. And one thing I know is I've never been called a nigga in the snow. That shit is saved for the heat. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody racist in the snow, nigga. That shit don't happen. All right, guys. Thank you.
The great David Lucas. Hell yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Brand new shit.
Hell
I love
yeah.
it.
How about Southwest?
Hell yeah.
Tony was doing a wet t-shirt contest on 6th Street.
Made in the USA with recycled
We're
materials.
doing a wet t-shirt
Available on Amazon.
and Wing Street. Wing Street.
Hell yeah.
You're fat. Welcome to back, David. I'm always happy. I haven't seen you in a few weeks.
Yeah, that collar around your neck looked like urinated on cotton balls.
Okay, well, I mean, you would know what cotton's like. I was born and raised in an all-black neighborhood. I'm allowed to do those types of jokes. You're not allowed to do those types of jokes. You're not allowed to do those.
I hate Tony Brown. That motherfucker. That was bad.
I'm just kidding. If he was alive back in those days, David would have just picked cotton candy. Yes.
If you were alive during those days, you would have been a comfort girl.
I don't even know what that means, but I love it.
It means the woman that takes care of all the white people that come to the plantation. Take you to the back of the house, you know, suck it real quick.
I wanna seem like fun. I wanna get roasted too. Tell me something about me. Judge me.
You carry condoms next to your tampons.
Wait, give me more.
You look like the nigga that shot Ricky in Boys in the Hood.
Yeah. I let that nigga out.
David,
I
we
let her
just-
break it. I let her break it.
Yeah.
I love you.
David Strong is a bull. You have the roasting club, right?
Yeah.
What else you been doing? What else is going on?
I just did Zany this weekend in Nashville.
Nice.
Yeah, I was late. I was supposed to be here yesterday, but I was drinking at the bar and threw up when I was boarding. They won't let me get out.
You threw up when you were boarding the airplane?
No, for real, bro. That shit was real, man.
What the hell happened? You
My dog Brian had to put all my shit. He flew in here to Austin before I got here.
Your dog Brian
Yeah.
is a service dog.
My homie.
Oh
Yeah,
shit.
bro. I was fucked up yesterday.
Okay. So wait, were you throwing up like before they started boarding, during boarding? Like when exactly? Like tell us
So,
what happened.
You know Jelly Roll, the musician. Everybody knows Jelly Roll. He's not a Nashville.
Who?
Jelly Roll, he's a big time like gangster country singer / rapper.
Okay.
Pretty big. And I was drinking with him all weekend. And then I got to Atlanta, and you know what they say, like, if you want to get rid of a hangover, like, drink more liquor. So I drank more liquor.
Oh. Oh hell yeah.
Oh, they don't?
Hair of the dog is basically like one beer, one shot. You drank?
I was drinking.
Oh yeah, you was fucked up.
Yeah.
Damn. So when did you start throwing up?
I felt sick when I left the bar, but I was like, you know what, I'm just take this shit out and swallow it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's a fat guy thing to do. That's how you know David's not a bulimic. He'll swallow it back down. He's like, I'm not wasting this.
Yeah. And then when I got to the board, bro, it was like, fuck that.
Right.
It was like a Wells popping.
Oh no. So you were just spraying everywhere. There was no chance that someone. Jesus, David. What if somebody had video of that? What if you went viral like that
That's
one
what
guy
I'm
at the
saying,
baseball
man.
park that was throwing up on himself?
I hope nobody did. I mean, when I'm at the airport, it's pretty incognito. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Incognito.
Yeah.
David, were you wearing a mask when you were throwing up on the airplane?
No, I don't wear masks at the airport.
That's the one time you should wear a mask when you're throwing up in the airport.
Exactly.
I don't wear a mask until I get on the airplane. You know what I'm saying? And then I really don't wear a mask. It depends on where I'm flying. If I'm in coach, they make you wear a mask. But in first class, they don't say shit.
Right.
Yeah, COVID is for poor people.
Yeah.
Sure. They never say shit to me when I'm in first class. But when I'm in coach, that shit drops to the middle of your nose.
Put that back up.
Yeah, they be tripping, bro.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's so true.
Yeah.
In first class, if you fall asleep and your mask falls down, they just come over.
Yeah. They don't say shit, bro. They say zero, dog. I have my mask off on the table. You know what I'm saying? So I will tape a straw to my mouth not to put a mask on. I always look like I'm drinking. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I fuck with it.
But the mask about to be gone, what, mid-April? On the airplanes? Mid-April, I think.
Great. Fucking pointless
I
bullshit.
just have to
These things, yeah. Anyway, David, what else is going on? You excited about anything at the festival this week?
I don't really know. I'm just here.
Yeah, I guess you're right. You're out there puking in airports in Nashville. I guess you don't really have any plans.
Shit, but I'm in San Diego this weekend. I'm at the Life Factory Friday for 2 shows, and then sometime San Diego. Yeah, they got no bullshit ass Life Factory.
Oh, that's why.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And then
Not only does he perform at the Laugh Factory, he also performs at the Chocolate Factory.
And then I'm in Naples, Florida in May, I think May 4th. And then May 8th, I'm at Size Splitters in Tampa.
Side splitters, that's fitting for you.
What you got, ass splitters?
Oh, you son of a bitch. How dare you? How dare you? I love it. All right, Dave. Well, another unbelievably great performance. So much fun. Roast Lord. Great comedian. One of the newest touring headliners. David Lucas. You know what? Let's do another special treat back to back. Let's just go right into it. We have another one. In the history of the show, it's traveled all around the world, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of episodes of this show. There's only been 8 or 9 people ever that have won something called a golden ticket, which means they get to perform anytime they're at that show for eternity. This guy is here. He's from Canada. This is Jared Nathan, everybody.
I was watching cannibalism. If I had to eat someone, I would take their arms and legs, throw them on a barbecue. Then I would go outside and smoke a joint. Get it? Joint? Then I would drink it down with a fine shot.
Okay, that's a minute from Jared Nathan. Hell yeah. You got through it. A little hard to understand today. I love it. The medicine works better at night or something like that. I love it. Welcome back to the show, Jared. You're like kills all the time. It takes a second to adjust to the sound of your voice. It is a brunt.
I'm an acquired taste. I know that.
He's an acquired taste. Just so that my friends here who are scared to death for their lives right now know, why don't you tell them what do you have like a condition or something? What do they call you? What do doctors call you? No, red band. No, he's not a seal.
I am globally delayed.
Globally delayed. All right, that's a fancy way of putting it.
AKA the nationally pardon?
See, that's a lot funnier. That's sort of what I was looking for there. I love it. Dicey, what do you think about this guy?
I mean, I think he smokes weed, so we'll be good friends. And I've never fucked a white man, but I consider you.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Imagine this is the first white dude. Hell yeah, he's gonna just throw you around the room and shit. Just lift her up, put her up against the wall. I'm gonna fuck you.
He gonna be done fucking up before he can say it.
I'm gonna. I can't. Hell yeah. Jared, have you ever been to a black woman before?
I have.
Wow.
Now I get it, Tony. Now I get why he talks like that.
Hell yeah, that's what happened. Before he hooked up with a black woman, he sounded like me. Perfect enunciation. One of the sweetest talkers in all of stupid. Jared, when you were with a black woman, did you notice something? Is there any differences that you noticed being with a black woman that's different than being with a white woman?
A lot more open.
A lot more open.
A lot more.
Wait, how did the Migos get in?
I think what he's trying to say is a black huckleberry, the sweet of you. Yeah.
Oh shit. This bitch is about to throw her baby off the balcony over there. D Madness is leaving. He's literally seen enough. I have to keep going. We have to go longer. Jared, if you had a chance at hanging out with Dicey, if she wanted to get romantic with you, right? What would be your first move? Where would you start with a delicious dish like Dicey? Hell yeah, he is hard as a rock right now. Speechless. Truly thinking about it. I like it when the guests actually listen to the question and think about an answer. That's what Elon Musk does.
I know how to use my
And that's wrong.
Whipping it through the glass.
I'm sorry, so that nigga know you.
Oh,
You don't know how to use your tongue. But
that's true. Hunky is the decider of who can eat pussy and who can't. A lot of people don't know. She's the judge. She's like the Gordon Ramsay of that shit. She just comes over your shoulder and yells at you. Jared, can you show us maybe a little bit of your pussy eating technique? Perhaps you could face Yoni. Where the fuck's Yoni at? These guys, our camera guys, never anywhere to be found. There he is in the darkness. Just look right at him, right down the barrel there. Oh, okay. Well, no, don't go that way, Yoni. Go in the middle of the room. Jesus, Yoni, go get in the middle of the fucking room. Why do I have to tell you this? How are you talking? I want the audience to see how his pussy eating thing. We need a camera for you, Yoni. We need a camera guy that just films Yoni filming the show. Just so everyone can see how silly his movements. His instincts are just wrong. All right, Jared. Oh, whoa. Oh, shit. Wow. This place is chaos. Look at you. The Canadian convoy himself, Jared Nathan, is here. There was a moment where nobody believed he could eat pussy. And then all of a sudden that tongue just flickering out with an incredible bonus amount of drool and extra lubrication. That is incredible. Yeah, hunky.
one thing before you get out, I don't mean to be serious, but yo, you got mad heart. You come out here, you be who the fuck you are, you keep it genuine and organic with yourself. Mad love, straight up. Mad love, baby.
Hell yeah. That was beautiful, Jared. Very good work. Congratulations. You're going to be here tomorrow as well, right? All right. You're having fun? Everything good? You happy?
I'm fucking happy.
Yeah. Jared Nathan, everybody.
Tony,
Yeah.
what a great golden ticket.
Isn't it cool?
Great golden ticket.
I agree. Very fun stuff. All right, let's keep this fun train moving along. Let's see what happens next. Your next comedian goes by the name of Michael Ridley. Right out of the bucket. Seems like a new name.
Yo, what's good? I'm Asian. but I'm also half white. I'm a fortune cracker. So half my family talks like this, and the other half talks like that. I'm a Filipino Southern Asian from Virginia. I'm 3 of 3. What's good? What's good, Austin? Motherfuckers really out in Austin, dude. I went to Tennessee to do some work for the CDC. They didn't even have vaccinations out there. I just stood in the line and coughed in people's mouths. Just an Asian ass cough in all the rednecks' mouths. The yeller feller done coughed in my mouth. I'm sorry. They don't even have vaccination cards out there. They just go down to the office depot, get you some card stock, and go down to the library. We just print them out. Scribble something on there. Joe Biden don't need to know about that. Woo! What's up?
There you go, Michael Ridley. And stand-up comedy.
Hell yeah.
Welcome to the show, Michael.
Yeah, dude. What's up?
How are you? This is your first time on here, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. How long have you been doing stand-up?
8 years, baby.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where at?
Virginia Beach, Newport News.
Fucking
Fucking
North
North
Virginia. Did you come with the crew as well?
Yeah, I did.
You're the third person?
Yeah.
Wow. That's incredible.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. So you're friends with the redheaded guy with the tattoos?
Yeah, kind of.
Whoa, shit.
Probably not anymore. Love you, Nick.
You guys have some drama?
No, we're fine. We're homies, man. He helped me out.
Okay.
He's the reason why I got here.
Very cool.
He posted a video of me at a local club, and one of my homies saw it, and they sponsored my trip and flew me out here, dude.
Wow.
So if it wasn't for Nick Dees, I wouldn't be right here right now. So I love that dude, yo.
That's great. I love it. It's like you're accepting an Academy Award or something. Your name got pulled out of a bucket. So 8 years, all in Virginia Beach. What keeps you there? What do you do for work?
I'm a purchaser for a body shop, so I buy the parts and shit. I'm a parts manager. It's a nightmare. Yeah, it's a logistical nightmare.
Okay, how did you get into that?
I was doing oil changes and getting tired of that, and I just hop around from auto shop to auto shop. So I'm into cars and shit.
Okay.
I build Miatas and shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? Let me see this. What do you think about that new mid-engine Corvette?
They're fucking gnarly as fuck, and I saw somebody actually drop one on a lift at one of my jobs. Like it was on the lift and it fell. It's really shitty. When you look underneath, you can't put it on the lift. It's weird. Where it looks like you could raise it, it doesn't. So I totally understand why somebody could totally fuck one up.
How far did it drop?
It's sideways. And the posts go through the quarter, and it was all fucked up, just dangling like this. Oh, no. And those are old boomer white dudes. Like, man, you fucked up my goddamn Corvette, the new C8 dude. Right. Yeah, you don't want to piss that dude off.
You definitely don't want to piss that guy off. So, what kind of car do you drive?
I drive a Tacoma X-Runner because I'm Filipino. That's it's like a Hyundai or something. No, fuck Korea.
Whoa. And you're Filipino, you said?
Yeah, I'm a jungle Asian. I'm seen as lesser.
Wow.
Hans looks down to me.
Hell yeah. You're Asian. You can say that. Last time I saw someone do such an insulting impression of Asian on this stage, it was me. You came out here guns a-blazing. Fucking
Phrasing.
Absolutely. What do you love about being Filipino?
I love how I'm basically the Vatos of the Asians. And white people love lumpia and pancit. And it's just I don't know. Every time there's a holiday party at work, they're like, so you're gonna bring that pancit? You're gonna bring those egg rolls, with the pork in it? I'm like, all right, whatever. Let me hit up my plug.
Right.
I don't know how to do that shit, dude. I'm half white, dude.
Okay. Very, very interesting.
Yeah.
You seem like the kind of guy that watches Fast and the Furious on your phone all the time.
No, Nah, dude, I saw Tokyo Drift and then I moved to Japan like a year later.
Are you serious?
Same situation, like military kid flies out, gets kicked out of school, flies to Japan to go live with his dad.
Really?
Like a month after I saw Tokyo Drift, I was living it, son.
That is the most Asian shit ever. You saw
Play that
Tokyo
fucking theme
Drift
song,
and you're like, I gotta
dog.
get the fuck out of here. I gotta live my dreams. How long were you in Tokyo?
I was actually in Okinawa.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a small island off of Japan.
Indeed.
It's
I
like
know
a
about
Hawaii.
it. Tori Hanso is from there.
Fuck yeah, it's dope as fuck, man. I want to buy a condo there one day when I got hella monies.
Okay.
Got the big dream suit.
Okay. It's a hard S at the end of that money.
Monies.
I love it.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What's up? I saw you last night too.
Oh shit.
What's good, bro?
Shit.
Oh, okay.
No, hell no.
She didn't touch me like that because I'm patient zero with COVID. She don't want to touch me like that.
The way you was coughing in that mic, I thought I did a nose swab.
Yeah. Where are my vaccinated people at? Let's make out.
No.
Get you some antibodies real quick.
Jesus Christ, this guy's out of control. I've never seen an Asian on crystal meth before. This is exciting.
Yeah, dude.
Did
I have hyperhidrosis, Cody, and Jesus.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
What happened last night?
What happened last night? I don't know. We got drunk as fuck and watched a bunch of homeless people fight in the alley. Shit was dope.
I didn't tell you nothing crazy last night.
No.
We was
It's just, yeah, it's just like drunk shit. Like, hey, what's good?
Okay.
Yeah, what's good?
Sorry. I don't need to.
I like it.
Well, I appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
I love you.
I love you. I love you too, Funky.
No, I respect anybody in this goddamn game. Anybody in this comedy game, yeah, man, this is one of the hardest jobs out here in this street, man. You got heart.
Yeah,
Man,
bro.
I love it. You roast everybody.
Is that a mullet? Is that an Asian mullet?
Yes, it is, dude.
Oh, God, it's Asian.
It's Theo Gong.
Motherfucking.
What?
It's a fucking Asian mullet, dude. I get pussy, dog.
Wow, the pussy.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, wow.
My riddle pony, dude.
I love it.
My riddle pony, dude. That's me, baby. I be clapping cheeks.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
My fucking wife loves this motherfucking mullet, dude. My wife told me, she was like, keep the mullet. I was debating on cutting it. She was like, no, keep the mullet because it's like this character. And I really just want to buy a race car bed so you can fuck me in it. And I was like, all right.
Wow.
And I sent that to my barber and he posted it on my story of me like sitting in the chair getting all edged up and shit. And it cuts to that message from my wife. I love you, Chelsea. Hey.
Jesus.
I'm married, man. I'm fucking Asian dude with a white wife, dude. That's a flex.
How long have you been with her?
6 years, dog.
That is incredible. And to think you have all that and have a down-to-your face than Jared Nathan. I mean, they're half Filipino,
Yeah, that's
half
gross.
white. It's just a white guy with full-blown Down syndrome.
Yeah. Getting motherfucking retarded in Texas, baby. How long are you in town for? I'm here until the 22nd.
What's that?
Okay. You want to do a quick set tomorrow at the Secret Show?
Yes, please.
Wow, look at that. There he goes. It's Michael Ridley. How cool is that?
Yeah.
You just got a spot out of all this.
My boyfriend showed up.
Wait a second. Is that really your Instagram handle?
Cheeky Sweat. Yeah, that's me, dude.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm cheeky. I'm sweaty. Little Caesar's hot and ready, dude. I'm a
Whoa. Holy shit.
I'm a
Your
three-
mom's spaghetti.
My knees are weak, bro. My arms are heavy. Fuck.
All right.
We're spitting bars,
Is this
dude.
shit going down right now? Are you going to go all the way? I'm kidding. There he goes, Michael Ridley, everybody.
Yeah.
He's on Instagram at, well, you heard what he said. Pulling another name out of this bucket. We having fun out there? Make some noise for Rodney Smith. Here we go, Rodney Smith. Here he is, everybody. Rodney Smith.
How's it going? All right. I think they should reserve the pronouns they, them for fat people and not the mentally ill. It's only going to get worse, okay? So if you don't like that one. Lizzo is a queen. Burger Queen. They told me I'm way too scrawny to make that joke, and they said never make a joke about somebody unless you walk a mile in their shoes. But let's be honest, Lizzo's never walked a mile in her own shoes, so I can get away with that shit. I'm newly single, so I've been vigorously trying to get my dick sucked in Texas. And guys, I think I've cracked the code, so pay attention. When you meet a woman, you don't want to pursue her way too much right off the bat. You want to keep things short and sweet. The key is do not be short and sweet. All right, thank you.
All right, Rodney Smith coming in, guns a-blazing, book in hand, pen on the book. Now you sit your phone down.
Yes, sir. I don't need it.
You don't use that book for interviews at all.
No.
How's it going, Rodney?
I'm good, man. I'm kind of nervous. It's weird. I don't really get nervous. But,
It makes sense. It's such a really, really big deal to be on the show.
Yeah, no,
You didn't know it was going to happen, but there was a chance it was going to happen, and now it's happening, and anything can happen. And you're in that moment right now. But if you think about it too much, it'll freak you out, so don't think about it.
Yeah.
Anyway, how long have you been on stand-up?
I just started about 2 weeks ago taking it seriously.
Wow, that's great. Congratulations. Welcome. Very cool. What made you want to start this?
I've been making memes and doing music and stuff like that, so I just kind of, I was tired of being a meme lord, getting called a pussy online, so.
Right. Now you want to be called a pussy right here to your face. Hell yeah. There's a lot of bullies here tonight.
Did you have any famous memes that we might know? I did. I've had a lot of viral memes, and I sound like such a douchebag bragging about that. It's such a loser thing.
Yep.
I made the one, maybe you saw it. It was of Joe Biden's face, and it said, me at the grocery store. I don't need to write this down. And it had Joe Biden's face, and it went super viral. Like a lot of famous people reposted it.
Like who? It's your meme. You know exactly what famous
Donald Trump Jr. reposted it. He actually follows me.
Wow.
Oh, come on. This is Texas. Grow some balls. Don't fuck this place up, too. All right? Shut up.
After he did that, did you go to your doctor and have plastic surgery to look like him?
That'd be nice, man. I'd like some of that Trump money. I feel bad turning my back towards you.
Thank you.
Wow. So
This
much
first
respect.
person, I'm just staring at everybody's sweaty back.
Yeah, sorry
all
about
night.
that.
Incredible. So let's talk about it, Rodney. What do you do for work?
I used to be an aerospace mechanic, but then I got arthritis, and then
Pussy.
no. So now I work in finance. So I read a bunch of finance books, and I applied. And
How the fuck did you get arthritis? What's up?
I just my immune system just went whack, and I just started getting stiff joints and shit. And it was this.
But shit.
Yeah. So now I'm good though.
What happened? What changed?
They put me on some medicine initially, and luckily I'm young enough to where, so when old people get arthritis, they're all old and fucked up with their immune system.
Yeah.
But so if you catch it when you're young enough and you kind of kick it in the ass, you can kind of, wow.
How old are you?
I'm 32.
32.
Yeah.
Okay. What is this? Oh, he's playing the streets of Philadelphia. Because Redman thinks that arthritis and AIDS are the same thing. Everybody, you're wondering what's happening here. Because Redman is uneducated. In unbelievable ways. Perfect reference. Everyone will get the AIDS song is for the arthritis.
My immune system's not that good.
You know you're a pussy when Redman's roasting you about your health. Specifically about your immune system. Look at this fucking.
Oh, he said that. I regret it.
And now you regret it. Rodney, welcome. What do you like to do for fun?
I'm kind of on my hardo shit right now.
What is that?
Where I listen to Joe Rogan tell me to work out every morning and other videos of chicken bags and shit like that.
Hell yeah. So what do? You work out sometimes?
Yeah, I started. I know I'm scrawny, but so I've been working out, just trying to get healthy again.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. What's that? Dear me, yes.
You're like lacking confidence. You know what? I'm gonna have Punky eat your pussy. We're gonna make you a man today.
I mean, Tony, it's gonna cost. It's not free.
She's going to eat your pussy so hard that a dick is gonna appear after it's all over. She's going to suck you inside out to fucking make a man out of you, dude.
It is what it is. I mean, I'm really new to stand-up, so this is the first time I've ever been in front of a crowd. It's usually just other disgruntled open mic comedians just staring at me like I'm some crazy right-winger.
Right, now there's just a bunch of normal audience paying audience members thinking you're a crazy right-winger.
Can I ask him a question?
Yeah, where were you on January 3rd? No, go ahead. Ask your question.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. What do you have? So you come out here talking about big black women, and then you talk about Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Like, so you don't like what? How am I supposed to feel about you? Where does that leave me?
Don't make us come back.
Where does that leave me? What do you have against big black women?
I got nothing against big black women, but you know, a joke's a joke.
Oh, God, this nigga don't get canceled before he even asks.
All right. President Trump, get out of here. He's trying to call in. A joke's a joke. Yeah, I know. This guy's a fucking piece of shit. So Rodney, what else? Tell us something cool about you. We've learned that you have a weak immune system, that you're a huge pussy, the arthritis. Give us a redeeming quality. Like there must be something cool in some way that you do something.
I can rap.
Get the fuck out of here. We are doing this. You know, when Michael Gonzalez comes back from consciousness, you're going to have to tell him what beat you want, because we absolutely... Can you rap to the streets of Philadelphia?
I'd rather not. Am I going to get a drum beat? Is that all right?
Okay, yeah, get it out of here.
Can I just get like a...
Matt's insisting that we do have it looped. Red Band has looped it, so technically if you have any rap skills, you can rap to this.
All right, fuck it. Just about the point where you can't deny it. Might not on my face, but you still be violent. And you don't gotta let me know why I still trying. Yeah, I'm already paid. This is a passion project. Never really got in trouble growing up, even though WoW was the worst one. But now I'm on the internet blowing up. And bitches really love me like blowing blunts. I like it though when she acts hard to get, cause I'm gonna be hard to reach after I hit. And I ain't really shit yet, it's not a secret. And I don't like to brag just for modest reasons. And I can make slaps with sticks and pants. And I can push the cougar in the rain in Japan. And I can make the boo say, ooh, goddamn. And make it split fine like she got a man. If she trying to hit, then she beat on
All
you.
right, stop.
That beat sucked, ass, dude. That beat was fucking terrible.
I think you did good. I think you did good. You did a lot better than I thought you were going to do.
Are y'all clapping for that shit? That wasn't rap. That was fucking country music. Are you fucking serious?
Come on, you're not gonna give me anything for that beat, for the shit that I got accused of being.
You could have at least fucking rhymed gingivitis with arthritis or something like that. We wanted to hear something true to you.
That was.
Yeah, man, a joke's a joke, a beat's a beat.
Hey.
The jet ski is here. Rodney, thank you for rapping for us. Thank you for coming up. It's good to get all different shapes and sizes of people up here. Welcome to stand-up comedy. You seem happy about it. Congratulations. We'll see you in the future.
Thank you so much.
Rodney Smith. You know what? We're having fun here. That's a great idea, yeah. I'm going to pull it until we get a female out of this bucket. How about that? Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, Liz Black. You know her. She's been crushing. She's been on the show before. This is a force.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Have you guys ever had dick so good you start saving up for the abortion?
do that joke, and I'm always like, man, I'm sorry, I'm gonna keep doing these jokes because I'm killing it. You know what I'm saying? If anything, cowboy hat, that's a Second Amendment joke. You know, and sometimes after those two stellar fucking jokes, people still don't like it. And I'm like, man, what are you guys, babies? Babies don't like abortion. Those are my 3 back-to-back abortion jokes. I'm done, I guess.
All right, there you go.
Wow.
You had a few seconds left in your set, but you know it's good to end things early sometimes. And
She was done after the first one. That was
you almost brought the whole sentence around.
I would never bring anything to term.
Liz Splat, you are a fucking force to be reckoned with. You come up here every time just smashing, commanding the audience, complete different fucking confidence and swagger than that lanky vitamin D deficient moron.
I hated that guy.
So unlikable. By the way, he was a great rapper, but he's so unlikable. Nobody gave
I
a
think
fuck.
it's kind of a stretch.
Literally nobody wanted to be like, yeah.
No, we were all plotting on the demise for
Like,
sure.
he's lyrically talented.
Yeah.
Liz, you're here, you're back. How's life been since the last time I saw you?
Dude, life has been trill as heck. The first one that I was on, it got me like a shit ton of followers. And then I got so famous, I reached peak fame. Somebody made one of those fake Instagram accounts of me.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they had like a porn link for it.
Oh, hell yeah.
I was like, what the fuck? I wonder if it's just like, you know, like Molly in a wig, you know? But they put her boobs on her ass. You know? Even Deep Madness got it.
Yeah, Liz Splat's the real deal. Liz hooks up with all the black men that Punky doesn't look at twice.
What's up? Yeah, that's the economy, dude.
That's it. Call that
She spits them out. They spit in my mouth, you know?
the old trickle down economy.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to.
Liz is like a real, yeah. This is like a real one. What?
A real one? Wait, what are you doing? I don't want secrets.
She has this weird podcast.
Wait, I want to know.
Where she talks to you without a microphone. Literally, I mean, why don't you just bring 2 babies to the show next time? I mean, what is going on here? Why don't we have a little daycare?
I want to know.
Bill Tony.
I'm just confused.
No one's spitting in my mouth. I was trying to do a thing and it didn't go well. It was just like awkward afterwards. You know, my dad watches this. I regret it every time. Every time I talk about fucking black guys, they don't know what I do at night, you know?
Right, your parents don't know what you do at night.
Yeah, man.
You sneak out.
They don't know
still live with your parents?
No. I'm from Dallas.
There's some man in prison right now for raping your ass at 16 and he really didn't do it. She one of them white chicks. I don't trust your ass no more. Somebody is down right in jail. No, because of this bitch. Your daddy said nothing in the jail. He's innocent. No, validate him. This bitch is crazy. She wanted to be spending her fucking life. Free my niggas. I'll be the crazy bitch.
Funky motherfucking Johnson.
I mean,
Unbelievable.
I feel the opposite.
Yes, the opposite.
I feel like you're a star.
Thank you, dude.
You're
Yeah.
So you're a great writer. Like,
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, you made it all come back around this shit.
I got scared that I was gonna get like this thing that she just said, and people were gonna think that I like accuse people of rape, but I'm a star. I don't accuse people of rape, dude.
That's right.
That's not cool, bro.
Nice to talking shit. Wait till your brother go to jail, bitch. What you gonna do then?
He's gay.
She can still get him. She's white.
Hey,
True.
listen.
Hell yeah.
I don't know what just happened.
Liz, when what you been doing for fun? Anything cool at the festival?
No, man, dude, I've been having roommate trauma, bro.
Tell us about this roommate.
Okay, so I got 5 roommates, right? Yes, bitch. I got 5 roommates.
Yeah, you're a real comedian. That's how you know someone's funny.
Okay.
They're like, I have 5 roommates.
Yeah.
One of the 6 roommates are always hilarious.
Hold on, dude. One of them has agoraphobia, bro. She hasn't left the house in like a year.
No way.
I swear to God. It's so scary. And my cat keeps fucking her up. She's like, literally like, bop, bop, bop. Like, you can just feel the weird vibes on her, dude.
Your cat's just assaulting your reclusive roommate?
Yes, and she'll scream at the top of her lungs. She's like, ah, get your cat! And I like run down the stairs and I'm on a phone call to my work.
You got TikTok this shit. You got gold on here.
I know, dude. Prison Mike comes up in her room and he's like, I'll fucking kill you, bro. Because she feeds the possums outside.
Oh shit, even she knows.
Yo, the streets know, dude.
Wow. You are right. She is from the streets. She brought a baby.
Oh, I know.
I don't know if I've mentioned that.
I know.
Our friend Jasmine from Los Angeles. She had a baby a couple of years ago, and now it's fucking sitting in a stroller. Facing a wall across from the men's room. Literally, anybody can just go up. You can poke it if you want. It's just right up those stairs. It's a real live exposed baby. Literally unlike anything you've seen in your entire life. It's just the way the men's room. You can just
kill the baby.
Where's it at? Oh God, is she doing the Michael Jackson shit? No. We do have to bring the baby up at some point. My guess the baby's gonna have like the 3rd best set of the night at this rate. Hell yeah.
Yes.
Liz, incredible. See a roommate drama. I love it. I mean,
yeah.
I just think you're unbelievable. I'm doing a stand-up show that's sold out here tonight.
What about it?
You want to do a little guest spot on?
I would love
There you go.
bro.
She'll be there. And I'd love to have you on tomorrow too.
I can't do the secret show. I'm at the Addison Improv, and then actually Akash came on at the LOL this Friday.
Look at that.
The guy from the first episode.
Wow, that's great.
We're getting wasted.
This is the perfect example of the light side of the moon here on Kill Tony is that all these people get this opportunity, and some of them are disappointed or this or that. And someone like Liz comes up here week after week after week and gets 5 gigs from this one gig continuously. And that you're doing everything absolutely right.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like you said, the light. I feel like I gotta lose weight because I'm starting to look like the light side of the moon for real.
You are. You're like an Amy Schumer was funny.
Amy Schumer's in better shape than me. That's what fucks me up, dude.
No.
I'm getting to like a white Nicole Byer level, bro. No, that's a deep cut. I didn't realize that'd be a deep cut. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? They actually know what I mean.
That was a compliment if you said that shit.
Okay, cool. I don't know. Okay.
You're very, very funny. I love you. Your manipulation and jokes is the shit.
I love you.
Stay away from Black Baby, bitch.
Okay.
There she goes, Liz Splat, everybody. Punky got mad at her. Liz Splat. Alright. Just go straight to it, right? Yeah. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, there's only one way to end an episode like this. One regular left. We started this show longer than anybody ever in the show's history. With a brand new minute, just like every episode before, opening the road and opening to be on the road everywhere, touring the country. Ladies and gentlemen, this is William Montgomery.
Even the doctor that delivered the baby knew the disappointment her birth would cause when he announced to the Queen that she had given birth to a daughter. Upon hearing that they had a daughter,
I'm Asian, but I'm also half white.
Victoria was lovingly called Vicky by her family for the rest of her life. Though
That would have been so much
Victoria
better if I
did
didn't
love her
fucking stumble
daughter,
on my work.
her
Who is
relationship
running
with
the
Vicky
fucking air
was
conditioner here?
distant,
Seriously, it's fucking
perhaps due to
freezing.
Victoria's own upbringing.
Where is that fucking guy?
Albert quickly devised an educational regime for his daughter. Vicky went to great lengths to please
Here's
her
a bad
parents
idea.
and grew
Lego
up to be an
condos.
intelligent young woman, on par with her father's intellect. Vicky learned everything from mathematics to
Comedian Pete
philosophy
Davidson is
and
blasting
became
off to space
very
this
liberal
week. It's
in
the
her
only
thinking.
non-paying member of the
From
crew.
the age of
Ticket
18
prices for the
months,
flight are
she
unknown,
began
but
to
it sure
learn
was nice
French,
of Kanye
and at
West
the
to
age
cover
of
Pete's
4,
bill.
she was fluent in both French and German. From a young
More like
age,
sin
Vicky's
good.
parents searched for a suitable husband for their daughter. Prince Frederick William of
That
Prussia was
last one
chosen,
was goes so
and
much
Vicky met
better.
him for the first time at the Great Exhibition
William
in
Montgomery, ladies and
1851.
gentlemen, with a brand new minute.
Eager to impress, Vicky made a good impression on the prince, and the
It's so
pair
nice to be
remained
here. I
in
had a real
contact
busy morning.
when the
Yeah,
prince returned to
tell us
Prussia,
about your busy morning.
sending letters
Well,
to each
every
other.
year when South by
4
Southwest
years later, in
comes around, I
1855,
will hit the
Frederick
stations to
returned
fly
to Britain
here once a
and
year
asked
for
for
the
the young
festival.
princess's hand in
I
marriage.
go in the
At
alleyways, I
15,
look
she
for
was too
homeless
young to
people, and then
marry,
I fucking
and her
knife them.
parents asked that they wait until Vicky was
I have
17.
killed 3 fucking
The
homeless people
Prussian
since
court
last
were
night.
outraged at the marriage proposal, believing the
Why
British
would you fucking do that, you dumbass? Why
as
would
a
you do that,
constitutional
right?
monarchy. They also did not think that the Princess Royal was a
So when you're
suitable match
stabbing
for
these
the
innocent
future king
homeless
of
people,
Prussia.
William, do you approach
The
them
British
as
press
sleeping,
were
or do you
also not a
having
fan
a
of the
wake
group
victim?
either.
I like it. I catch the ones
Vicky's
that are
own mother
drunk. I will
worried
follow
that
them
her
around.
daughter
I
was
will
not
end
beautiful
up hitting them
and
in the
tall
head with
enough
something.
for the prince,
Like
but
usually
she
what you
needn't
hit them
have
in the head with,
worried.
because I can't really
The
picture
pair
you
were
carrying
enough.
anything
For
with you,
the
like a
next 2
hammer.
I
years,
have
the
like a
wedding
nightstick
details
I
were
carry around.
finalized, with much arguments between
People
the two
actually have written
families.
about me. I am the
Vicky wanted to
nightstick.
bring 2 of her ladies in waiting
I
with
have
her to
murdered
Prussia,
probably 30
but she
fucking
was
homeless people. I
refused
swear to
by
God,
her
I can't
future
fucking get
in-laws.
enough of them.
The Prussian royal
It
family
is such a
demanded
fucking
that as the
rush in
groom's
those
family, they should have the
alleyways.
final say in the
How
wedding
does it make you
matters.
feel?
They
God, it makes
believed
me
that the
fucking
couple
feel
should
so
wed
alive
in
when I
Prussia,
hear the
but
shrieks
Queen
of these homeless
Victoria was
people.
never one to not
I hit
get
him in
her
the head
way
with the fucking
and refused to
nightstick.
allow the
I
couple
start
to wed
choking from the
outside
blood in my
Prussia.
hands. I'm like, what are you doing?
Despite all
I
the
start
fighting
choking
in the
harder.
families,
It's a whole
Vicky and Frederick
It's a whole
did have a
ordeal.
fairy
Do you
tale
ever let any
wedding
of them go?
in
Did
St.
any of them
James's
ever pay for
Palace
their lives
on
to
the
convince you?
25th of January,
none have ever
1858.
escaped. And
As
I'm
the
actually
bride
starting to
of the
think
prince,
this is a horrible
Vicky was
fucking
to move
mistake
to
to start
Prussia
talking
after the wedding.
to talk about this.
Though
Literally,
at the start
they
of their
do
married
know
life,
somebody is the
things
nightstick.
would
I don't know
only
why
get
the
worse for
fuck.
Vicky when she moved to
I
Berlin,
would have just called
with
myself
her
out right
in-laws
there. I am
intent
the
on
fucking
making Vicky's
nightstick.
life a living hell.
Is
Frederick's
this why you've been
uncle,
dressing,
King
wearing a lot of
Frederick
camouflage
William IV
lately?
of Prussia,
We've noticed,
was not happy with the
that you are
match,
blending
and he
in
made
with
it
everything
known
that
through his
you stand in
actions.
front of. Nothing better
He
than
gave the young
camouflage
couple
and
a
white things
derelict
with
wing
penny
of the
loafers
Berlin Royal Palace.
to blend in
It was
wherever
outdated
you are.
and in disrepair.
Unless you are
Vicky
standing
received a cold welcome
next to a
from her
plant.
new homeland,
I can actually run
and
really
high
fast when these
expectations
people in
of
these
her
shoes
duties
for
were
non-step.
placed on her shoulders.
Because I swear to
She was
y'all, when I
expected
start hitting
to
them
attend
in the
formal
head, in the
dinners
body,
and
in
events
the
almost
arms, in
every
the legs
night,
with that nightstick,
staying
the
up
blood is
past
fucking
midnight
flowing,
before
and I
waking
need
up
a good
dawn to
non-stick.
greet guests.
Protected
In
on the
order
bottom of
to
my
fit
fucking
in with
shoes,
her
so
new
these
family,
actually do a pretty good
Vicky
job.
had to do things their way,
Okay.
oftentimes placing herself in her
It
mother's
was
role.
such a mistake.
When the Duchess of Orleans, a
What do you
relative
think
of
about
both
this guy?
Vicky
I
and
think she's so
Frederick
much more
died,
enjoyable.
Vicky had to make a decision that would damn her no matter what she
He's a better
chose.
rapper too.
The Prussian
Yeah, who
court
was that?
mourned for a week, while the British court
No, I'm
mourned for
kidding. I
a
thought you
month.
did really good.
Vicky chose to follow the
I'm
Prussian
kidding. I
court,
always said that
and
because
Queen
it was
Victoria
behind the
berated her
fucking
daughter
building
for
after
not
this. I got a real
following
over
the
5
English traditions, sending
William, what
many
else is going
demanding
on? You're
letters
not
to her
murdering
daughter,
innocent homeless
only
people.
stopping at the behest of Prince
I've been
Albert.
playing a very fun
Vicky
zombie
loves to garden
apocalypse
and hoped to
Nintendo game.
continue to do so in
That's
Persia.
always fun
She
to
began
talk
to
about
use
things.
English
And I have
techniques
also,
in the gardens
well,
of
I've
her new
also,
home,
I just remembered, I
but
discovered
insulted the
that
Prussian gardener's
chicken noodle
gardening
soup
skills
you
while
set up
doing
like 4 or
so.
5 hot sauce,
Despite
man. It
being
is
members
so
of the
good.
royal
It will
family,
make stuff.
Vicky
Second
and
episode in
Frederick
a row in
struggled
which you have talked
financially.
about dropping
The
any
king
other crop.
gave
When
Frederick
he
an
started making
allowance,
soup, he
but it
became
was
addicted
not
to soup a
enough for
few
the
weeks
couple to
ago.
make ends meet,
Basically started
as they
eating
were expected to
exclusively
dress
only soup,
finely.
3
Vicky
meals
had
a
to
day,
step
different
into her
soups,
own
even
garden.
all the way to
Like her
perhaps your
mother,
pasta
Vicky
cheese
had
or
many
your
children.
corn
Within a year of
chowders.
marriage, she was pregnant, and in January
He's not really half
1859, she
Asian.
gave
No, I
birth to
actually
her
am half
first
Asian.
child,
No,
a son
not.
named Willem.
I'm actually
Her
half Asian.
first
Not a lot of people
delivery
know
was
that about me.
traumatic.
Somebody say that
The
tonight.
maid
But those, I'm
delayed
half
getting
Filipino.
inducted when Vicky went into labor, and Vicky nearly died
Seriously, I'm half
during the
Filipino.
delivery.
People don't know that about me.
Her son was in the breech
This is
position,
on my fucking
making
birth
the
certificate.
delivery
Half
long
jalapeno.
and difficult.
Half jalapeno, God.
Eventually, her son
I got
was
fucking
born,
I
but
sick
with
before
a
this.
nerve
Now
injury
words
to
are
his
fucking
left
escaping
arm,
my
which
mouth.
left
Half
Willem
That is
with
jalapeno.
burst
that is
palsy.
just deep rooted in your
Vicky
DNA.
was
God.
embarrassed by her son's
Right there.
disability and felt it
I'm
reflected
one of those
badly on
goddamn
her.
jalapenos.
When she saw the extent of her
Oh,
newborn's
no.
disability, the doctors
Oh,
tried to
no.
console the princess, telling her that the arm would heal.
Oh,
It
no.
didn't, and by the time
All the
Willem was
entire
an adult, his left arm was much shorter
I was
than
trying to
his
say
right arm.
Filipino, but fucking jalapeno.
Vicky went to extreme lengths to try to cure her son's disability, not
So
wanting to
embarrassing. I can't
accept her
believe I
son
just said
as
that.
he was.
How
She would
embarrassing are
tie
you
his
right
uninjured
I'm pretty
arm behind his
fucking
back, hoping that
embarrassed.
by restricting that arm, he would have to
I
use his
tried
left
to
arm.
fucking
Willem
call a
was
whole
also
fucking
subjected
race
to
of people.
electrotherapy almost every day of his young life, and animal baths in which his left arm was placed in the body of a freshly soldered hare. These
A whole
treatments were
fucking
abusive
race
and did
of
not cure
people.
nor help his condition. They caused the prince great distress and he grew to hate his mother. Vicky went on to have a further 7 children:
Doing that, it really is
Charlotte,
embarrassing.
Henry, Sigismund, Victoria, Waldemar, Sophia, and
I'm not
Margaret.
fucking around. It really is
None of
embarrassing.
the
What
other
the fuck is
births
doing?
were as traumatic as her first. In
Yeah.
1861, her father died suddenly at the age of 42, plunging her mother into deep mourning for the rest of her life. Vicky was devastated at the death of her beloved father, and she returned to Britain to comfort her grieving mother and family, and also
What
to
is
attend the
Tiger King?
funeral.
I
In
have heard people talk about.
1866, Vicky's
Fucking, I'm
fourth
kidding. I
child,
know exactly
Sigismund,
what Tiger King
died
was. He's
tragically
actually the
at the
biggest
age of
race.
21 months.
I
After
love that
falling
guy.
ill with
Where is that
meningitis,
guy?
she received little support from those
Where
around
is
her,
that guy?
and Vicky was left to mourn for the loss of her child by herself.
William, I noticed that you've been
Her
holding the
youngest,
microphone extra
Waldemar,
gently
would
with your
also tragically
fingertips
pass
as of
in
late. You just
1879
had both
at the
hands
age
on
of
it a
11.
second ago. Is that
Again,
Yeah, I do
receiving
that
very
sometimes.
little
Did you
support
do
from
that
the
a lot where
Prussian
you hold the
court.
microphone like a
One of
piccolo?
Vicky's decisions would go on to have catastrophic consequences for
It doesn't
Prussia,
look like that.
although
It
that
doesn't.
would not occur until well after Vicky's own death. She hired
no
a
way it
tutor
looks
for
like
her
that. It doesn't
children,
look like that.
and Willem was
It doesn't look
influenced
like
by him,
that. Yeah, that-
believing in his own
For sure. I
divine
don't think it
right
looks
to
like
rule
that. Yeah.
autocratically,
He's pulling up
which
people playing the
influenced how
piccolo
he
right
would
now,
later
and
live her life.
he's going to show you
I don't think
The
it's like
people
a mix
hated
like that.
Vicky, and she tried everything to get them to like her. She set up a military hospital to tend to the wounded during
What
the
did you
endless
fucking
conflict
say?
that
The
plagued her
Pied Piper?
country. But the
The
king
Pied
demanded
Piper.
that she stop her theatrics of
yeah,
charity.
she fucking got you good.
Nothing she did
That's Jet
made
Ski Drive,
people
the
like
legend of
her,
the show. How about
as
Aunt
she and
William
her
Montgomery,
husband
everybody?
and the German people were not. Vicky's husband's health began to fail.
South by Southwest
Frederick had
unofficial
issues
Kill
with his
Tony
throat, and it
episode.
would
The
swell to the
drawing from
point where
Ryan
he
J.
had
Email
difficulty
is
talking
in.
and
That is
breathing.
Dicey
Doctors
and
diagnosed
Pumpkin
him
here on
cancer
Kill
tumor,
Tony. Every brand available at
recommending that he
RyanJEmail.com.
have it
Merch for
surgically
sale in the
removed.
corner. How about a hand for the band,
Despite the
everybody?
advice, Frederick and Vicky
What
refused
a
any
special
treatment,
treat all the way
which
from Los
caused
Angeles.
outrage
Comedy
amongst the
Store
surviving
employee,
children.
top level
Willem
alumni of
traveled
Kill
to see
Tony. How
them
about one
and
more big hand for
accused his
Jesse
mother
Johnson?
of being happy that her husband was dying. Frederick's
One more
father,
hand
Willem
by the
I,
great
died
Michael
on
Gonzalez
the
on
9th
the
of March,
drums.
1888,
Matt
and Frederick
Fioling on
became
guitar.
Frederick III. Frederick
great
was more of a shadow
madness on
king
the face.
as he was gravely ill
Funky
and
and
would not
Dicey
be
have a
king
new
for long.
podcast coming out on the
Vicky
Kevin
wanted
Hart
to
Network
protect
called
her
Let's
legacy,
Talk About It.
knowing that
So go
once her
find
son
that.
became
Dicey has
king,
a podcast
he
called
would
The Infection.
destroy
Of
her
course, Funky
reputation.
is, as of
She
course
had
we all know,
boxes
one of
of
the
her
amazing
letters
stars
sent
of
to
the
Windsor
current
Castle in
cast of
Britain
the
for
legendary show
safekeeping.
Saturday Night Live. And
Frederick ruled
her
for
and
over
I worked
99
together at
days,
the Comedy
dying on
Store
the
for
15th
over
of
a
June,
decade. It's so
1888.
fun to
Philip
see her
became king
wild
and
success
immediately
that
portrayed
I
his
always
mother.
said was right around the
He had her
corner.
private residences
There you go.
ransacked and searched for incriminating information. Nothing was found due to Rebecca's quick thinking.
See you next time,
Vicky was
everybody. Thanks for
excluded
coming
from
out. Good
court
night, everyone.
and
Thank
worked
you.
for charitable organizations like the Red Cross. By 1898, her health had begun to fail. Vicky was suffering from terminal breast cancer, and she devoted her final years to art and spent long hours writing letters. Her illness often caused her to spend long hours in bed. Only months after her mother's own death, Vicky passed away on 5th of August 1901. She was buried beside her husband in the Royal Mausoleum in Potsdam. The life of Edward VII. The future King Edward VII was born on the 9th of November 1841, less than a year after his elder sister Victoria was born. He was named Albert after his father, but nicknamed Bertie. Though a second child, as a boy, Bertie was heir to the throne of the United Kingdom. His parents wanted to give him the best education possible as the heir, and his father took a particular interest in young Bertie's studies. Bertie was not academically inclined, but was quite charming, something that would help him later in life. Due to this, his parents were disappointed, and this feeling of failure caused Bertie to become withdrawn. At 19, Bertie toured North America with much success. He laid a stone on Parliament Hill, watched a tightrope walker walk across Niagara Falls, and he stayed with President Buchanan in the White House. This trip opened his mind to a new way of life, and he greatly enjoyed it. He returned to Britain, exhilarated and more confident in his abilities than ever before. His new confidence pushed him towards his greatest interest, women. As the Prince of Wales, Bertie was expected to marry and have children. His parents sent him to Germany in 1861 under the guise of watching military maneuvers. On this trip, he met Princess Alexandra of Denmark, a princess who his parents were keen for him to marry. The two young people hit it off, and it didn't take long before their families were arranging the wedding.
Like 2 in the afternoon. Are you guys ready to have the greatest night of your life?
Bertie was all over romancing and seducing other women. Before he traveled to Germany,
Guys, how about a big hand for Brian right there, everybody? Yeah, we've been doing this together for
when
almost
his
9
friends
years. Good
discovered
morning.
he had
Here's the
never
number one
been
live
with a woman,
podcast in the
the
world,
men
still
sent an
brought to you by the
actress
Yellow Rose and
into
the
the
Red
camp
Rose.
called
Please don't
Nellie
put a hand for
Clifton,
this band that
and
you were just
Nellie
listening
was the
to.
first of many women who would
Just
sleep
sit
with the
there,
future
lucky.
king.
In the greatest city in the world, Austin,
Got back to
Texas.
his parents, and his
South
father
by
traveled
Southwest
to
is
Ireland
happening.
to
There's a
school
bunch of people that
and
flew
warned
in
his
from
son
other
of the
cities that
harm
are
that
out here
Bertie was
nerding
causing.
around,
By this
fucking
time, in
dorking
November
feeling important with their
1861, Bertie's
bad
father's
boobs.
health had begun to
Sick of
fail,
it. I hate
and
it.
only weeks
This is my
later,
first time
Prince Albert
seeing
was
South by
dead.
Southwest from the
The death
viewpoint
of
of
Prince
an
Albert
Austin
sparked a hatred in
citizen,
Victoria
and
so
it
deep
is
that she
hell.
blamed Bertie for his father's death and never forgave him.
Daytime shows
The
are a
wedding
bad
between
idea. Everything's a
Bertie
bad
and
idea.
Alexandra was postponed
I
until the
regret
10th of March
everything. The sun is out.
1863.
I see the sun.
Bertie married
The
the
cracks,
princess
the doors,
as his father wished,
walls that I didn't
he
know
was not
existed
going
in
to be
Balkan
faithful
gas
to his
nowadays.
new
It's like being in some
The
weird like
marriage
Indiana
vows
Jones
were
style
more
cave or
guideline
something.
than
You
a
see that there's just
binding law.
literally
His infidelities earned him
that's
the
Michael
nickname
Gonzalez
Dirty
on the
Bertie.
drums.
His
It's
wife
the peanut butter
accepted his
whiskey Bill Cody
unfaithfulness,
band.
mostly
The
ignoring
great
it
Matt
as
Mueller
most
on
Victorian
guitar.
women did in those days.
And that's on
It
Brandon
is
D.
believed
Cashman's
that
on the
Edward
bass
VII
there.
had at least 55
Beautiful
mistresses
vocals.
throughout his life.
Beautiful
However, he
vocals.
never acknowledged any
Blessings.
illegitimate
So guys, a
children.
great
He was
hotel.
either
Right
the
now,
most
you can
careful
stay on a
man
Sunday or
alive,
Monday night.
or he was lying about the
Tony, and
consequences of his
25%
lovemaking.
off. and Red Bull
His
and
mother's
White Claw, and
disapproval
the
of
Yellow
her
Rose
eldest
and the
son
Red Rose.
only
You guys ready to
grew
start
when in
tonight's episode?
1869
I
versions
know you
evolved
are.
in
Before we
divorce
do, here's
scandal.
more of the amazing
Sir
sponsors that
Charles
make tonight's
Wharton,
episode
a
available for
member
you
of
here right now.
Parliament, planned to
Hey
divorce
y'all,
his
this
wife
spring
and
revamp
was
your daily
planning to
routine with
name
Bespoke
Bertie
Post
as
and
a
their new
contributing
seasonal lineup of
factor.
must-have Box of Awesome
Evidence of an
collections.
affair came in the
Bespoke
form of
Post
letters
partners with
the Prince
small
of Wales
businesses
had
and
written
emerging
to
brands
Mordaunt's
to bring you
wife,
the most
and
unique
the
goods
husband
every
finding the two
month.
together
I love
alone
this stuff.
in
I've got
Mordaunt's
some
house.
really
No
cool
version was not listed
suit
as a
cover,
reason for
like
the
bag,
divorce in the
travel
official
bag
document.
things, some amazing
Rumors and
stuff that
gossip
makes the
spread,
Manhattans and old
proving
fashions
that
and
Bertie
whatnot.
was the
Really
cause of the marriage
classy,
breakdown.
cool stuff. No matter
His
what's going on
reputation
this
was
season, Box
damaged.
Boxing has you covered.
However,
From
this didn't
camping
last
gear
long,
essentials
and
to pick
Bertie
up
was once
must-haves
again
like hot
popular
sauces and
for
beverages.
his charisma
Box of
and
Awesome has
entertaining
collections for every
stories.
part of your life. Red
His
Band, you know all about
popularity
this stuff.
grew.
It is really easy to get started. You just take the quiz at boxofawesome.com. Your
The
answers
same
will help them
illness
pick
that
the
was
right
rumored
box
to
of
have
awesome
killed
for
his
you.
father.
They release new
He
boxes every month
survived, and
across
the
a
people
ton of
grew to
different
love him
categories.
more.
Each box is
Public
valued
believed
at
him to
around
be a kind soul,
$70. They
as
only
he
pay a
always
fraction of
treated
that price.
everyone with
Plus, with
respect,
each
no
box of
matter
awesome, you're
class or
supporting
color.
small businesses.
His lectures
90% of
revealed that
everything
he was
that comes to your
disgusted
box
by
of awesome is
racism,
from a
and his
small
remarks
up-and-coming
were
brand.
completely
It's free to
against the
sign up,
thinking
and
of
you
the
can
time.
skip a month or
Ahead
cancel
of the
anytime.
time in many
That's
ways
right. So
than
get
one,
20%
Bertie was
off
a
your
fashion
first monthly
icon for
box
men.
when you sign up
He
at
shaped European
boxofawesome.com
style,
and enter the code
wearing
Kill
knitted
Tony at
suits,
checkout.
pumper
That's
hats, and black
boxofawesome.com.
jackets.
Code Kill
A
Tony
black
for
tie
20%
event
off your
wore a
first
simple
box.
black tie instead of the white ties and tails,
Boxofawesome.com.
a tradition which has stuck to this day.
Did you
If
know
these
that
dark
according to
periods
the
of
latest
affairs were
research,
over,
90% of
he was
employers
mistaken.
plan to make
While he was
enhancing the
able to
employee
keep most of
experience
his
a top
affairs
priority in
under wraps,
2022?
Bertie
After all,
was
a
human
happy
again.
workplace is key
In
to attracting and
1877,
keeping
while
great
at the
employees.
theater, a young
And if you need to
actress
add
caught his
more
eye,
employees to your team, there's ZipRecruiter.
He
Their matching
pursued her,
technology
even
helps
though
you
she
find
was
the right
married.
people for your roles
At
fast.
the
And right
dinner
now,
party
you can try
afterwards,
ZipRecruiter for
Bertie
free at
charmed Lily, and they hit it off.
ZipRecruiter.com/.
It wasn't long before she ended up in
And
bed
you know,
with him,
it's
and the couple
unbelievable
became
how
gossip in Victorian
employers
London.
make their
The
employees
affair
happier, you
continued
know,
for
just by
3 years,
focusing on
but
company
came to
culture,
an
offering
end
more learning
when Lily became
opportunities,
pregnant.
allowing for more
They
flexibility
continued
in
to
work
have a
schedules,
strong
and
friendship
ZipRecruiter is
for years
helping
afterwards.
companies do
His
this, right,
stories
Dan?
Yeah,
that
ZipRecruiter uses
Bertie was not
powerful
the
technology
father,
to find
as
and match the
Lily was
right
often
candidates up
sleeping
with
with
your
other
job.
men
Then
at
it
the time.
proactively presents these candidates
Though
to
he
you.
aired
You
the
can
British
easily
threat,
review these recommended
Bertie's mother
candidates and invite
refused to
your
allow him
top
to
choices
partake
to
in any
apply for
state
your
business.
job, which
She did not
encourages
trust him
them
with
to
state
apply
affairs,
faster.
and
No
as a
wonder
result,
ZipRecruiter is
Bertie
the number
spent
one rated
much of the
hiring
time
site in the
partying
U.S.
in
based
Paris
on G
and
ratings.
spending much of his
ZipRecruiter's
time in
technology is so
brothels.
effective
Second
that
to his
4 out of
love of
5
women
employers
came his
post on
love of food.
ZipRecruiter get
His
a
wife's
quality
liking
candidate
grew
within the
so
first
much
day.
that it was
Find the right
integrated in his
employees to your
bedroom
workplace with
antics. And
ZipRecruiter.
he had a
Try it
love
for
charm made
free
it
at this
easier
exclusive
for
web
him to keep
address.
up with his favorite hobby.
ZipRecruiter.com/Kill
Despite
Tony.
being
All one
perpetually
word. That's
unfaithful to his wife, Bertie and
ZipRecruiter.com/Kill
Alexandra had 6 children.
Tony.
Albert Victor, George, Louise, Victoria,
The
Maud, and
smartest
Alexander John.
way to
Their 6th and final child,
You know, guys,
Alexander
I'm a lot
passed
older than I
away
look,
just
which
a
means my
day
mom
after
is
he
a
was
lot older
born,
than she
leaving the
looks.
couple
She's 75
devastated.
years old, lives in young,
As they
strong,
laid their
barely
son
gets
to
around at all.
rest in his
Anyway,
tiny
my point is,
casket,
she doesn't
Bertie
travel or
reportedly
and I
rolling
can't
down his
go back to
cheeks.
young
Bertie
visit. I
managed
get
to
too busy
stay
being
away
one of the
from
top
too
young
many
rising, you know
scandals
what?
until 1890,
So,
when
I
he
bought her a
attended a
skylight.
baccarat
Look,
game
it's super
that was
cool. It's a
attended by
digital
many
frame that has
upper-class
pictures
members of
of
society.
me and my
However,
life and my
this
new
game
cars
was
and
highly
guns and things
illegal.
like that. I get
And
to send her
Charlotte
these
King,
pictures
the
via
host
my own
Arthur
email,
Wilson,
and it's
caught
super
Sir
close.
William
Nowadays,
Gordon
staying in
Cumming
touch with those you
cheating.
love is more
This
important than ever. And the
scandal
skylight
rocked
digital
the
photo
royal
frame makes it
family for
easy. You can either
years.
Email
Rothschild
photos
was
are
called
uploaded
as
straight
a
to the
witness in
application
court for
anywhere.
cheating.
Hey,
Conley
Sam, you
was
know about
found
this,
guilty
right?
and Rothschild's
my mom's in the
reputation
same
took a
boat as
massive
your mom.
hit.
She doesn't know how to
The
use
death of his
phones, doesn't
eldest
know how
son,
to
Albert
computers,
Victor,
scare her.
in
You know, this is
1892,
a great way to
brought
feel close
Bertie
to
and his
the ones
mother
you love,
closer
even when you're
together.
far away. It sets up
He
efforts
wrote to his
history in
mother of
60
the
seconds.
devastation the
And you
death
can
of his
even
eldest son
tell
brought
your
him,
mom,
and
hey,
that he
mom,
would have given
I'm going to
his
send you
life
something
in
now,
favor of his
and
sons.
you can, like, just do nothing, just
Eventually,
look at it. And it
Victoria
appears.
passed away
It's
on the
magic to her.
22nd
It's
of
just that there's a
January,
little, there's a
1901, at
magician
the
in
age of
there.
81.
It has a
And
gorgeous
Bertie
pen,
became the
touch
king
screen, so
at
all eyes can
59
see
years
it.
of
You
age.
can swipe through the
He
photos
took the
with your
regnal name
finger,
of
or
Edward
my car
VII.
just uses a walk.
During the
And you can
1890s,
tap to thank
Bertie
the
was
person who
allowed
sent
to
the photo.
use state
There's also a
papers in
100%
secret,
satisfaction
given
guarantee.
to
If
him
you
by
don't, or
Conley,
your mom does,
something
love that
his mother
skylight,
was
you
not
get a
aware
full
of.
refund.
Before
Reload
Bertie's
with your favorite
coronation,
photos with a
he
special
suffered
Mother's
from
Day gift. Surprise them with photos they didn't even know you had. You can tap the heart button and it'll let the sender know you love the photo. This makes the frame interactive and fun to use. My mom loves all the photos because she's so lonely. And now, as a special holiday offer, you can get $10 off your purchase of a skylight frame. You go to skylightframe.com and enter the code TONY. That's right. You get $10 off your purchase of a skylight frame. Just go to skylightframe.com and enter code TONY. That's SKYLIGHTFRANE.com and use code TONY. Hey y'all, the show's about to begin. Now's a good time to remind you that Cold Tony is brought to you by Freeze Pipe. Smoking that good stuff doesn't have to hurt your lungs. With Freeze Pipe, you can get an ice cold hit every time. Here's how it works. The pipe comes with a detachable chamber you freeze beforehand. When you're ready to rip the smoke out, really frozen part loose on the smoke as you inhale. It's just like putting ice cream bombs in better. It's non-toxic, freezes faster than water, and stays frozen longer. I've been using this. I have the little bomb one. Red Man has the full size bomb. I have the little bubbler, if you believe. And let me tell you, this thing is unbelievable. They have a special little like gel thing you put in the freezer, and it freezes super fast, and it stays super cold. And the thing's just better than smoking a normal pipe.
Normally, allowed her to do so. After the king died, Alexander refused to allow anyone to move Bertie's body for days afterwards. On the 11th of May, Alexandra finally allowed his body to be dressed and moved. His coffin was moved on the 14th of May to the throne room, where it lay in state. 3 days later, his coffin was moved to Westminster Hall, and the royal family attended the grave service. The hall was then
We're from
opened to
Ohio.
the
I don't
public,
know if you did
and
this. I
over
used to take my
400,000
bong and
people
stuff
filed
it with
past
snow.
the coffin.
Like that
On
was
the
gross. You got
20th
like
of May,
big forms in there and
1910,
band-aids
the
and whatever
king's
was in your
coffin
yard.
was
You know, it's
moved
gross.
from London
So this
to
just
Windsor
makes a lot
Castle
of sense. So
and
whether you
buried
hit a
in
pipe, bubble,
George's
bong, or
chapel.
jab, they got it all.
That's right. So go to thefreezepike.com and press in code Tony to save 10% off your first
Princess
order.
Alice was
Get your
born
bomb
on the
pipe or
20th
bubbler
of
today.
April,
That's freezepike.com
1843
and
in
press in the
Buckingham
code
Palace.
Tony to save 10%.
After
You
having
can
their first
smoke
son,
from it.
her
Freeze Pipe
parents,
makes
Queen
it.
Victoria
So go
and
to
Prince Edward of Saxe-Coburg
freezepike.com
and
and press
Gotha,
in the
as
code
well as
Tony
the
to
public,
save 10%.
eagerly awaited the arrival of a second son.
Wow, that's a fucking
However, this
forever.
was not to be the case.
Worth it though.
The
Because it's
Privy
going to help
Council
pay for
even
the
sent
hotel
her
stay
father a
of
letter of
tonight's amazing
congratulations
guest,
and
everybody.
condolences on the birth of their second
Ladies and
daughter.
gentlemen, tonight's guest,
Alice's life was not one
a
you
young
would
woman
imagine
who
a
I
princess would have.
believe in
She
my
was
heart, not only one of
educated
the
in
funniest
history,
characters in
preaching,
the history
and wore
of
humble
Tony,
clothing.
former band member,
Their
but
rooms
truly,
were
I watched
constantly
her set
cold due to
last
her
night
mother loving
on
the
a
children.
stand-up show, and I truly
Alice was
believe
extremely
this woman is on her way
empathetic
to being, or possibly
compared
could
to her
already be,
siblings,
literally, the
and she got
funniest
on
female
well with
stand-up
all of
comedian
them,
in the world.
especially
Makes the
her
noise
older
for it. She's a
siblings
legend on
Vicky
this
and
show.
Bertie.
It's Jessie Jetski
Alice
Johnson,
wanted to
everybody.
experience what life was like outside the confines of the royal household,
Royalty,
and would often visit the working tenants at
employee,
that farm.
former,
One day, she escaped her governess
Hillsborough
and
band
attended a local church.
This
Though
is
one of the gentler siblings,
Jessie
she was known
Johnson.
to have a temper
Hi, Jessie.
and would
Welcome
lash
back.
out at her siblings when they annoyed her.
These last 3 days, I
Queen
literally went from
Victoria
the
was
bucket
keen
to the
that her
van to
children
bed.
would marry
Did
in
it
love
all.
matches,
That is,
but
there
only
always be
from
a
the upper
trifecta
class
here
or
on
royalty.
That's pretty.
Alice's sister Vicky, who had recently married,
Not in 3
compiled a
days.
list of
Yeah,
eligible
no,
royal
question
bachelors.
Yeah.
Only finding 2 men suitable,
Yeah,
Prince of
exactly.
Orange
People
and
think
Prince
there's no
Albert of
equality
Prussia.
for women. Meanwhile,
The
you
family
get
of the
hired.
Prince of Orange
You only
were
want last
beside
one day.
themselves with happiness at the prospect of him marrying an English princess.
Absolutely. You can
However, Alice did not like either man. After the two choices had crashed
We're going to watch a bunch of Canadians that
Vicky
pulled names out
started
of a
to
bucket. We
look for
watched
another
Music
match for her
Seconds
sister,
of a Kitten.
and she landed on Prince Louis of Wales.
And then I interviewed
Queen
them and asked them
Victoria
questions and
invited
talked
him
about
to
it. We
Windsor
can find out more
Castle,
about them.
and the
We'll
couple
be
hit
regulars.
it off.
You guys ready to start
They
tonight's show?
loved each other's company, and
We'll
Louis
do it with a
asked
regular.
her for
All
an
masses
autograph
out there.
as a
Starting
keepsake.
out tonight's show with a brand new minute.
Queen
Ladies and
Victoria
gentlemen,
started
the one
to
and
make
only
plans for the couple to wed,
Mindfulness.
but then tragedy struck. Her grandmother died. Alice had nursed her grandmother to the end. She
Hey,
felt
what's up,
great
sexy?
sadness at the loss of her grandmother, and
Good to
she
be
had
here
been
at the
close
freedom
to her.
capital of the world.
Alice became the family
I'm a
caregiver,
liberal.
and she comforted her mother.
I believe in
November
universal basic
1861,
income.
her
I
father
think
became
everyone should get
seriously ill,
$1,000 every
and
month
Alice
because
took
I
on the
think
role
poor
of
people
caring
are
for him.
disgusting
By December, all hope was
and I want to
lost,
exterminate them.
and Prince Albert passed away on
I,
the 14th of
I'm a
December,
huge feminist.
1861.
I love
The
ugly
fallout of
bitches.
his
I love
death plunged the whole
bitches. I
family
love
into
annoying
a deep
bitches. They're
mourning.
just all bitches
While
to me.
still in mourning, Alice continued to
Pretty
plan a
big
wedding,
liberal.
and the Queen
Do you
insisted
think
that the wedding
Mexican
go
people,
ahead.
before they come
The
to
wedding
America,
occurred
they're
on the
like, oh, you're
1st
going
of
to
July,
America? You know, you can drink the shower
1862.
water over there.
It was not a very wedding. It should have been the happiest day of Alice's life,
It's
but it
tough
was
being
more
Asian.
of
You
a
know, every
nightmare.
race can
The
kill
wedding
us.
was
You know, white people
downsized
can kill
from a
us. Black
church
people
to the
can definitely
dining
kill
room
us.
of
Even
a
sometimes
child's
Mexican
home.
people.
She was
You know,
also
that's why I'm not worried
expected
about
to change
mental
back
illness.
into
You know,
black
I'm not
mourning
worried about
clothes
panic
once the
attacks. I'm worried
ceremony
about Hispanic
ended.
attacks.
The Queen made the wedding about
I'm not
herself,
worried about
and her
depression.
sons had
I'm
to
worried about
stand in front of her
destruction.
to shield her from prying eyes during the ceremony.
Thank you.
The Queen noted that was more of a funeral
The
than
best
a wedding.
clothes in the game.
Alice
Glass
moved into
themselves.
Lily's home in
Excited to
Darmstadt.
make it.
Crowds welcomed her with cheers,
Love it. There
and
you
she
go.
wrote
Just
to her
attacking
mother
poor
that
people
she
and
had never
Hispanics
received
tonight.
such a harsh welcome before.
Oh yeah, and women.
Though happy with
Why
her
don't you
new
call
home,
them bitches?
Alice was homesick.
Hans,
Queen
how are you? What's
Victoria
going
had
on?
envisioned
I'm
Alice
doing
would
pretty good.
get a
South by
newly built
Southwest is pretty
palace,
fun. I've been
but
hanging
that
out
was
with a lot
not
of
to be the
couples.
case. Lily's
Okay.
father had
Third
inadequate
wheel
and
up.
dwindling
Right now over
finances,
here.
and he refused to waste
I'm
what little
carrying the
income he
relationship.
had to build the newlyweds a new
Socially
home.
enriching, but sexually
Instead,
frustrating.
Alice and Lily lived in a simple house overlooking the old port of
I
Darmstadt,
also
a far
I'm
cry
a
from the
proficient
palace.
slinger. I'm
Despite
really good at
this,
swinging.
Alice tried to make her lodgings
It's
as
a little
homely
sling
as
that I have
possible.
right here. I use
Alice
it
became
to
pregnant
slay
soon
giants
after the
and
wedding
destroy my
and gave
enemies.
birth to a total
What
of
the fuck
7
is that?
children throughout her
What
marriage.
do you do with that?
Victoria,
Like a little
Elizabeth,
sling,
Irene,
and I use it
Ernest,
to
Louis,
fling
Friedrich,
rocks really
Alex,
fast.
Are
and
you
Marie.
serious? How do you do it?
Alice was passionate about breastfeeding.
Hans is
She
autistic.
experienced
For those of you that don't
resistance from her mother,
So
who
he always has
hated
like
the
little
thought of her
toys and
daughters
gadgets.
doing
Oh
this.
shit, are you
In
loading that up? What is
1870,
that?
Alice gave birth to her second son, Friedrich, and soon
I don't want
after
to
the
hurt the
birth,
audience,
she came
but
to realize there was something wrong with her son.
Whoa!
Her son
Holy
had
shit.
hemophilia,
This
a
is like
genetic
when his
condition
little helper
that
got into
prevents
Indiana
blood
Jones's
clotting.
bag or something like
Alice
that.
was a carrier and passed it on to her son. She also passed the gene on to 2 of her daughters, Irene and Alex, who
Wow.
were carriers as well.
Wow.
Everyone feared that
Wow,
Friedrich
cool
would
your
pass
license.
soon, and he would die in a devastating
Incredible.
way.
You can do that
On the
anytime you want with
29th
little
of
paper
May,
towels.
1873, the boy
Wow.
fell
I
out
think
of a
we're finding out
window.
why you get to hang out
This
with a lot
fall
of
could have been
couples.
fatal for any child, and
I'm
for
not a
Friedrich
threat.
it was.
You
He
really
did
are.
not die on impact, and the doctors tried
Now,
their
is there a
best to
game or
control
a
the
sport to it,
bleeding,
or you just
but
like
he
throwing
passed
rocks?
away,
I throw
leaving
rocks,
his
really
parents
hard at
heartbroken.
things, and it just makes me
Alice
feel like
plagued
a
with
man.
grief for years, and she
Really?
never got over the loss of her youngest son. To cope with the loss,
Okay.
Alice took her only living
What's
son
the most
close.
dangerous thing that
At this
you
time, her marriage
Well, I
was
like a
also
rock
not
that's
in the
like
best
that big.
state.
Yeah, we're
Louis was a kind man,
I used to
but he
camp
was
in the middle of the
emotionally
desert during the
stunted, and she was
pandemic, and I
unable
was
to
just
offer much support
slinging
to a
rocks all
struggling
over the
wife.
place.
Disappointed in her husband's response to their son's death, she became increasingly full of resentment, and she was not afraid to let him know. She wrote to him to confess how she was feeling.
You ever
In
skip and stones
1877,
to start off with
Louis'
that?
father passed away,
No,
and Louis
I
became
mean,
the Grand
no.
Duke of Hesse and
No,
Weimar.
I mean,
Alice
skipping
became the
stones is
Grand
like,
Duchess.
you know, not
She
really
struggled with
skipping,
her
but
new role and wrote to her mother for advice. Her concerns fell on deaf ears as her mother belittled her.
sissies that are
The
around
end
you.
was near for Alice. In
Very
November
sling around.
1878, Alice's
What else
oldest
is going
daughter,
on? What else is
Victoria,
going on
complained
when you're
of
not
a
out there
stiff neck.
slinging rocks?
It would soon
Literally
become
living the
clear
life of
that
a
Victoria had contracted diphtheria,
I
a
am.
bacterial infection
What
that
am I
was
doing?
often
I'm
fatal in
playing
Victorian
basketball with
era.
the comedians.
Initially, Alice was
I'm
able to dodge the
longboarding.
infection.
I'm longboarding here
All but
tonight.
one of her children fell ill with the disease.
What do you mean?
Elizabeth was the only member of the family to not fall ill, and she was sent away to live with her paternal
Under the
grandmother
bridge,
for the time. Louis also fell ill with diphtheria.
Under the bridge.
On the 15th of November, Marie,
I-35.
Alice's youngest child, died of the disease. Alice tried to keep it a secret, as she did not want to dampen her loved ones' spirits as they were all still fighting the disease. She eventually born her son, Ernest Louis, who was so crushed by the news that he required his mother's comfort. Despite introducing a strict no-contact order in the house, Alice went against this and kissed her son's forehead. This was to prove fate. By December, Alice became seriously ill with diphtheria, and in the early hours of the 14th of December 1878, Alice whispered her final words, "Dear Papa," and passed away. She had died on the anniversary of her father's death.
It's not easy
The life
to do
of
it
Alfred,
every episode of this show,
Saxe
especially when
Coburg
we
and
report
Gova.
3 in 1 week. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for him one more time. That's on Tim, everybody. That was impressive. It was impressive. He brought it together, man. He didn't really rhyme that well, but
by his family.
the lyrics were funny.
Like his siblings,
He did try to
Alfred
rhyme
had a
couples
strict
with little
education
pop
that
there at
started
the end.
from when he was very
For
young.
those of you that were paying attention,
At the age of
I
12,
like to consider
Alfred
myself a bit
decided
of a
to join the
lyricist.
Royal Navy.
I've been in the writer's
And
guild
in
for over a decade.
1858, he passed his entrance exam.
Your next comedian,
He was
first comedian out of a bucket
appointed as a
tonight,
naval
goes by the name
cadet
of Rachel
at
Oates.
Military Alice.
Everyone.
During an
We're gonna
official
meet
visit to the
Rachel
Cape Colony,
together, all
now
at
known
once.
as
How
the
cool
Cape
is
of Good
that?
Hope, Alfred made a good impression, and he took part in hunting while there.
Here she is,
In
everybody. Clap your hands one more
1862,
time for Rachel
Alfred was
Oates.
chosen as the heir to King Otto of Greece, but this decision was blocked by the British government on behest of the Queen.
My name is
Queen
Rachel.
Victoria
I come from a
hoped
big
that her
family.
second son
I am one
would
of 7
succeed
sisters.
as the Duke of Saxe
My mom
Coburg
gave
and
birth
Gotha.
7 times.
Alfred had much success in the
You know,
Navy
people like to talk about
and
how
was
difficult
promoted to
childbirth is
lieutenant
on women,
in
but think about how hard
1863
it is when a baby's
and
born.
captain in 1866.
Have you guys ever seen a
That
baby?
same year, Queen
After she's been
Victoria
born,
gave Alfred the title of
Any
Duke of
moms here?
Edinburgh,
Any moms at all?
Earl of Ulster, and Earl of Kent,
Your
as
pussy is
well
so
as a
strong.
large allowance.
To do that
In
to a
June
human bone
1866,
is
Alfred
impressive.
took
I mean,
his
I'm
seat in
sure
the House of
sure
Lords.
it's a beating. But
In
it wasn't
1867, Alfred became the first member of the British royal family to visit Australia,
I didn't mean to
and
have
he
things in my
spent
hand when I
nearly
did that.
5
Or
months
the
there.
microphone, but
The
I wanted
following
to do it.
year, he visited
anyway, that's
Australia
myself.
again and was
Okay,
invited to
Rachel
a picnic
Oates.
by Sir William
Absolutely.
Rabbit. During this picnic, Alfred was
There it is.
wounded by a revolver
Hi, Rachel.
fired
Welcome.
by
You were
Henry
here,
James
you were on the
O'Farrell.
show a couple days ago?
He was
There you
shot
go.
to the right of his
How did that
spine.
go?
I liked it. I
During
had
the
fun.
violent
I got some
struggle
good
for
laughs
the
and
gun,
felt really frozen.
William
Oh,
Fire,
okay, so it was
the
totally
man
different
who
than tonight.
It's way
organized the
different than
picnic,
tonight. It's much better.
wrestled the gun away from
Where do you think you
O'Farrell,
went wrong?
and for saving Alfred's life, Fire was awarded a gold watch.
I'm going to tell you
Another
everything I knew at the
bystander,
beginning.
George Thorne, was shot in
I
the
think
foot.
you came out and you said,
O'Farrell
hey,
was arrested,
thank y'all for
tried,
being here, but
convicted,
nobody
and
here to
hanged
see you.
a
No,
month
no.
later.
And
Alfred
I didn't mean to
recovered
imply
from
that
his
they were.
Thank
injury
the people for being here.
after being tended to
Okay.
by nurses
You said
trained
And then you
by
said,
Florence
I
Nightingale.
love this, right?
He
I
received
love
command
being
of a
here.
ship
What do you
returning
exact
home
words?
in
I
April
just love that I get to be up here, that I get to try.
In 1869, Alfred visited Hawaii and
And
spent
everybody
time
thinks
with the
you're
royal
nice,
family
you're
there.
human,
Later
you know
that
what I
year,
mean?
he traveled to both New Zealand and Japan,
Librarian
becoming
energy
both
that
the
you
first
have is
member of the British royal family to visit New Zealand and the first European prince to visit Japan. While in
So remind
Japan,
us, what
he
did I
met
learn
the
about you from the
teenage
interview from
Emperor
Monday?
Meiji.
Oh, I totally
Alfred traveled
interview anyone to work with.
extensively in his
I
life
do have a
and traveled
There
to
you
India,
How'd you know
Sri
that?
Lanka,
I mean,
and Hong
it's
Kong.
just special.
By
This
the
is a special type of energy. You can tell when
Queen
somebody has a
Victoria
cat.
was searching for a
It's
bride
sort of
for
like,
her
you
son.
know,
She
they're a
wrote
little
to her eldest daughter,
bit rattier
Victoria,
than a doggo.
Princess
You know what I
Royal,
mean?
to
Not to
assist.
say that you're
Princess
ratty. I'm talking
Royal
about cat
suggested
owners,
Princess
how
Dagmar
I
of Denmark
identify a cat
as a
owner.
potential bride,
I feel like you
but
might have some other
retracted the
small animal, like a
suggestion
fish
due
or
to
something
Germany
like
and
that.
Denmark
No?
being at loggerheads
How long do
over
you
the
have a cat?
territories of Schleswig-Holstein.
Okay.
Dagmar
Oh,
later
cat.
married
You got
Alexander
old cats
III
too.
of Russia, becoming the Empress of Russia.
Wow.
Eventually,
Okay.
a marriage with
What's the
Grand
cat's
Duchess
name?
Maria Alexandrovna of Russia, the only surviving daughter of Alexander II of Russia, was
Serial
considered
killer.
and
Wrong with
accepted.
you.
The couple went on the 23rd of January,
Oh, okay.
1874,
Husband.
at the Winter
How
Palace
long you been
in
married
St.
for?
Petersburg.
I got married last
The
year.
marriage was not a happy one, and the
Jeez,
bride
look at
was
you, making
unimpressed
big
by
moves.
London and England.
Oh yeah. So
She
you're right
received
there,
grand
pussy poses
palaces
another one of
and
it. You know
large
what I mean?
balls, and was surprised to
Was it your
discover
idea to
that she
get the
had
cat,
to
or was
take no
Oh, it's
precedent
your husband?
behind her
Because
sister-in-law,
you want me to shut up
Princess
after every
Wales.
minute or something?
Queen Victoria allowed Maria to take precedence immediately after the
Saying that
Princess
the cat
Wales
meowing
to
with
resolve this conflict. The couple took up residence in Clarence House when in London. The couple had 6 children together. Alfred, Maria, Victoria, Maria, Alexandra, Beatrice, and a stillborn son. Alfred continued to have a career in the Navy throughout his marriage to Maria. For many years, Alfred and his family lived in Malta while he was stationed there, and their third child was born there in 1876. By 1893, Alfred reached the rank of Admiral of the Fleet. Alfred introduced many improvements in signaling and maneuvering of ships during his time in the Navy. Alfred loved music and helped establish the Royal College of Music in 1882. He loved to play the violin. Oftentimes, this would be his party trick. However, he was not very good at it. On the 22nd of August, 1893, Ernest II, Duke of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, passed away. He had no children with his wife, and so the dukedom passed Alfred. Alfred's older brother, Alfred, had renounced his and his children's succession rights to the dukedom. Alfred surrendered his British allowance and his seat in the House of Lords and Privy Council. He still maintained Clarence House as his London home. Though treated with coldness at first, Alfred soon grew popular in Coburg. Alfred, his wife and children moved to Coburg and took up residence in Slush Residence. Alfred loved to collect glass and ceramics, and his collection was valued at $500,000 at the time of his death. Alfred and Maria had one son, Alfred, who became known as the hereditary prince of Saxe-Coburg. The hereditary prince shot himself at his parents' 25th wedding anniversary celebration. Alfred survived and was sent to Milan to recover. He didn't, and 2 weeks later he died on 6th of February 1899, leaving his parents devastated at his loss. Just over a year later, Alfred would die of throat cancer on the 13th of July, 1900. He was buried in the ducal family's mausoleum in Coburg. His nephew, Prince Charles Edward, Duke of Albany, succeeded Alfred as the Duke. Alfred was the 3rd child of Queen Victoria to die before
He
her.
is the only one that had a response. He just
The
pointed
life
to
of
a neon
Princess
sign.
Helena of the United Kingdom. One of the least remembered children of Queen Victoria. Much of what we know about Helena comes from her mother's diaries.
I liked it. No one had any
Helena was
response.
born on the
Everybody gets
25th
pissed or
of
they
May,
just
1846.
Right, because it's an
Her
annoying
birth
thing to do
caused
to
much
people.
panic, as she was
fair
born
enough.
blue.
Clearly.
Thankfully, she quickly
Meanwhile, this
recovered
guy's
and
straight
was a
kiss on the
mostly
cheek.
healthy
You're
child.
open line, just
As she
seeing something
grew
on your shirt.
Helena
Dang.
had to
And he
fight
goes,
for
what's that
attention
over there?
amongst a
You're so
group of
stupid.
8
You're like,
siblings.
what?
This strengthened her character,
And then he
and she
kisses you
even
on the
punched
cheek.
one of her brothers
Because
in
you're
the
a dork,
nose
I'm
when they
guessing, at that
teased her.
point. You're just
Helena grew
gushing
up to be
everywhere.
quite competitive
Because a
and
kiss on the
wanted to be the
cheek
best
is,
in
you know, like,
everything. She had many talents. She was an
Good
avid
morning.
piano
Yeah,
player,
because the
rode
wedding bells
horses,
were ringing
and
in
could
that
draw.
moment.
She also
When
learned
these
how to
nerds
cook,
start pecking
clean,
one
and
another.
farm. For the
All right,
most part,
Rachel.
her childhood was relatively
Maybe
happy,
the
and
set
she spent
really
much
lackluster.
time with
How
her
long have you been doing
parents
stand-up again?
compared to other royal children
Since
of the time.
February, so that's perfect.
However,
That's
in
a rough minute,
1861,
but
her happy
it happens.
childhood
Did
would
you get a
end
chip book
when
the
her
other
father,
day?
Prince Albert,
Small one?
died. Her mother
There
became
you
so
go.
grief-stricken
There you go.
that
Rachel
she
loves
made her
everybody.
children's lives
Thank you,
unbearable.
Rachel.
The children living at home moved to Osborne House
Sometimes
and
people
had to
come up
keep
here, they say
their
they
grieving
love it.
mother company.
They make their
Despite
medicine.
expecting support from her children, Queen Victoria
Make
gave
some noise for
very
your
little
next
support to
queen.
her grieving
Seems like the
children
first time
who
being
had just lost their
Hawaii,
father.
everybody.
Helena found this time especially lonely. She was more sensitive than her sisters and was
There he
quick
is,
to
everybody.
burst
Make
into
some noise
tears
for
at the
Hawaii,
slightest mention
everyone.
of drama. For this reason, her mother chose Helena's younger sister, Louise, as her assistant, and her older sister, Alice, as her secretary. In 1862, Princess Alice married, and Helena placed her as her mother's secretary. She excelled at the role and became a good companion for her mother. With little affection and support from her family, Helena found support in Carl Newland, her father's former private secretary. Helena came to love him, and when her mother found out about the affair, Victoria fired Newland, sparking furious rows between the mother and daughter. Victoria was keen to have her daughter married off to avoid any more scandals. Helena was not conventionally beautiful, and being the middle child in a large brood of children made her marriage prospects less secure. Her mother also had a condition for any marriage, that Helena had to stay in England near her mother, which made finding her husband all the more difficult. Prince Christian of Sweden was chosen as Helena's husband. He was much older than her and came from poor connections. His family's duchies were being fought over by Prussia and Denmark. The possible marriage caused much division in the family, with several members being against the match for various reasons. Despite this, Christian and Helena were extremely happy together. The Queen put her foot down, and the wedding went ahead on the 5th of July, 1866. Helena and her husband had a quiet married life together. He was the perfect husband, and they devoted themselves to each other. True to her word, Helena stayed close to her mother's residence, but found her role as secretary increasingly difficult, especially when she became pregnant. She had 6 children: Christian Victor, Albert, Helena Victoria, Mary Louise, Harold, and a stillborn son. Unfortunately, her third son, Harold, died 8 days after his birth, plunging her parents into immense grief. Helena conceived soon after and gave birth just under a year later to a stillborn son. Helena felt that the world was against her, and the couple had no more children. The numerous pregnancies took their toll on her health, and she was often unwell, something her mother was unsympathetic about. Victoria believed that her daughter was just a hypochondriac. However, this was far from the case. Helena suffered from rheumatism, jointing and severe congestion of her lungs. Some of her lifestyle choices certainly didn't help this. She became addicted to opium to cope with her pain. Most of the time, Helena refused medical attention when she could help it, and she was possibly suffering from PTSD from the trauma of losing her father and 2 sons. Tragedy would strike her family again when her elder sister Alice died from diphtheria in 1878. In a different many ways, Alice and Helena
were there for each other when it counted, and the death of her sister hit Helena particularly hard. Receiving no support from her mother pushed Helena closer to her husband and felt alive together, spending much time together. In 1887, Helena became the president of the British Nurses Association, and she used her influence to support the idea of creating a nurses registry to improve the education and status of nurses at the time. By this point, her opioid addiction was causing much
One
concern
out of
in her
every
family.
20 or 30 of
Her
those
mother
is an
was
actual
never
somebody with
concerned
any
about her
talent
child's health,
whatsoever.
was
And
very
it
much
boggles my
worried about
mind for
Helena.
people that are here every day.
Christian
I'm looking
became
at some of the
increasingly
regulars in the
worried
audience.
and
They're
begged
holy
the
shit,
doctors
he's
to
doing
stop
it.
giving his wife the drugs. The
Look at her,
doctors
man.
did so, and when
Hell
Helena
yeah,
found out,
dude.
she was furious. She was
So how
unable
long
to
you
get
doing
the
music
drugs
for?
she needed
I was just
and
like
went
13,
into
like,
withdrawal, becoming
Absolutely.
extremely ill. Helena eventually overcame her
yeah,
addiction,
like
and
separated.
this should have been
Right,
celebrated,
okay, cool.
but it was
You
overshadowed
have a lot of siblings?
when her eldest son,
Like
Christian
technically,
Victor,
like
died.
3 to 2
Helena
people,
was
but like
proud of
cousins
her
and stuff. I
children,
got like one
especially her
I get the
eldest.
feeling you have a
He
lot
was
of
a major in the British Army. He was often in battle and far
technically,
away
yes,
from
don't even
home.
know wrong.
When he left for a trip in South Africa, he caught malaria and died in October
Lots of different ways.
1900.
I actually like street,
Helena
so I used to sell.
as well as
I
Happy
used to meet other
expected.
artists first. I saw
On
my
the
own first, like
22nd of
Reaper and
January
Bacon. Used to sell
1901,
Adderall.
Queen
Then it
Victoria
found
died. Helena and her youngest sister, Beatrice, confided their mother on her deathbed and each other when she later died.
You used to
With
sell
her death
Adderall.
marked a change in the family's
Because
dynamics.
I do lots of
One
different
by
things,
one,
Tony,
Helena
and the
lost
second
touch
thing
with
you
her
said was
siblings.
Adderall.
With the loss of
We
her
got the
eldest
Adderall
brother,
real
Edward
quick
VII,
there.
also known
If
as
you really
Archie in the
know what
family,
other things you
hit
have,
her
I can tell you
especially
if you
hard.
open one side of your jacket,
Archie
you
and
would
his
know.
wife Alexandra kept her at
Big
arm's
Rolex,
length.
it's very good.
Alexandra never forgave Helena
Hell
for
yeah.
the betrayal
I
of
love it.
Helena
What do
marrying
you
her
like to do
husband
for fun?
Christian's
What's a
territories
guy like
and
you,
being
so much
fought over
charisma?
by Alexandra's
smoke,
homeland
drink,
of Denmark. Alexandra got her revenge
I
though.
really just say that
Helena was passionate about nursing, but Alexandra decided that she too was
I
interested in
love
the
stand
cause
up. Like,
and
I've been watching the
demanded the
show for
position
the
of
past year
president.
and some change.
Helena had
One
to
of my
give up
favorite
the
songs
position
turned
to
on now.
Alexandra,
I've
who
been
ranked
watching stand up
higher
since a
than
young
her in
boy.
the
And
order of
like,
precedence.
yeah, one of my favorite.
Her brother would die in
Jones,
1910, and 4 years later, Britain and Europe would be plunged into war.
No, really.
Helena's only surviving son
But you don't want to
fought
call
for
like
the
the
Prussian
selfish
army.
ones. You want to
She
call
lost
Jones like
contact with
this.
him. None of Helena's children had been allowed to have children
It's
in
weird, man.
marriage, and only her daughter, Princess Mary Louise, married.
I understand. I get it.
Helena was obsessed with never becoming a grandmother, but little did she know that she actually had a
I didn't realize
granddaughter.
black people are turning into
Albert, her
great
father's
spectrum people
daughter,
with all
called
their
Valerie
fucking,
Marie, with a
with all
woman
their
of
different
high noble
words and
birth,
everything.
whose
That's
name
a
is
fool
unknown.
over there.
It is not clear whether Helena knew of Valerie Marie
Shaving
or
your
not.
John would be proper
Christian
vernacular.
and Helena celebrated
Wait,
their 15th wedding anniversary in
I see like that Jones
1916.
up there.
Or I could
The
say
first
she
couple
is a
in the
John.
British
Yeah,
royal
that's a
family
good
to
Jones.
celebrate this
Okay.
milestone
Okay.
That's a
would
bad
pass
But
a
there
year
is no
later.
she is a John.
Their marriage
She's a fool.
that had been so opposed
What
had
the
stood the
fuck?
test of time. 6 years later, in 1923, Helena fell ill, and on the 9th of June, 1923, she suffered a fatal heart attack and died.
You do whatever you want, though. That's the person. You got it.
The life of
You're a
Louise,
new
Duchess
ghetto
of Argyle.
linguistics expert,
Born
our
only
chief
with many
linguistics
European
correspondent
ambitions,
in the great
Louise
city of
certainly showed
Philadelphia.
herself to be a strong, opinionated individual.
I love it.
She was
Are there
born on
any
the
other
18th of
words
March,
that us,
1848,
white
and
people,
was the sixth of 9 children born to Queen Victoria and Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. Her birth was assisted with chloroform, a controversial pain relief at the time.
slang words?
From an early age, Louise was a firecracker. It was almost too curious for her family. She was prone to asking questions, so much so
Are
that she
there
earned
any
the
words that black
nickname
people use to
Little
make
Miss
fun of white
White.
people?
Rebelliousness only developed further as she
I do
When
anything now
Louise
where
was
it's like
just
home
13
or
years old,
tongue.
her father, Prince Albert, passed away.
Yeah, that's what I do.
The death of her father was extremely hard for the princess.
So the second where
Her
everybody's like,
mother
where
was
is he going with
in her
this?
own
And
grief
all of a
and
sudden,
did not give any support to her children.
We're out here
Louise
finding
felt very alone,
black people are just calling
unable
us
to get
out
the
for
help
no
she
reason
needed
whatsoever.
for grief.
No, you know.
For 4 years,
Holy
Louise and her
shit.
siblings
I
remained
love it.
at
So,
home,
Willoughby,
out
you're
of
so
the eyes of
charismatic.
public.
You tried
When
man,
Louise
next
turned
time you have to go
17,
for it.
she
Man.
hoped
Instead of
to
something
enter
like a freak show,
society.
right? You have a lot of
Grand
amazing
balls were
personality and
huge
definitely a
part of
natural
the Victorian
entertainer down
elite,
there.
and when a
Talk about
child
like real
came of
stuff. I
age,
think now that
they
you've done
would
it,
have a
you'll
coming out
know,
ball.
like, oh, maybe I could do that.
Louise was
Maybe I could, you know what I
expected
mean?
to have a
Something
grand
you'll
ball,
mix it in
but
with
was
whatever
disappointed
amazing
and
art you're doing.
furious
You're going to
when
show
her mother
8 p.m. where?
cancelled the occasion.
There you go.
Queen
So if you're
Victoria
bored at 8
decided
p.m.,
that
go see
mourning
some
for
Willoughby
Prince
in colors.
Albert
There
was
you go.
more important, and
Look
no
at
one was allowed to
so
have
Willoughby,
fun
look
in
at
her
you, a big
presence.
joke book, my friend. You're a
Despite
great
having
bump
a
guy.
stormy relationship with her mother,
Absolutely.
Louise and her
There you
mother
go.
worked together.
Definitely.
Louise was her assistant and later
Seems like a nice guy.
secretary.
Those
Louise
cornrows
found
are
the
the
work
rattiest
boring,
thing.
but found
I
entertainment
don't think I've ever
elsewhere.
really.
Rumors began to
We need to
spread
get
that
into weed
Louise
or something.
was involved in an affair
The
with her
only man
younger
I've ever
brother's
wanted to buy
teacher,
weed
Robinson
for.
Duckworth. The Queen found out
The
and
black people are
dismissed
laughing
the
at that.
teacher.
That means you should all be laughing.
Louise despised her mother's endless
Your
rules
next
and
comedian goes
protocol,
by the name of
and so
Nat
she
Rogan
ventured out
Chesty,
into the world.
everybody.
She became a famed artist, learning her skills from the National Art Training School. She became a
Y'all having
sculptor
fun out there
in a
tonight,
time
huh?
when it was considered unladylike for a
Here he
woman
is,
to
everybody.
sculpt.
One more time for Nat
Louise
Rogan
rebelled
Chesty.
against the status quo. Louise was connected to several men during her life.
How's it going,
She was the
everybody?
Victorian ideal of
I
beauty,
just moved
and
to
she was
Austin.
often called
I
the
recently
Queen's
saw an
most
ad
beautiful daughter.
calling
So
for
it is no
volunteer
surprise
meter
that men were falling for her.
That's true.
At 18,
Because they like
Louise
to
had an
worse than
affair with
professional
Walter
things.
Sterling, one of her brother's tutors. And it was rumored that Louise became pregnant from this affair. Unmarried, this would have caused
First day,
real
look
concern
like,
for the
yeah,
royal
actually
family
volunteer on the weekend.
and would
Oh,
have
no kidding.
damaged Louise's reputation. The man who started the
Yeah, on
rumor was
Saturdays I
Charles
volunteer as a
Lowcock,
meter maid.
the
On
man who
Sundays I break
delivered
into
all
people's
of the
houses
Queen's
and I hide
children.
their remote controls. So,
Lowcock's son, Frederick, adopted the
that's
baby,
good. I got my
named
little
Henry,
girlfriend.
in
It's got a downside. You can't
1867,
really brag
which
about
at the
sex.
time is a very
When you have a
strange
girlfriend.
thing
When you're
for an
single, you can be like,
unmarried
oh,
man
you
to
know,
do.
that cute little Latino girlfriend.
Frederick
The other
also
night,
received a
you
large
can't be like, hey
allowance
man,
and
you
was
remember
given
Lisa?
an apartment in St. James's Palace. Henry
I
Lowcock's
fucked her last night.
descendants
Yeah, it's
had
pretty good.
applied for permission
But
to
then you
test
get the
the
bragging
DNA of
back when
Henry's
you get married.
coffin
Because
to
everyone
that
thinks
of
that's how bad.
Tsarina
Tell everybody you
Alexandra
fucked
of
your wife.
Russia
Whoa!
to check for a match, but
You've
they
been
were
working on that for a
refused,
while. Nice, man.
meaning the truth will
Yeah,
never be
thank you.
fully known.
Nat Rogan Chesty.
Louise felt passionately about serving
Nat.
the gourmet British people.
You've been on this show before,
Using her
right?
influence
Whoa.
as her
What
mother's
have we done with
secretary,
you before? What
Louise
are
helped to
what do we
open
know
a
about you?
children's
We talked
hospital
about heroin
and
a lot.
became the face of
That's
rural
right, you're a
philanthropy.
recovering heroin addict.
Though
We
Louise
talked
was
about
able to
that.
enjoy her
Yeah,
20s,
you
the
love heroin.
expectations of
Yeah,
marriage
it
was
really is
looming
your
over
favorite
her.
thing. And how long has it been
The
since
Queen
you've
was
done
set
it?
about
Almost 5
finding
years.
her a husband.
Almost 5 years.
Louise did not want to marry royalty, as she already had to struggle with her own royal family
Now
and did
you,
not want to deal
how long
with
you been on
another royal
stand-up?
family.
It'll be a
Louise
year or
was close
just
to a
under a
man by the
Okay.
name of John
year.
Campbell. Though not a prince, he
So
was
a
from the
year.
nobility.
How do you like it?
Much of her siblings were against the match,
Good.
but the Queen
What
saw
else do you
sense
do?
and allowed her daughter to
You
wed
eat a
John.
lot?
The couple married
What
in
do you like to
St.
eat?
George's Chapel on the 21st of
No,
March,
I like
1871. For the
what do you
first
really
time
like to
since
eat?
Henry VIII, a person of royal blood
I
had
think
married
you're
a member of the
mispronouncing
British
pizza right
nobility.
now.
This caused intense curiosity, and huge crowds formed outside the church.
I like some of that good old
Policemen
pepperoni
were
goat
called
cheese. You know what I mean?
to form barriers to keep control.
I love pizza.
The couple
You do,
lived
don't you?
in Surrey before residing in
You are. You're a
Kensington.
big circle boy.
Campbell was
Yesterday was
chosen
my
by the
birthday.
Prime Minister
Really?
in
Happy birthday.
1878
Oh
to be
yeah. How old
Canada's
are you?
Governor
I turned
General,
30.
and the couple
Turned
moved to
what?
Canada
30.
for the job.
Redkin thinks
During
you're
her
big,
time in
by the way.
Canada,
Which
Louise
makes me
promoted the
really.
founding of the
I mean, this
National
is
Gallery
really
of Canada
this is
and the
Bob.
Royal Canadian Academy of Arts.
That's
The
the
people of
cost on the
Canada
kettle
loved her,
fat.
and the province of Alberta was named in her honor.
It is.
In 1880, Louise was involved in a sleigh accident. The carriage overturned and Louise was dragged through the snow for 400 meters.
Like a
She
writer's room in
sustained a
here.
concussion and a torn earlobe, but recovered. Louise had a good heart and used her wealth and influence to create a medical fund that could provide assistance to men fighting in the West Rebellion. Her actions in Canada caused a bit of jealousy of her siblings, who were under the water by their mother, and thus attracted by the Queen's brilliance. When Louise returned to Britain, she didn't receive much of a welcome. Louise was close to a few family members. One of whom was her brother-in-law, Prince Henry of Battenberg, her sister Beatrice's husband. She possibly got on too well with him, and people began to suspect that she was having an affair with him. We will never truly know for sure. When Prince Henry passed in 1896, Louise remarked that he was the greatest friend she had ever had, and that she would miss him more than Beatrice. The affair fueled further by her own marriage. Louise and John were not in a happy marriage, and they lived separate lives. John may have been gay, but Louise was very open-minded and didn't seem to care, as their marriage was built on convenience more than anything else. Something that Queen Victoria was unhappy with her daughter about was that Louise was a feminist. Louise was a very vocal supporter of the suffragette movement. Louise used her wealth to help ordained people, especially widows. She would often pay for funerals so widows could give their husbands proper burials. When her mother was set to celebrate 50 years on the throne, a sculpture was being commissioned for the Queen. Louise wanted to sculpt the statue, but the Queen told her to submit the design anonymously, and the best piece would be chosen. When Louise's design was chosen, people doubted that it was hers, but Louise proved herself to be a capable and talented artist. In 1900, John's father passed, and John became the 9th Duke of Argyll, with Louise as his Duchess. Though they didn't have a very loving marriage, Louise was dedicated to her husband. As they grew older, their friendship grew and flourished. John became unwell, and from 1911, Louise began taking care of her husband. He passed in 1914, and the loneliness and grief she felt was immense. Louise became close to her sister Beatrice as she got older. They were neighbors and lived in Kensington Palace in adjoining grounds. Louise lived until the age of 91, passing on the 3rd of December 1939. The life of Arthur, Duke of Connaught and Strathmore. Prince Arthur was one of Queen Victoria's longest lived children. Born in the 1st of May 1850, was the 3rd son of Queen Victoria and Prince Albert. Like his siblings, he received a strict education. It has been reported that he was his mother's favorite child. Arthur, like his brother Alfred, was interested in the military. In 1866, he followed through with this interest and enrolled at the Royal Military College in Woolwich. He graduated in 1868 and served a long career in the military. After he graduated, he was commissioned as a lieutenant in the Corps of Royal Engineers before being transferred to the Royal Regiment of Artillery and then to the Rifle Brigade. He travelled extensively in the army, serving in South Africa, Canada, Ireland, Egypt, and India. While in Canada, Arthur undertook training and engaged in defending the country from Fenian raids. These raids were carried out by the Fenian Brotherhood, an Irish Republican organisation based in the US, but also had outposts in Canada. After arriving in Canada, Arthur toured the country for 2 months before proceeding to the US, where he visited Washington, D.C. and met the US President, President Grant. Arthur also entertained Canadian society, attending an investiture ceremony, balls and garden parties. He became the first member of the British royal family to attend the opening of Parliament. In 1870, he fended off Fenian invaders during the Battle of Apples Hill and received the Fenian Medal. In 1869, Arthur received the great honor of being bestowed the title of Chief of the Six Nations by the Iroquois of the Grand River Reserve in Ontario. Arthur received the name Cavacouche and was allowed to sit in the tribe's council and vote on matters of tribe governance. Many Canadians were pleased with Arthur and hoped he would return as Governor General. Arthur rose through the ranks of the army, becoming an honorary colonel in 1871, lieutenant colonel in 1876, colonel in 1880, and a general in 1893. In 1900, he received the post of Commander-in-Chief of Ireland, and in 1904 until 1907, he was the Inspector General of the Forces. On Queen Victoria's birthday in 1874, she gave Arthur the title of Duke of Connaught and Strathern and Earl of Sussex. In 1899, his nephew Prince Alfred of Edinburgh, the hereditary prince of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, died. Arthur was next in line, but decided to renounce his and his son's succession rights to the duchy. Thus, the duchy passed to another one of Arthur's nephews, Prince Charles Edward, the son of Arthur's brother, Prince Leopold. On the 13th of March, 1879, in St. George's Chapel, Arthur married Princess Louise Margaret of Prussia, and they had 3 children together, Margaret, Arthur, and Patricia. They lived together in Bagshot Park and Clarence House in London. Though devoted to his wife, Arthur was unfaithful. He had an affair with Leonie, Lady Leslie, that lasted for many years. The Duke served the crown and continued to take on royal duties. In 1903, the Duke and Duchess represented the new Edward VII at the Delhi Durbar, and before this on their way to India, they stopped in Egypt. While there, Arthur opened the Aswan Dam. In 1911, George V appointed Arthur as Governor General of Canada. Arthur, Louise, and Patricia lived there and were popular with Canadians. They travelled throughout Canada, and in 1917, Arthur reigned atop on Parliament Hill as his brother Edward VII in 1860. While in Canada, Arthur learned to ice skate and hosted skating parties. He also enjoyed camping, hunting, and fishing. In the First World War, Arthur remained in Canada. He emphasized the need for military training and readiness of the Canadian troops. However, as Governor General, Arthur had little say in the Canadian military and had to be content with his role. Louise and Patricia worked for charitable organizations during the war. Following the war, Arthur had a stained glass window commissioned in memory of the fallen soldiers of Canada, and had it placed in St. Bartholomew's Church, where they attended regularly. Even into old age, Arthur served the royal family, but retired from public life in 1928. His wife died in 1917, and Arthur would outlive her for over 20 years. 2 of his children died before him. Margaret died in 1920, possibly from sepsis, and Arthur died in 1938 from stomach cancer. The Duke passed away on the 16th of January, 1942, at the age of 91. He was the exact same age to the day as his older sister Louise had been when she died. He was Queen Victoria's last surviving son. The life of Leopold, Duke of Albany. Prince Leopold was born on the 7th of April, 1853. He was the youngest son of Queen Victoria and Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. His birth was aided with chloroform, which was a controversial thing at the time. Initially believed to have been born healthy, his health would decline over the years. Despite achieving plenty, he remained thin and wonderful. When he was a toddler, he would move around and would lose very easily. His parents searched for answers, and the answer was a fatal one. He was diagnosed with hemophilia. In the Victorian era, hemophilia though, is often fatal. And children born with the condition rarely survive adulthood.
We found out
Hemophilia is a genetic disorder that causes delayed blood clotting. And it is X-linked, meaning women who have two X chromosomes are able to co-pass the gene, and thus are known to carriers of the condition, meaning they do not have the condition themselves, they have the gene for the condition. Men chromosomes are more likely to inherit the condition and suffer the effects.
So what happened last night? You
It
guys
is a genetic condition, meaning it is inherited rather than obtained during life.
That's what people say right before they die.
3 of Victoria and Albert's children would be affected by hemophilia. Alice, Leopold, and Beatrice. Alice and Beatrice were carriers.
You just felt sick.
Leopold's parents worried greatly about their son, and no one would believe he would survive to adulthood. His family did not handle his condition well. Queen Victoria grew to be very protective of her son, but to the point of controlling every aspect of his life. When he was 8 years old, Leopold's father died, and his mother became grief-stricken and overburdened by children living at home. Leopold wanted to join the military like his older brothers, but due to his condition, his mother banned him from service. Since he could not be physically active, Leopold turned his attention towards mental activities. He had the best students, and Leopold was naturally academic, so he was delighted to teach. Once Leopold reached adolescence, he became tired of his mother's overbearing nature. He wanted to break free, and Leopold decided university was the way. He pleaded with his mother to allow him to attend the University of Oxford, and she finally relented when he turned 19. For the first time in his life, Leopold had some semblance of independence. While in Oxford, he studied a variety of subjects. In 1876, he received his honorary doctorate in civil law. In 1881, Leopold was given the titles of Duke of Albany, Earl of Warwick, and Baron Arklow. Leopold knew that the only way he could ever truly get out from under his mother's thumb was to marry. He started his quest for a wife by looking around Europe for an eligible bride. While as a prince of the United Kingdom, Leopold should have had no issue finding a bride. His hemophilia caused him to be seen as unappealing to many European princesses. Many princesses rejected him. His mother got involved and set him up on a blind date with Princess Helen of Waldeck. She was quite educated for a woman of her time, and could communicate with Leopold on an intellectual level. They were both impressed with each other, and it wasn't long before they were wed. They married on the 27th of April, 1882. The wedding was a fairy tale. They had a wonderful marriage, and they complemented each other in many ways. Leopold gained much independence with his wife. Their first child, Alice, was born in 1883. As a child born to a parent with hemophilia, Alice was a carrier of hemophilia. But the impact of hemophilia would not be seen until many years in the future. Helen was pregnant in 1884. The couple were in the prime of life and envisioned a long future together with a growing family.
You're an absolute icon. I mean, you come here, you smash, and then you smash. We love you. The Great David Lucas, everybody. Follow him on Instagram, Twitter, go see him live all around the country. Headlining. He's opening for everybody. Me, Rogan,
Helen was pregnant and could not go, but urged to
been opening for all
on the
around the
27th of March, 1884,
You guys want another special treat active action? We do that right now.
he fell unconscious and died the next
In the
morning.
history of the show, we've traveled all around the world. Only 8 or 9 people ever have won a
His
golden
death
ticket.
devastated his
That
young
person
wife.
said in
His
an interview are
pregnant
so
wife gave
special
birth to
that they
her
get to
own
do the
son,
show
Charles
anytime they
Edward,
want
on
for
the
the rest of
19th of
their
July,
lives. In any
1884.
city, at any
4 months
location.
later,
This man is
Charles
escaping
Edward
Canada to be here. This is the
succeeded
great
his father
Sarah
as the
Jason,
Duke of
everybody, with a brand new minute here
The life of Princess Beatrice of the United Kingdom. Beatrice was the youngest child of Queen Victoria and Prince Albert. As is often the case with the last born child, she was treated as the baby of the family. Beatrice was born on the 14th of April 1857 in Buckingham Palace. Her parents spoiled her, and her mother, who was notorious for finding babies ugly, found Beatrice to be beautiful. With an age gap of 4 years between her and her next siblings, Leopold, and an age gap of 16 years between her and her eldest sibling, Vicky, Beatrice was not very close to her older siblings, and as her siblings married, her home became lonelier. When Beatrice was only 4 years old, her father died, and her mother became dependent on Beatrice for emotional support.
There you go.
Something a young child should never have to do.
Absolutely.
Queen Victoria would often take Beatrice from her bed and wrap her in her father's necklace and have Beatrice sleep beside her.
No, not at all.
After 1871, with all her sisters married, Victoria relied heavily on Beatrice for support. She became her mother's secretary, and during a period of illness in 1871, Beatrice wrote diary entries for her mother as her mother dictated out loud. Although the queen was against her youngest daughter marrying, a number of suitors came forward. Napoleon Eugene, the French Prince Imperial, and heir of Emperor Napoleon III of France, were close to Beatrice, and rumors began to circulate of a possible engagement between the two. These rumors ended with Napoleon's death in 1879. Beatrice was devastated at the loss and received much support from her mother. Louis IV, Grand Duke of Hesse, was also suggested as the possible husband for Beatrice. He was the widower of Beatrice's sister Alice, who had died in 1878. However, this was forbidden by law, and so it never happened. Other candidates, such as Prince Alexander and Prince Louis of Battenberg, were rejected. Prince Louis of Battenberg married Beatrice's niece, Princess Victoria of Hesse and by Rhine. During the wedding, Beatrice met Prince Henry, the brother of Louis, and fell in love. Upon returning to Britain, Beatrice expressed her desire to marry Henry. She was met with silence from her mother, and the two did not talk for 7 months, only communicating only after they were persuaded by Beatrice's sister-in-law, the Princess of Wales, and her sister, the Crown Princess of Prussia, did Victoria begin to talk to her daughter again. Victoria consented to the marriage on the condition that Beatrice and Henry remain in Britain close to the Queen. Beatrice and Henry married each other on 23rd of July, 1885, in St. Mildred's Church in Osborne. After a short honeymoon, Beatrice and Henry returned to the Queen.
It's okay.
The
We're
longer
gonna
they
get
were
through
married,
this.
the stronger Beatrice's love for Henry grew.
All right. You know
The
what? I'm gonna
English
skip
court
that.
grew brighter and happier after the wedding of Princess Beatrice and gave Victoria a new lease of life. Henry was determined to take part in the military, which annoyed the Queen. She was opposed to his participation in the army.
Or as I call it,
Henry felt oppressed by his mother-in-law, especially when she sent a warship to bring him back to England after he went to Corsica with his brother Louis.
Red band, edit that out.
Beatrice continued to work as her mother's secretary.
Okay.
The
So,
Queen
would
criticized
people just
Beatrice
fall all
when a
over
week
you in
before she
hockey?
gave
Like,
birth
were you
to her
good?
first child, she chose to eat her wounds rather
Absolutely. I
than
think we can share your goddamn.
Beatrice used chloroform during her delivery and gave birth to 4 children: Alexander,
Okay,
Ina,
can you ice
Leopold,
skate
and
backwards?
Maurice.
Holy
Henry
shit.
was bored by the lack of activity at court and longed for
And what?
employment. In response, the Queen gave him the position of governor of the Isle of Wight, but this was not enough.
What'd you think about the
He
rapper?
pleaded to be allowed to
Do you like his
join the
style?
Ashanti expedition fighting in the Anglo-Asante War, and
What else is
eventually
going
the
on?
Queen. Only a month later, in January 1896, Henry died of malaria. Despite her grief, Beatrice remained her mother's companion, and Victoria tried to comfort her daughter. The queen knew her daughter needed a place of her own, and she gave the Kensington Palace apartments, once occupied by the Queen and the Duchess of Kent, to her daughter. Mrs. Lloyd was forever changed when her mother died in 1901. Her position at court was diminished. She was not close to her brother Bertie, who was now Edward VII, and they often got into arguments. One such argument was when Bertie attempted to sell the house. Queen Victoria had left Beatrice and Louise houses of the estate, and the selling of Osborne House would threaten their privacy. Bertie extended the land around their homes to compensate for their loss of privacy, and went on to give the house to the nation. From 1896 to 1944, Beatrice was the governor of the Isle of Wight. From 1901 until 1931, Beatrice edited her diaries, something that greatly distressed George V and Queen Mary. Her editing was done to protect those living, but also removed important information that would have been valuable from a historical standpoint to truly understand Victoria's political events. Beatrice continued to appear in public after her mother's death, and most of her engagements were related to her mother. Beatrice continued to live on the Isle of Wight in Osborne Cottage until Carswell Castle, the home of the governor of Isle of Wight, became vacant. She sold Osborne Cottage and moved into the castle. She also continued to live in Kensington Palace as well. In 1914, Beatrice's favourite son, Maurice, died fighting in the First World War. Another son, Leopold, died in 1922 from an operation having inherited hemophilia and hemorrhage during the surgery. Beatrice eventually withdrew from public life and lived her last days in Grant Bridge Park in Sussex. She passed away on the 26th of October 1944, the last child of Queen Victoria and Prince Albert to die.
Of course, you come up, fucking crush, recharge strength, and you went out with a big victory.
100%. That's what I do.
Goddamn right. It is what you do, Jared. We absolutely love you here. You're in town for a little while longer, right?
Yep.
All right, then we'll see him around. Jared Nathan, everybody. Get back to this bucket. Let's get back to the bucket for a second here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this young lady, we've seen her before. She works here at Vulcan Gas Company. This is another young lady that's been opening for Joe Rogan and doing shows here and everywhere. Make some noise for Genevieve, everyone. The great Genevieve is back.
Yeah. What up, Joe? Yeah, make some noise if you're religious. Exactly. I don't know if y'all know this about black folks, but it's a compliment on the holidays when they say you put your foot something. And they look like, what the fuck? Yes, it's like, who made these greens? When you put your foot in these greens. Who made the macaroni and cheese? Who put your foot in the macaroni and cheese? Well, that got me to thinking, God made Jesus to marry without sex. Savior of humanity. God put his foot in that pussy, you know what I mean?
Sophie Dorothea, the wife to George I.
So the other day,
George
I
I,
was
unlike the infamous
masturbating,
Henry
looking
VIII,
at Christian
didn't
angles
marry
as a
again,
child,
but started the Hanoverian dynasty.
pushed through and went to
His
my
son
porn on
became
my
George
phone and my
II,
battery
and his
was
wife turned out to be the
69%. I was like,
direct
God wants me
ancestor
to come.
of all future British kings. In 1664,
I don't know
Eleanor
why,
de
but
Orleans
lately my
met
YouTube
George William.
algorithm
He
been
fell
showing
for
me
her right
flamingo
away,
dancing.
leading her to move to Germany, where she was able to live with her family. 2 years later, in September 1666, their daughter was born. She was considered illegitimate and had a tough start. Despite reaching adulthood, her life didn't get better. She ended up spending most of it in prison. Let's dive into the 17th century mystery of Sophie Dorothea. As a child, Sophie Dorothea enjoyed a relaxed and loving home. Her father gave her a large inheritance, including a castle and a marriage.
had
Little is known about her early years.
so that was
It is
shout out
1674 when
Jesus
she was
Almighty.
8. She was officially recognised and named Duchess of
Genevieve,
Rothschild.
welcome back.
As an
You
only
have
child,
a
no threat
very
to the
cool
king.
fanny pack on.
In 1676, Eleanor and George finally married. Soon, a Danish prince and a nearby Duke of Brunswick showed interest
That's
in
what
marrying
everything that Rogan is connected
but
with.
these
That's how it
plans fell
operates.
through. A more
Did he
serious
give that to you
proposal came
before or
later,
after
but
the
in the end,
IH
her
video
father
of
thought she
saying
was
the
happy
N-word?
marrying her first cousin, George
I'm really
William.
curious if you just went around giving it to
William
all
worked
the
on
black
securing
employees
love
around here.
affairs. His initial plan was for Sophie to marry Ernest
He's going to give you one of
Boston,
these fanny packs
Elector
for
of
over a
Brunswick,
decade. I swear to
His
God.
eldest son,
Meanwhile,
Louis,
Genevieve,
would become King George I of Great Britain. Even Sophia Dorothea's controversial vow, his brother and sister-in-law
that's
were
got to be the
reluctant
truth.
to
No one would ever lie
marriage.
about that.
Her parents didn't do much to make her appealing to her future in-laws,
Too
but
much
she
fanny
bought a
for that
significant
thing.
dowry that was much needed in the
So you really
honeymoon.
did. You got you a second
There was
bigger
a
one?
famous story about her childhood. Her parents made her sleep in their bed after they discovered love letters that she was hiding. Another story tells of her reaction to her arranged marriage. She threw a diamond on the picture of George Louis against the wall and declared that her parents would have to drag her to
There's
the
a bunch of
wedding.
undercover cops in
Some
the
might
audience.
say it's understandable to be upset,
I love it.
especially with
Genevieve,
George
what's
Louis
going on
not
in
exactly
your
being
life?
the
Tell us
ideal
about it.
husband. Back when he was just 16, he scandalously used his parents'
Forgot
governess.
about that.
He was also known for being cold. There were suggestions that he should marry his cousin Anne Stewart, the daughter of James, Duke of York, who was next in line to the Charles II. But instead, he married Sophia Dorothea on the 21st of November, 1682, when he was 22 and she was just 16. It was clear right from the beginning that this marriage wouldn't work. George Louis' mother disliked Sophia Dorothea, thinking that she wasn't good enough for their family. George himself was harsh and scolded his wife, leading to arguments every time they spoke.
I thought the only
Despite their
people made
unhappy
racket
marriage,
was
they
bring
did
a
have 2 children. George Augustus, born on the 30th of October 1683, who
Black
would
people
later
are
become
laughing.
George
They're
II.
laughing. I
And
think only one
Sophia
of us laughing,
Dorothea,
actually.
born on
I'm
the
sorry.
16th of March, 1687, who would become the future Queen of Prussia,
Do you
and
really have a
Electress
racket?
in Brandenburg.
I don't have one of those back in this one.
After the children were born, George felt his duties as a husband were over. He took commissions and continued to mistreat his wife. But he couldn't just leave her because he would lose a huge sum of money, £100,000 in cash from her dowry, an inheritance if they divorced. His parents stepped in, asking him to keep his affair. When Sophia Dorothea found out about the affair, she confronted him about how wrong his actions were.
How's your
Over
relationship?
the next 5 years, the relationship was filled with growing dislike and resentment. This made Sophia very unhappy. During this time, the mistress had 2 daughters with George, Anna Louise in January 1692, Petronella 1693.
Said that like
Meanwhile, Sophia didn't have any more children, suggesting the couple had effectively separated.
what
What
else?
happened
What
next
else in your
isn't
life?
entirely
What do
clear.
we not know about
Most
you?
people
It's a
believe
fun
that
fact
in
that we can talk
1690,
about. Genevieve's
Sophia
brother,
Dorothea started exchanging letters with the Swedish Count and the Hanoverian army.
Oh, really?
Sophia Dorothea and the Count would send their letters to his sister twice a year to keep them safe from losing people. However, some of these letters were found by their descendants, and it's believed that Sophia's son destroyed many of them to protect their privacy. The letters indicate they may have started a romantic relationship in March 1692, right after George's illegitimate daughter was born. Though it's unclear if Sophia knew about the child. They tried to keep their relationship secret, but soon people started talking. Sophia's mother and mother-in-law tried to get her to end the affair, worried about her already troubled marriage. Her sister-in-law was less understanding, and in 1694, during a walk in the garden, Sophia stumbled upon a small building where she caught her husband with his mistress and their daughter. This led to a fierce argument where George even tried to strangle her.
Yeah.
Sophia hoped for support from her in-laws, but they coldly advised her to overlook her husband's actions and not react. Frustrated and desperate, Sophia began planning her scheme. With her count, since George controlled all of her money from her dowry, she asked her parents for financial help, but they said that they had no funds to give. The marriage seemed beyond repair. George even considered discussing a legal separation with his father. On the evening of the 1st of July, 1694, the Count was seen at Sophia's home. That night, and Augustus' mistress, the Countess von Clayton, who disliked Sophia, tricked him with a message and later boasted to Ernest about capturing her. After getting his reluctant approval, she locked the doors of Sophia's apartment. When the Count tried to leave, von Clayton and her allies attacked him in the apartment and killed him. Von Clayton explained the situation to Ernest Augustus, who hadn't authorized the murder. To cover up the crime, Ernest had the Count's body hidden in the palace walls, covered up with quicklime. Sophia Dorothea located far from the scene and heard nothing. The next day, she was confined to her room by court order. The official started that the Count had disappeared voluntarily and called for an investigation where yet many suspected murder. Meanwhile, George, Ernest Augustus, and George Louis started legal proceedings to divorce Sophia. They used their supposed refusal to live with George Louis as an excuse unrelated to any infidelity. She was moved from Hanover to the castle of Saalfelden. Officially, it was stated that she had tried to escape, but was now under her parents' care should anyone powerful ask about her situation. Throughout the divorce process, Sophia insisted that she had done nothing wrong, but the judge decided in her favor of her husband. Her father and father-in-law agreed that George Louis would keep her dowry for the benefit of their children and made sure that she couldn't leave Alden Castle. Sophia wasn't told about these decisions, and after her marriage officially ended on the 28th of December, she said goodbye to her children, not knowing she would never see them again. She thought moving to Alden might allow her more freedom to visit her parents, but she soon realized she was actually losing her. Her mother visited often and asked for her release, but her father never came to see her. Legally, Louis could remarry as the innocent Arden, but he chose not to, and also stopped their children from contacting her. Sophia Dorothea ended up confined for life in the castle's north wing, guarded by a team of 40 men. At first, she was only allowed in the mansion's courtyard, then later in the gardens of the guard. And after 2 years, she could take short supervised walks. Conflicts and renovations built sometimes forced her to stay at Cell Castle. She was served by a local entourage, including 2 ladies in waiting and various house and kitchen staff. Eventually released, she became known as the Duchess of Alden, which was emotionally detached from everything. In her letters, Sophia Dorothea expressed continued love for her ex-husband and pleaded for a chance to see her children. She also wrote to her former mother-in-law, wishing to meet her before she died. Neither George Louis nor Electress Sophia responded. Towards the end of his life in 1705, her father wanted to see her to make amends, but his minister advised against it, fearing diplomatic issues with Hanover, so the visit never happened. After her mother's death in 1722, Sophia Dorothea was alone. In 1725, she dressed up neatly and waited by the window, hoping to see her daughter, the Queen of Prussia, who was visiting Hanover, but she never came. Sophia's later years were marred by health problems. She became significantly overweight, and her well-being frequently undermined by cold and left her shivering and miserable. Along with persistent indigestion, it made meals a source of comfort rather than pleasure. Her physical ailments continued to worsen, culminating in early 1726 when she suffered a debilitating stroke. This marked the beginning of a steep climb in her health. By August of that year, Cynthia's condition continued further. She was struck by severe bouts of colic, a painful abdominal condition that confined her to her bed. Racked by intense pain, she became increasingly despondent and refused all forms of food and medical treatment. Her refusal to eat or eat help suggested a deep resignation to her fate, perhaps hastened by the cognitive toll of her illnesses and the isolation that she felt in her later years. Her life came to a quiet end just before midnight on the 13th of November, 1726, at the age of 60. Following her death, an autopsy was performed, which revealed the extent of her internal functions. The doctors discovered that she had succumbed to liver failure. Additionally, her gallbladder was obstructed, a condition compounded by the presence of sickle cell. A staggering number that underscored the severe underlying medical issues that she'd faced. Sophia Dorothea's death was noted with minimal fanfare. Her former husband, from whom she had been estranged for years, placed a brief announcement in the London Gazette, stating that the Duchess of Alden had passed away. Notably, he expressly forbade any public displays of mourning in both London and Hanover, reflecting the continued estrangement and possibly unresolved bitterness between them. His disdain for any form of mourning was further evidenced by his reaction to the news that members of his daughter's court in Berlin had donned black entirely mourning. Reports indicate that he was incensed upon hearing this, though his reasons remained rooted in the complexities of their personal and political histories. In the immediate aftermath of her death, the guards of London were tasked with handling her remains. They placed her body in a lead coffin, temporarily stored in a cellar, a stark and somewhat unbefitting resting place for a woman of her station. The initial plan was for a quiet interment in the local cemetery of Alden. However, this plan was thwarted by weeks of relentless heavy rain that rendered the cemetery inaccessible. As a result, her coffin was returned to the cellar and hastily covered with sand, a provisional measure that underscored the somewhat chaotic and undignified handling of her burial. It was not until May 1727, several months after her death, that conditions finally allowed for Sophia to be buried. A delayed burial took place without any ceremony, quiet, and without mourning particularly afforded to individuals of her rank. The austere and almost forgotten conclusion to her life stands in stark contrast to the complexities and intrigues that had marked her early years as a consort of court in the turbulent prospects of European humanity. Her final resting place afforded upon more significant recognition, perhaps epitomizes the isolation and neglect that she experienced in her final years. Far removed from the power and influence that she wants to find her life.
You guys banged it out. It seems like you'd be like a goofy coworker to have sex with. Seems like she would like not want people to know about
Caroline of Ansbach, the astute matriarch of history. Queen Caroline of Ansbach was a commanding figure in British history, wielding influences surpassed expectations with her exceptional intelligence. Born into a German noble family amid adversity, her life's journey took her from the courts of Prussia to the regal palaces of Britain, setting the stage for one of history's most intriguing and ruthless family rivalries. Queen Caroline of Ansbach, commanding presence as a consort of Britain, wielded her power beyond expectations. Her intelligence surpassed not only her royal spouse, but also most individuals. Caroline was a mastermind who devised intricate plots, often targeting those within her own family. Join us to discover one of history's most ruthless family rivalries. Caroline's tumultuous family background may have contributed to her complex interpersonal relationships. Born in 1683 into a German noble clan, she faced early adversity. Her father succumbed to smallpox when she was just 3 years old, and her mother passed away when she was 13, leaving her an orphan. Nonetheless, fate great
was a
family
bassist
for
growing
her.
up, and
Alone,
started singing
vulnerable,
a couple years ago.
Caroline found
You
herself
guys think we should have Brad play a little fucking riff?
pressure, primarily due to
The
her
great
mother's
man Neil,
friendship.
like, nice enough to
Sophia
share his
was
instrument
pressure.
with.
Sophia
What
welcomed
appears to
her
be the world's worst
soon
undercover
discovered
police
Caroline's
officer,
exceptional intellect,
Brad Thorpe
curiosity,
here.
and emerging beauty. This set the stage for a
Says that
significant
he's
turning
sensing
point in
guitar
her
player
life.
energy from Brad.
Caroline's
The way Brad
aristocratic
just looked in his
lineage
eyes and think
captivated
it
the
might
pretty
be true.
and sharp intellect led her surrogate mother, Queen Sophia, to hail
Might be
her
very
as the most
interesting. So you're
agreeable
gonna sing us a
princess
little
in
song, you're
Germany.
gonna play and sing us.
It didn't take long for Queen Sophia to consider a marriage proposal to the future Holy Roman Emperor. However, Caroline's response was nothing short of shocking.
Ever doing stand-up
In
comedy.
1705, Caroline
This is a
faced
little
yet
different
another momental
from
triumph in her
Brad
young life. That year, her beloved Queen Sophia tragically succumbed to pneumonia at the mere age of 36. The news left Caroline in a deep state of mourning, and she confided to a friend. The calamity is overwhelmed me with grief and sickness, and it is only the hope that I may soon follow her that consoles me. However, fate had a different path in store for her. Although Queen Sophia had departed, her memory lingered. In June, Prince George Augustus of the House of Hanover, Queen Sophia's nephew, paid a peculiar visit to Caroline's court. Strangely, he arrived in disguise, and his motives went beyond mere amusement. Prince George had a serious mission to court Caroline and secure an heir. Nevertheless, his family's history and marriage matters were plagued by taboo. The House of Hanover was notorious for internal conflicts, and his father's marriage to Sophia Dorothea herself had ended in tragedy. It was rumoured that the patriarch had murdered his wife's lover and imprisoned her for decades, separating her from her children. George saw it essential to investigate Caroline as a potential bride, but he couldn't have foreseen how this would backfire. George's infatuation with Caroline was evident from the outset. He had heard rumours of her powerful beauty and mental attributes, but her actual qualities exceeded his wildest expectations. He couldn't divert his attention from her. However, Caroline, making perception, recognized his true identity from the beginning. Fortunately, George found him appealing and eventually agreed to marry him. Nevertheless, she might have had her own hidden agenda. George's family established himself in the realm of deception, as evidenced by his mother's imprisonment and estrangement. Yet there was one distinct advantage they possessed. They were next in line for the British throne. While Queen Anne and his cousins currently reigned, her health was fragile, and he had no heirs. Thus, the scepter was on its way to George's father, and eventually George himself. When Caroline agreed to marry George, it was difficult not to speculate that she might have had aspirations for the crown, although she had no inkling of the challenges that lay ahead. Shortly after the wedding, in a modest ceremony in George's homeland of Hanover, Caroline faced immense pressure. Her in-laws were adamant about the urgent need for a male heir. In fact, George's father went so far as to ban him from participating in military campaigns until Caroline was expecting, and the expectation was that their child would be a boy. This was the cost of marrying into a soon-to-be royal lineage, and Caroline had a knack for crying out to the top, as she consistently did. Defying societal norms for their era, George and Caroline were deeply in love and had no trouble fulfilling their marital obligations. Consequently, Caroline became pregnant almost immediately, and she gave birth to a son, Frederick, in January 1707. However, what might have been considered a fortunate turn of events, in other circumstances, became a tumultuous beginning for Caroline. Shortly after childbirth, Caroline was struck down by smallpox and subsequent pneumonia, teetering on the brink of death. The palace took precautions to keep her newborn son away from her to prevent potential infection, while George, devoted to his wife, remained at her side to nurse her back to health, even contracting smallpox himself. Fortunately, both survived, but it was only the start of a tumultuous journey for little Prince Frederick. Speaking of tumultuous, although George's love for Caroline led him to endure smallpox for her sake, he did not restrain himself to a monogamous relationship. Much like many nobles of the time, George maintained multiple mistresses alongside his marital obligations with Caroline. It was evident because she gave birth to 3 more children, all girls, in less than a decade. However, there's an intriguing twist to the extramarital situation. Caroline avowed that was undeniable astute. She knew how to manage her husband's wandering eye. Rather than confronting it, she chose to embrace it, and even encouraged George to discuss his mistresses with her. This way, she remained in the loop rather than being kept in the dark. Furthermore, she often employed these women as her ladies in waiting, giving her a watchful eye on her activities. Caroline stability to George's historically turbulent household as she was about to face some challenging years. In 1740, Queen Anne of Great Britain passed away, and Caroline's father-in-law ascended to the English throne as King George I. Caroline had her husband, Henry the Prince, Princess of Wales. Consequently, Caroline embarked on a sea voyage to England to personally assume her new titles and adapt to royal life. However, there was something she had left behind at home. Queen Caroline Part II. Upon relocating to England and taking on their new roles, Caroline and George made the heart-wrenching decision to leave their 7-year-old son, Prince Frederick, in the care of his uncle in Germany. Upon their relocation to England and their new roles, Caroline and George brought most of their daughters with them, opting to leave their 7-year-old son, Prince Frederick, in the care of his uncle back in Germany. Perhaps this decision appeared reasonable at the time, but it would be grueling 14 years before they would reunite with him, among other complications. Caroline, however, was not one to dwell on sentimentality. Instead, she quickly became entangled in British intrigue. Caroline's move to England as Princess of Wales ushered in a significant shift in her life. Since there was no Queen consort, recall that the King of England had his fourth wife locked away in Germany. Caroline now held the highest ranking position among women in the realm. The newfound power seemed to go to her head. While the royal family is expected to present a unified front to their subjects, harmonising a group of entitled nobles was no straightforward task. Caroline wasted no time in greeting the stand within weeks of her arrival. While King George I was staunchly German, Caroline and her husband were determined to Anglise themselves, rapidly immersing themselves in British politics, culture, and social standards. Regrettably, this did not go well. Their immersion into British culture, seemingly innocent and benevolent, was in fact a calculated move. They appeared significantly more modern and approachable compared to the historical king, and their popularity soared, likely as Caroline had intended all along. They soon created a full-fledged rival and direct opposition to the monarch, which greatly displeased King George. The historical house of Hanover dysfunction reared its head again, and tensions escalated to a breaking point. When that breaking point arrived, it was tragic. Amidst this political maneuver, Caroline became enthralled. At this time, the outcome was far from favourable. Following 4 successful pregnancies, she tragically delivered a stillborn son. Those close to her attributed the tragedy to the incompetence of English physicians and the growing bitterness within the court, likely exacerbated matters. Caroline was undoubtedly devastated, yet little did she know that this situation was about to take a nightmarish turn. In 1717, a year after the stillbirth, Caroline gave birth to a healthy boy, Prince George William. Overjoyed at her successful pregnancy, Caroline eagerly prepared for the boy's baptism. However, here, during the rare miscalculation, she had not considered that the royal court was a tinderbox ready to ignite. It was a bad explode in her face. On the day of George William's baptism, King George I, who had likely been waiting for the opportunity to retaliate, suddenly took issue with his son and daughter-in-law's choice of godparents. His revenge was merciless. Rather than discussing the matter with them, the king referred Caroline and her husband to the house arrest, essentially to palace, and then banished them from the court entirely. In the aftermath of the particular controversy, King George I forcibly separated Caroline and her husband from their children, including the newborn, insisting that the infants remain with him while the couple endured exile. It was a cruel punishment designed to underscore who truly held the scepter and power of Britain. This time, King was one too far. During this period of separation, Caroline's worry for her children consumed her, driving her to such a state of distress that she secretly entered the king's palace to visit them. Eventually, King George I began to ignore her actions and felt guilty for the anguish that he was causing. He granted her unrestricted access to their infants, but by then the damage had been done. In February 1780, Caroline faced her worst nightmare when her youngest son, Prince George William, fell gravely ill and passed away at just a few months old. The palace even conducted an autopsy to ensure that the separation from his mother hadn't caused his death, and it revealed that he had a heart problem. However, whatever the cause of his death, it did nothing to improve King George I's morality or mend his relationship with his son, Caroline. Unfortunately, the hardships
I'm in the concrete a bunch of man.
Caroline's nerves went down to be shredded to the core by now. In the same year her infant son passed, she suffered a miscarriage due to the shock of the storm while she was at home. The Princess of Wales mourned the loss of her third child, and although she would go on to have 3 more healthy children, she never forgot that King George I was a co-author of her misfortunes. Faced with these challenges, she concocted a ruthless plot, one that would ultimately fail. Caroline was too intelligent to openly declare hostilities with her father. Instead, she cultivated a friendship with the politician Robert Walpole, seeking to wield real power behind the scenes in the government. For a brief period, it seemed to work. Walpole even orchestrated a public reconciliation with the crown for Caroline and her husband, a mere show of unity to gain more influence and hopefully regain her children from the king. However, things did not unfold as she had hoped. Accustomed to meticulously managing her household and affairs, Caroline learned a painful lesson about her own fallibility through her reliance on Walpole. Unbeknownst to her, Walpole was using her to advance his own political influence. While her efforts to regain custody of her children stalled, Walpole was sent into the acting Prime Minister of Britain. Empty-handed and frustrated, Caroline needed to find another means to seek vengeance, ultimately in the most natural way possible. In 1727, Caroline received news that likely to her immense satisfaction. King George I trembled when he suffered a stroke from the brain. Although he clung to life for another day or so, King George I, her perpetual thorn in Caroline's side, passed away on the 11th of June, 1727. At last, she became Queen Consort, and her husband ascended to the throne as King George II of Britain. One of her initial acts was to reunite her family. This act opened her doors that she never could close. Caroline regained custody of her children, whom King George I had kept away from her. However, she still had to summon her son, Prince Frederick, who had spent the last decade and a half in Germany. As a grown man, Frederick joined the family in England as a new Prince of Wales in 1728. Yet this union was far from joyous. When Caroline laid eyes on her son again, it marked the beginning of troubles. In the years since Caroline had last seen her son, Prince Frederick, he had undergone a troubling transformation. He had become a debauched person, indulging in drinking, gambling, and maintaining several mistresses. Yet the most alarming aspect was not his behavior. Frederick harbored a deep resentment for his absent parents, and perhaps as a calming twist related to Caroline's own actions as the Princess of Wales, he swiftly aligned himself with her Caroline's political astuteness remained as sharp as ever. She even urged her husband to maintain their complicated relationship with Robert Walpole, recognizing his substantial influence and desiring to remain in his favour. Starting in 1728, this political acumen paid off handsomely. During King George II's absence, it was Caroline who acted as regent, not her wayward son. Yes, only Caroline of Ansbach could devise a way to solidify her influence and simultaneously slight her son. However, it was a decision that would soon backfire. In 1736, King George II was once again away, and Caroline was serving as regent. This time, things took a disastrous turn. A detractor of the king and queen posted a note at the royal palace gate, and it read, "Lost or strayed out of this house, a man who has left a wife and 6 children." It marked one of the first signs of unrest against Caroline's sway of George, and the situation was on the verge of escalating dramatically. When King George II finally attempted to return his post in England, several months later, a series of misfortunes nearly spelled catastrophe. First, his ship encountered a storm, leading to rumours in London that the king had perished. On his return, matters only worsened as he collapsed into illness, reaching his bed. Caroline must have been riddled with anxiety, but her son Frederick saw it as a ruthless opportunity. While Frederick inherited his mother's disdain for the older generation, he had none of her political finesse. Everything he did was grandiose and brash. For instance, Frederick rapidly propagated another rumor that the king had truly passed away, prompting King George II to rise from his feverish haze and prove that he was still alive. At this juncture, Caroline and George recognized that they needed to address their troubles and son. However, their solution proved to be calamitous. Possibly hoping that marriage would temper her son's behavior, Caroline wed Frederick to 16-year-old Princess of Gloucester-Saxe-Gotha just before the shipwreck debacle. Yet this union did not quell his rebelliousness. It merely provided him with a new form to employ in his efforts to antagonize his parents. At one point, he instructed the naive Gloucester to arrive at the jungle after Queen Caroline, forcing her to rudely nudge the consort aside to claim her seat. It was a petty irritation for Frederick to great pleasure in. However, his next move would propel this feat to ludicrous extremes. When Frederick's new wife became pregnant, he devised another scheme to exact revenge on his mother and father. As soon as he learned of Augusta's labor, he initiated a ruthless plot. He compelled the princess to undertake a nocturnal journey through a remote palace and birth their baby daughter on a tablecloth, no less, as the palace was unprepared to receive her. Why did he do this? To ensure that his parents would not be present for the birth of their grandchild. When Caroline discovered this, her response was unrelenting. Caroline was no stranger to the realm of familial discord. Despite her horror at Frederick's actions, she managed to deliver a scathing insult of her own. You see, Royal typically had numerous witnesses, primarily to ensure the legitimacy of the child, especially if it was a boy, not some sort of changeling. Upon learning that it was baby girl, Caroline breathed a sigh of relief. He commented that it was a poor, ugly little she-mouse, rather than a large, fat, healthy boy. However, her response didn't end with words alone. Attempting to exclude one's royal parents from the line of succession is not advisable. And Caroline and King George II ensured that their son faced severe consequences for his actions. They exiled him, mirroring the same actions taken against them by the previous king. Consequently, parents and son were officially estranged from one another. Remarkably, despite all the preceding tension, the situation managed to become even more awkward. Frederick grew up without a mother's influence, and perhaps he could be forgiven for not fully comprehending the extent of her vindictiveness. Over time, Caroline and George not only openly favoured their younger son, Prince William, but also explored methods to divide the inheritance in a way that would minimise Frederick's share of the holdings. Around this period, Caroline uttered statements that can never be taken back. Caroline's deep-seated animosity towards her son was evident, and she did not hold back her caustic remarks. It is reported that she once expressed, "I wish the ground would open this moment to sink the monster to the lowest hole in hell," or when speaking of Frederick's long-suffering wife, Poor creature, was she to spit in my face, I would only pity her for being under such a false direction. Motherhood, particularly with a son like Frederick, clearly belongs to Caroline. It could also prove to be her downfall. 1724, when Caroline gave birth to her final child, she experienced a significant umbilical hernia. More than a decade later, this condition resurfaced in the most dreadful way possible. Following a formal reception in the winter of 1737, Caroline was in excruciating pain and confined to her bed. Alarmingly, a portion of her intestine had protruded through the old hernia opening, putting her life at risk. This marked the beginning of a period of desperation. King George II's love for his wife remained unwavering, and he implored the royal physicians to undertake a series of treatments in hope of curing her. However, despite various medical procedures, purging and bloodletting, Caroline's suffering only intensified. Recognizing that her end was near, Queen Caroline decided to enact one of her final acts of vengeance. Throughout this period, Caroline's son, Frederick, desperately sought to chance to see his dying lover one last time. Paris was chilling. Directed by his wife, George II forbid Frederick from visiting Caroline, although the Queen constantly relented and sent a message indicating her forgiveness. That note likely carried a touch of passive aggression, but soon her demeanour turned downright aggressive. Caroline's last moments on earth were marked by excruciating pain. Her strangulated bowel ruptured on the 17th of November 1737, and she writhed in agony for 4 days before passing away on the 20th at the age of 54. Yet there was a parting victory as attendants prepared to lay her to rest in Westminster Abbey. She remained certain that her son Frederick was not invited to the funeral. Amid her painful demise, Caroline received the love of her husband. King George II reportedly wept by her bedside, and she slipped away. When she urged him to remarry after her passing, he protested, stating, "No, I shall have mistresses," to which he retorted, "My God, that doesn't prevent it." When King George II followed her in death 23 years later, he was laid to rest in a matching coffin beside her. Not all of her relationship found some closure. In the end, all of Caroline's conflicts with her son, Prince Frederick, came to naught. Not only had she passed into history, but Frederick did not live long enough to ascend to the British throne. In 1751, at the age of 44, he likely succumbed to a pulmonary embolism, leaving his son, Caroline's grandson, to become Queen George III instead. Caroline's intellect and curiosity made her one of the most captivating women of her era. She found herself at the forefront of many 18th century debates and advancements. She corresponded with the renowned philosopher Gottfried Leibniz and held salons for writers like Jonathan Swift. However, her most enduring intellectual legacy had a dark side. During that period, medical practitioners were exploring new methods for inoculating against deadly diseases like smallpox, the very ailment that claimed Caroline's father. Caroline supported this research by initially testing the potentially perilous inoculation of condemned prisoners and subsequently using it on her own children, including Frederick. Did it prove effective? Yes, as it offers an insight into Caroline's parenting approach. Just a bit. Caroline's political ambitions sway over King George II, as well as her role in the family feud, constitutes her enduring legacy. Her influence was widely recognised during her time, and an uncomplimentary poet remarked, "You may strike that George, but 'twill all in vain. We all notice Queen Caroline will do their reign. Then if you would have us fall down and agree, look up your fat spouse, and that before you
friends last night, and the chief of police of Corpus
Charlotte
Christi
of
goes,
Mecklenburg
well, story I
the
heard
Queen
is that there's a
Consort
couple
of Great
faggots
Britain
fighting
and
a
Ireland,
Whataburger.
raised from humble origins as a minor German country gentee to high
Anyway, you guys
steeped
know how this shit
position.
works. A bunch of comedians sign up for
Alongside
the chance to do
George
60
III, she
seconds
shared a happy
uninterrupted
marriage
of stand-up
and a
comedy, and then I
remarkable
think back to me
heritage,
and my amazing
blessed with an
guests right
astonishing
afterwards.
brood of
People together,
15
they're useless as
children.
fuck.
While
Some of
her
these people
husband
are
faced the
waiting
loss
years
of
to
the
do this.
American
Some people it's
Revolution
their first
and the
time.
sorrow
Some
of
people
her
just
dear
living
friend
with
Marie
Guinness
Antoinette's
15
demise
years,
of
so
the
they
French
think doesn't it
Revolution,
should be better than
Charlotte
everybody?
herself
Are you guys
stayed
ready to
away
start
from
this fucking
political
shit?
matters. Nonetheless, she made significant cultural contributions, introducing the Christmas tree to Britain, and for years by she witnessed and cherished husband's descent into mental illness, while her children grappled with the challenges of securing a new generation of royals. Born Sophia Charlotte on the 19th of May 1744, she was the 8th child out of 10, born to Duke Charles Louis Frederick of Mecklenburg and Princess Elizabeth Palpatine. Charles, the second son of the ruling Duke of Mecklenburg, hailed from a small duchy in northern Germany, part of the Holy Roman Empire at that time. Her upbringing primarily revolved around household management, preparing her for the expected role of a minor German prince's wife. Charlotte's life took a dramatic turn when her brother ascended to become the new Duke of Mecklenburg-Strelitz. The family relocated to the town of Strelitz, where Charlotte was exposed to courtly life, art, and music. Her mother formed an alliance with King George II of Great Britain, as Mecklenburg shared a border with George's hereditary Duchy of Hanover. The two German families had numerous connections, with Charlotte's mother being the second cousin of Austria of Saxe-Gotha, the British king's daughter-in-law, and soon-to-be mother of King George III. At the age of 22, George III initially fell in love with Lady Sarah Lennox. However, his advisors discouraged him from marrying an English aristocrat. Instead, his mother urged him to consider a match within their own family. Princess Charlotte, George's third cousin, captured his attention. Charlotte's appeal to George extended beyond her physical appearance, and her upbringing in an insignificant German duchy meant that she had little exposure to politics and intrigue. The king publicly declared his intention to marry Charlotte and dispatched councillors to bring her from Mecklenburg to the UK. The British lords negotiated and finalised the marriage contract, leading to 3 days of joyful celebrations before Charlotte bid farewell to her homeland forever. The journey to London proved arduous, lasting 2 months. When Charlotte finally arrived, she was plagued by seasickness and bloated from the storms at sea. The bridal party landed on the coast and hastened their way to London, eventually reaching St James's Palace. There at the garden gate at 3:30 p.m., Charlotte met her Grace and his family for the first time. After a brief respite, the couple married in a small ceremony held in the royal chapel at 9 p.m. on the same day. Just 2 weeks later, the newlywed king and queen were jointly crowned in a grand ceremony at Westminster Abbey. The youthful pair quickly gained immense popularity, and on their way to the opera, an exuberant crowd yearned for a glimpse of them in the carriage, resulting in a tragic incident where 4 people were crushed to death. While Charlotte didn't speak English fluently, her groom was well versed in German, enabling them to communicate effectively. Mindful of her mother's struggles to maintain control over Mecklenburg, the king advised Charlotte against meddling in political affairs, to which she displayed little interest. The couple developed a strong and affectionate bond, with George remaining faithful. George embodied a down-to-earth nature and earned the monarch of Father George. He had little affinity for ostentation and coarsely scheming, preferring a simple existence rooted in domestic comforts. Frugality, plain and temperance. Charlotte, having been raised in a similar manner, found the environment to values agreeable. Her vivacious and sociable disposition complemented his introspective shyness. And though she quickly acquired proficiency in English, her speech bore a notable accent. Observers noted her initial timidity, yet she became quite confident among familiar faces relishing delightful gossip. 11 months after their nuptials and 3 months following her 18th birthday, Charlotte gave birth to their first child, George, the Prince of Wales, who would eventually ascend to the throne as George IV. Subsequently, she brought forth a total of 15 offspring, comprising 9 sons and 6 daughters. Among them were Frederick William, destined to succeed his brother as William IV, Charlotte, who married the King of Württemberg, Edward, father to Queen Victoria, Augusta Elizabeth, who became the Landgravine of Hesse-Homburg, Ernest Augusta, who later became King of Hanover, Augustus Frederick Adolphus, Mary Sophia, Octavius, Alfred, and Amelia. Charlotte's final child had entered the world when she was 39 years old, with a considerable age gap between Prince George and Princess Amelia. The Queen frequently lamented her perpetual state of pregnancy, expressing, "I cannot imagine a prisoner longing more ardently for freedom than I do for relief," and the conclusion of my campaign, "It would bring me joy to know that it was the final time." Nevertheless, she harbored immense love for her children, and tragically 2 of her sons, Alfred II and Octavius IV, succumbed to smallpox. However, the rest of her children survived adulthood, except for Amelia, who tragically fell victim to tuberculosis at the age of 27. Unlike many royalty, King George and Queen Charlotte maintained a deeply involved role in their children's lives. George delighted in frolicking on the floor and engaging in games with his brood in the garden. Charlotte, warm, awful, and strict, displayed affectionate care towards her offspring. Education held paramount importance to her, employing tutors for her sons as expected princes, and distinctively appointing well-educated governesses to educate her daughters. Charlotte's relationship with her mother-in-law Augusta remained strained. Augusta even paid spies on Charlotte's staff, enforcing rigid court protocols that hindered the Queen's ability to befriend British ladies. Consequently, Charlotte relied heavily on the companionship of her German entourage, and Augusta would then criticize Charlotte for her failure to assimilate into her new home. Within 4 years of their marriage, George experienced his first initial bout of mental illness, yet Augusta deliberately kept Charlotte uninformed about her husband's condition. Parliament passed a bill dictating that if the king became incapacitated, Charlotte would assume the role of regent. Augusta vehemently opposed this, desiring the regency for herself. As George's love for his wife and their growing brood intensified, Queen Charlotte's stature surged, eclipsing her mother-in-law's influence. Princess Augusta passed away at the age of 52, 11 years into her son's marriage. During their wedding, the official royal residence was St James's Palace, a creation of Henry VII, nestled in the heart of London. However, George and Charlotte preferred to reside in the suburban palaces of Tudor and Windsor Castle. They embraced a laid-back lifestyle, often strolling through the gardens together without too much rush. Charlotte took a keen interest in developing the gardens in Kew. The Queen nurtured an ardent passion for botany, amassing a vast collection of plant species obtained by British explorers from all corners of the world. In her honour, the South African bird of paradise is named Strelitzia June. Her fascination extended to the menagerie of exotic creatures as well. As a wedding gift, she received South African zebras and kept an elephant, kangaroos, and parrots. 2 Pomeranian dogs, Phoebe and Mercury, accompanied her from Germany. She bestowed their offspring upon favoured courtiers, thus popularising the breed in Britain, a tradition continued by her granddaughter, Queen Victoria. To provide a more secluded haven for his beloved wife, George acquired Buckingham House, which Charlotte adored, and later became known as the Queen's House. Many of their children were born in there. Charlotte left her mark by expanding and redecorating the interiors of Buckingham House and the Queen's Lodge at Windsor, embellishing them with vibrant colours and Indian paper. Her style was renowned for its dazzling charm and tastefulness, yet unfortunately none of her interior designers have survived. Later, her son George IV extensively altered Buckingham House, transforming it into the iconic Buckingham Palace that still serves as the official royal residence under Queen Victoria's reign, and to this day, the royal couple embraced the novel concept of seaside holidays, thereby popularizing beach vacations. In 1768, the city of Charlotte, North Carolina, was named in honor of the British Queen, while the country in which it resides was named Mecklenburg. Often referred to as the Queen City, Charlotte boasts several statues commemorating Charlotte's legacy. Her Majesty gained renown for her compassionate treatment of servants, displaying great kindness towards them. Deeply sympathetic to the plight of the poor, he decided to alleviate philanthropy as a new public face of the royal family, a tradition that still endures. She established an orphanage and a maternity hospital and organised charity balls to support her initiatives. On the 19th of May 1780, in celebration of her 30th birthday, George hosted a ball to raise funds for Chelsea Hospital. The event introduced a new tradition, the royal presentation of all unmarried English ladies, and they were invited to be presented before Queen Charlotte in the drawing room at St James's Palace. This marked the inception of the London social season, a crucial milestone for aristocratic daughters in their pursuit of suitable matches. They donned exquisite court dresses adorned with colourful embroidered silks and wore 3 white ostrich feathers in their hair, evoking the fashion of the late 1700s, characterised by wide length-wearing skirts. Queen Charlotte's commitment to tradition led to some unique fashion combinations, even when the empire silhouette featuring a high waist and slender collar skirt came into vogue in 1804. The Queen, with her love for the past, insisted on preserving the heel skirts reminiscent of her youth. Known as an amateur matchmaker, Charlotte would suggest advantageous pairings for the women, providing insights into the latest gossip of London's upper class, referred to as a top. In her letters to her husband and friends, Queen Charlotte became a prominent social event and continued until 1958, when Queen Elizabeth II decided to discontinue the ceremony. Nonetheless, the women's balls found their way to the United States, serving as a foundation for a more democratic alternative, known as the Highs. In the early 2000s, Queen Charlotte's ball was revived in London, now featuring classes on business skills, networking, etiquette, and philanthropy. The women still curtsy to a magnificent birthday cake, symbolising the memory of the illustrious Queen Charlotte. In 1800, Charlotte organised a Christmas ball at the Queen's Lodge that had a significant impact on British culture. She invited all the children of Windsor to attend and was surprised to see a decorated yew tree in the drawing room, which was the first English Christmas tree. This tradition was originally an ancient German pagan custom, but it was Christianized by Martin Luther in the 1500s. Charlotte had already introduced this tradition to her own children, and every Christmas she would decorate a single wheel ranch with the help of her latest meeting. However, in 1800 she went all out and decorated the tree with sweetmeats, fruits, toys, and silk wax candles. The children were thrilled to receive a portion of these treats and toys, and this event popularized the tradition of decorating Christmas trees in Britain and its colonies. Charlotte had a wide range of interests, including playing cards, horseback riding, and singing while playing the harpsichord. She and George had a preference for German music, particularly the works of George Frederick Handel. To improve her musical skills, she hired Johann Christian Bach, the son of Johann Sebastian Bach, as her personal music teacher. Charlotte even hosted a young Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart at the palace, where he played complex arrangements and accompanied the Queen's singing of an aria. Mozart named his Opus 3 to her. Charlotte was hesitant to let her daughters marry, as she didn't want unable to endure the pain of constant pregnancy
people power.
and leave her side. Nevertheless, they became restless and longed to start their own lives, leading to a few of them having affairs with palace servants instead. Of her 6 daughters, only 3 got married, and one of them had a stillborn child. Charlotte's sons, on the other hand, were given more freedom, perhaps too much so. George the eldest was given his palace, Carlton House, at the age of 18, where he indulged in drinking and affairs with mistresses. His annual allowance of £50,000 was insufficient to support his extravagant lifestyle, and he frequently had arguments with his parents. He secretly married to Catholic woman Maria Fitzherbert, but his father refused to bear the amount of debt unless he left Maria and married his first cousin, Caroline of Brunswick. The couple married the next day and had a child named Charlotte 9 months later, but they despised each other. The Queen was responsible for bringing up her granddaughter. Charlotte had a mild interest in politics and mainly focused on German affairs to help her brother. She may have influenced her husband to intervene in the war of Bavarian succession, but asked her brother to destroy any letters related to politics to avoid offending her husband. Charlotte remained largely uninvolved in the tumultuous political events that unfolded during George III's reign. While he aimed to be an active ruler rather than a mere figurehead, George III campaigned and invested money in political candidates who would support his agenda. He successfully fragmented the political parties and appointed a compliant prime minister who would carry out his wishes. However, George did not anticipate being held responsible when things went awry. One of George's initiatives was his interest in agriculture, his desire to have land owned and farmed by aristocrats. To accomplish this, he championed the Enclosures Act of 1773, which allowed the wealthy to seize and enclose a significant portion of the country's common land that had been shared and cultivated by communities for centuries. This had a profound impact, concentrating wealth in the hands of privileged few, while impoverishing and starving the rest of the population. Another ill-fated decision was the imposition of the Stamp Act, a tax levied on the American colonies. The colonists were outraged, as they had their own local governments and taxation systems, and saw no reason to pay taxes to a distant government in which they had no representation. In 1776, they declared their independence from Britain, and George dispatched his army to suppress the rebellion. But after 5 years of warfare, the scrappy colonists emerged victorious over the formidable Redcoat army. With a need for a new penal colony, Britain turned its attention to the recently explored continent of Australia, establishing a settlement there in 1788. Meanwhile, in 1788, King George suffered another severe bout of mental illness. He exhibited symptoms such as incessant talking, foaming at the mouth, and rampaging through the palace. The exact nature of his illness remains unclear, whether it was porphyria, a hereditary blood disorder, or another condition like bipolar. Charlotte was frightened by her husband's outburst and requested to be moved to a separate bedroom. She and their daughters visited him daily, although these visits were fraught with tension. The king would often cling to them and engage in imaginary conversations with their deceased sons, Octavius and Alfred. Tensions also arose between Charlotte and her 26-year-old son, George, Prince of Wales. She suspected him of conspiring to have daughters declared the king insane so that he could assume the regency. Similarly, he suspected her of attempting to have her own daughters declare the king insane in order to establish herself as regent. Ultimately, Parliament appointed Prince George as regent, while naming Charlotte as the king's guardian. Charlotte maintained a correspondence with Queen Marie Antoinette of France for many years, although they never met in person. They bonded over their shared love of music and art. In 1789, the French Revolution erupted, leading to the imprisonment of Marie Antoinette, her husband Louis XV, and their children. Charlotte attempted to orchestrate a plot to rescue her friend and even prepared palace apartments for the French lords. She was devastated to learn of Louis and Marie Antoinette's subsequent execution by guillotine. In 1798, Ireland rebelled against British rule and was ultimately defeated. Parliament later enacted the 1800 Act of Union, officially incorporating Ireland into the pre-United Kingdom. George III's mental decline continued unabated, leaving him permanently trapped in a state of madness from which he would never recover. Witnessing her beloved spouse endure suffering was an incredibly arduous experience for Charlotte. She actively avoided encountering him, and her own demeanor underwent a transformation. Depression and volatile temper became part of her character. Even activities she once relished, such as attending public events like concerts, no longer brought her joy. To alleviate her headache, she developed a dependency on snuff, a powder tobacco substance filtered through the nose. Unfortunately, her relationship with her adult children became strained during this time, and amidst the difficulties, Charlotte discovered solace in creative pursuit of designing the interiors and gardens of a newly constructed residence named Rothschild House. From 1811 to 1820, the Prince of Wales assumed the role of Prince Regent, a period famously referred to as Mindfulness. As he was estranged from his wife Caroline, Charlotte acted as the de facto First Lady, standing alongside him as a hostess. The Prince, eager to have a purpose, engaged in frequent disputes with Parliament, and his extravagant lifestyle during the Napoleonic Wars, while the nation endured austerity measures, caused him to be despised by the public. The hopes of the Hanoverian dynasty rested on their only legitimate child, the beautiful and level-headed Princess Charlotte, and her handsome husband, Prince Leopold. Tragically, all those hopes were shattered when she passed away during childbirth at the tender age of 21. The entire nation mourned this heart-wrenching loss, and Queen Charlotte grieved deeply for her cherished granddaughter. The princess's untimely death proved to be a catastrophe for the Union dynasty, and despite having 12 adult children, George and Charlotte had no legitimate grandchildren to succeed the throne. While some of their sons had children with their mistresses, these offspring were ineligible for inheritance. Thus, there was a pressing need to avert succession crisis. In response, Parliament offered monetary incentives to the princes if they would sanitize their mistresses, marry foreign princesses, and produce a new generation of heirs. One pamphlet of the time humorously quipped, "What an hard each royal pair erratic and the air." The victorin's procreative race was Edward, Duke of Kent, the fourth son who would father the future Queen Victoria. Sadly, Queen Charlotte never had the opportunity to meet her granddaughter. She passed away on the 7th of November 1818 at the age of 74, only 6 months before Victoria's birth. Her son, Prince George, was by her side, holding her hand at the age of 74, nearly 6 months before Victoria's birth, holding her hand during her final moments. Charlotte served as Queen Consort for an impressive 57 years, the second longest tenure in British history, following only Prince Philip. King George III had deteriorated to such an extent that he was not informed of his wife's passing. He himself passed away a little over a year later, at the age of 81. He was laid to rest beside his beloved wife in the royal vault beneath St. George's Chapel in Windsor. In recent times, there have been headlines asserting that Queen Charlotte was Britain's first black or biracial queen. This notion arises from portraits of Charlotte painted by Alan Ramsay, which depict her with facial features that some interpret as having African influences. Additionally, her lineage has been traced back to the 13th century Portuguese king, Alfonso III, and his mistress, Magicana, which may have been a black woman. However, it is crucial to note that portraits of the same subject often vary significantly and are not reliable evidence of an individual's true appearance. Furthermore, Charlotte was separated by 500 years and 15 generations, which means Charlotte's potential Moorish heritage would have been constituted less.
For the first time ever,
Welcome to Past People. Get ready for a roller coaster of a tale as we delve into the sad and intriguing life of King George I, the most hated monarch in British history. From family conflicts to dark secrets, George's reign was filled with drama, making him a controversial figure in the annals of British royalty. We'll explore George I's tumultuous life, from his troubled childhood history of family relationships to a questionable marriage and a mysterious disappearance of a rival. George's story takes unexpected turns, so buckle up for a journey into the complexities of power, love, and betrayal. King George I is remembered as the most disliked monarch in British history, and for good reason. George was sly, arrogant, and had a cruel streak that even his own family couldn't escape. His reign was full of turmoil, from rebellions to family conflicts, painting a bleak picture of his time as king. Born into power, but not in George I was the first son of German nobles. He was originally meant to inherit lands in the Holy Roman Empire from his father, Ernest Augustus. However, things didn't go as planned, leading to a troubled reign in Britain. Originally named George Ludwig, the German nobleman changed his name to George Rex during his coronation in England over 50 years later. This change was a response to the widespread colonization of his foreign birth, a desperate attempt to win the support of his new subjects. George I and his brother Frederick Augustus were inseparable as children. However, this close bond only made their future rift more heartbreaking, adding to the misery of George's story. George's mother, Sophia of Hanover, fell ill when he was young, leading her to spend a year in warmer climates for recovery. The absence of proper parenting during this time left a lasting impact on George. He developed a somber personality marked by introspection and sensitivity, which haunted his public image later in life. Despite showing promise as a leader, George's quiet nature and sense of responsibility as the eldest child created challenges. While praised by his mother for being dutiful and reliable, these traits had negative consequences as well, contributing to the overall misery of his life. Being the oldest child came with perks for George. His father, Ernest Augustus, gave him lots of attention and prepared him for a fancy life. They did things like hunting and riding together, and George learned all about living like an aristocrat. His siblings didn't get the same treatment, and his favoritism caused big problems. Besides the fun activities with his dad, George also had to face dangerous challenges. In the late 1600s, Europe was full of conflicts, and Ernest Augustus knew that his boys might have to fight. So during the Franco-Dutch War, he took the introverted 15-year-old George into battle. It's surprising George didn't end up more messed up from this experience. George was his father's favourite, and in 1683 his father declared that only George could inherit the relative lands. This caused a massive family feud, especially with his brother Frederick Augustus. The sibling rift grew over time, but George had bigger problems on the horizon. In 1682, George got engaged to Sophia Dorothea, his cousin. It wasn't a perfect match, though. George's mother worried about Sophia's lower sexual status, but George had a sneaky plan. George wasn't just in love with his cousin. He had a cunning reason to court her. Sophia's dowry promised more lands for George once they were married. He convinced his ambitious mother to approve the match, but soon everyone regretted it. After getting married, George and Sophia's relationship fell apart. Despite having 2 kids by 1687, they were completely estranged. George spent more time with his mistress than his wife, but it was a two-way street, and Sophia was no stranger to infidelity. Feeling neglected by George, Sophia had an affair with the Swedish Count Philip Christoph. This caused a major uproar. While George got away with his extramarital affairs, Sophia faced the royal family's disapproval, and things got even more interesting from him. George's wife had a strong connection with the Count, and the royal family worried that they might run away together, which would embarrass George. To avoid that, they pressured Sophia to break up with her lover. When she refused, things took a dark turn. In July 1694, George's problems with the Count conveniently vanished in a very violent way. The Count disappeared, and George was suspected to be behind it. Rumors suggested George's family paid people to harm the lover, either dumping his body in a river or burying him under the palace floorboards. George's true colours were showing, but he wasn't flinched with his wife. Not content with the murder of Sophia's lover, George ended his marriage with her, claiming that she had abandoned him. Despite the irony, he went further. With her father's permission, George locked Sophia in the house, far from Hanover, showing his power over her. Sophia remained in royal prison for 30 years, with George denying her basic rights. He forbade her from remarrying, going into town without supervision, and even kept her away from her own children. Once shy, George had become a harsh ruler, showing no signs of stopping. In a twist of fate, George became the heir to the English throne after locking up his ex-wife. Prince William, the current heir, died unexpectedly, causing a crisis. The Protestant English court overlooked many Catholic potential successors, and George, the next male Protestant in line, inherited the throne. However, it came at a cost. George's mother, Sophia of Hanover, was next in line for the crown, healthier than the current Queen Anne of England. However, Anne didn't want to lose the throne to Sophia and sent a harsh letter. Devastated, Sophia fell ill and eventually passed away. George gained a higher position in the Game of Thrones, but lost his beloved mother. Was it worth it? Spoiler, no. When Queen Anne passed away in 1714, George finally became the king at the age of 54. People called him Lucky George because they never expected this older German man to be their king. However, George's luck didn't last long, as challenges awaited him. Learning he was now the king of Great Britain, George didn't want to give up his easy life in Hanover. Instead of acting like a king, he partied across Europe. His delayed arrival in his new kingdom, coupled with his careless behavior, did not sit well with the British people. When George finally arrived before his coronation, chaos erupted. Angry riots broke out across England, with people destroying things and causing bloody clashes. Many couldn't accept a foreigner as their king. George faced a humiliating welcome at Westminster Abbey. To the English, George seemed like a country bumpkin. As he approached the Abbey for his coronation, the angry crowd labelled him turnip king. One protester was even detained for waving a turnip on a stick. George likely didn't understand the insults, mainly because of a crucial reason. During his coronation, things got awfully fast. George, who didn't speak English, struggled to grasp the ceremony's rituals. He relied on Latin and French, stumbling through the day with the help of his aides. When people learned that he couldn't understand their language, his reputation plummeted, and he did little to fix it. In addition to the language barrier, the British formed unflattering opinions about George based on German stereotypes. One belief claimed George accepted any woman who was willing, fat, and had a large breast. While this might have been gossip, some scandalous incidents at his coronation added fuel to the fire. On his coronation day, George's attention was split between two women, one very thin and the other more curvy. The crowd noticed this, calling them the elephant and the maypole. Gossip spread that the king's insatiable lust needed two partners. However, the truth about the one woman was quite different. The curvy woman was George's half sister, and despite the scandalous rumors, there was no romance between them. However, the thin woman was George's longtime mistress. Their relationship caused quite a stir. Though George and his mistress never married, everyone who knew him recognized her as his true
true love. They had 3 illegitimate children and stayed together throughout their lives. Future Prime Minister Robert Hawthorne
This is the
even
scariest
called her
stunt yet,
as much the
everybody.
queen as there was ever, showing George needed all the allies that he could get. To ease tension, George surrounded himself with familiar faces in his new court. His closest aides were terms that he had captured in battle. They kept English courtiers at bay, preventing them from taking important royal positions. However, this strategy didn't go as planned. As news about the new king spread in British high society, the gossip and laughter behind his back grew. George's secretive behavior was misunderstood, and the English court labeled him demeaning nicknames like Honest Blockhead, Corpulent Oath, and King Long. The aristocracy was not impressed. George's reign of Britain was a humbling experience. Unlike in Hanover, he didn't have absolute control. Parliament had to approve most major changes, and this lack of control made George very uneasy and prone to making bad decisions. George wanted to go back to Hanover, but being king kept him away. He managed occasional visits, but spent a fifth of his rule on pleasure trips to his homeland. In the end, night needed to focus more on the throne. In the first year of George's rule, a big rebellion threatened his power. The Jacobites, a group from Scotland, tried to kick George out and make the son King James II of England the new king. They even raised a small army, but luckily for George, they were defeated. You think this would make George look good, but no. After stopping the rebellion, people were curious about what George would do next. Unfortunately, he made a big mistake. Instead of punishing the rebels, he decided to be merciful. While that's nice, it made his subjects think that he was weak, and the insults kept coming. George didn't handle this very well. Tired of all the mean comments, George started acting very unkingly. The reclusive king avoided being in public as much as possible. He sneaked around London in disguise for late-night card games and hid in the shadows during opera visits. His popularity took another hit. While George struggled socially, his son, George Augustus, thrived in British society. The younger man claimed to have no drop of blood that was not English. A lie, for sure, but a big problem for King George. Jealous of his son's popularity, King George tried to change his ways. In an unusual move, he started dining in public in 1717, sometimes with 50 guests. He tried to impress the British people by spending money in extravagant ways over the next few years. George spent most of his time at Hampton Court Palace in England, a historic estate. The palace already had many features, but George made crazy changes to outshine his son's popularity. He turned the Great Hall into a theatre and the tennis court into a grand assembly room. When that didn't impress enough, he tried another course of torture. One calm summer evening, George I floated on the Thames River on a fancy boat with courtiers. While on this pleasure cruise, German composer Handel played the haunted music suites. It was a luxurious moment, but with King George, there was always more going on at sea. The haunted music show was a big show-off move. Historians still argue about who came up with the idea. Some say George asked Handel to write it to boost his popularity. Another story claims Handel wrote it to mend their friendship after a falling out. But not all of George's fights got fixed. When George's son had a baby in 1717, the king was happy at first. Then things went bad. To help his son, the king made Thomas Pennahorse as a baptism sponsor. There was a big problem. The Prince of Wales didn't like the chamberlain, and this led to a disaster. During the baby's christening, chaos erupted. The young father consulted the Lord Chamberlain, who took it as a challenge to a duel. King George's careful plans for his son.
and he didn't waste
That's
time
one of the
throwing
best in the
tantrum.
world. It's not that
After
big of a
blowing
deal.
King George kicked his son out of the palace, he went a step further.
I've never seen
He
anybody
kept
with a
his son
breast
and
pocket
daughter
on their belly
from
button
seeing their
before. It's
own
pretty
kids
exciting.
grow
And it's a
nuts,
droopy
insisting
shirt.
the children stay with
You're
him.
funny, I did
Like
not
with his
know that.
ex-wife, George
That
I's
is the generic
revengeful
European
side
part.
chewed
That's
up.
what they do the
There was no turning back. George's harsh punishment made his son desperate. One day, the son and his wife sneaked into the palace to catch a glimpse of their children. When they saw them, Caroline passed out, and the heir cried like a child. Although King George later made up, the damage was done. Over the next years, George Augustus grew angry at his father. His London house became a base for the king's political rivals. Newspapers loved it, printing pages of royal family feud gossip and eagerly anticipating King George's death. Before that, a dangerous scandal unfolded. While George was in Hanover, his courtiers, including his mistress, caused a stock market crash in the South Sea bubble. It turned into a catastrophe. People blamed George for everything, and things went deadly. As George rushed back to England, blame games got intense. In a heated debate, one of the king's allies, Lord Stanhope, collapsed and died of a heart attack. Eventually, the South Sea bubble calmed, but George had little to do with it. By then, the king was on to one last strange amusement. After the chaos from the market crisis settled, George sailed to Hanover to escape his problems. While hunting in Germany, he stumbled upon a feral child in the woods. Surviving without human contact, the boy's wild behavior surprised the hunting party. Despite the shock, the king felt sympathy for the child's inability to communicate. With his usual brilliant ideas, George walked the boy back to Britain, naming him Peter the Wild Boy. The king tried to improve his life by raising him with royal luxuries. Unfortunately, it turned disgraceful, and the boy became a spectacle at court. Despite facing public slander, George was open to different opinions, possibly because he didn't understand English very well. He supported free speech and offered refuge to the writer Voltaire when France threatened to imprison him in 1726. However, not all writers were the king's allies. Jonathan Swift's Gulliver's Travels humorized George's court. In the novel, George I is portrayed as the emperor of the tiny Lilliputian people, and political discussions are comically compared to the arguments over shoe height. You can't win them all. In 1716, longing for Hanover, George set out for his homeland, but never arrived. While enjoying strawberries in his royal coach, he suffered a sudden fit and never recovered. At the border of Germany, King George I passed away at 67 due to a stroke. Throughout his reign, George wished to be back in his native land, and after his death, he was buried in the chapel of the palace in Hanover, becoming the last British monarch laid to rest overseas. When King George I died, people expected his son, King George II, to pay respects in Germany. Instead, he stayed in London, choosing England over his father. This revenge made him popular, and George Jr. finally won the popularity contest. Thank you for joining me on this historical journey into the life of King George I. If you enjoyed this episode, hit the like button, subscribe for more captivating historical content, and ring the notification bell to stay updated. The explosive life of George II, the aggressive monarch. In the tumultuous backdrop of 18th century Europe, King George II's life unfolded is a riveting saga, marked by swift romantic alliances, perilous battles, and close brushes with brutality. From a clandestine courtship that defied societal expectations to a royal heir's audacious foray into military affairs, George II's journey defied the conventions of his time. Join us as we delve into the explosive chapters of his life, revealing a monarch whose story unfolds like a captivating drama of love, war, and the relentless pursuit of power. While George II held the title of King of Great Britain, his true passion lay in engaging in battles rather than royal duties. His appetite for conflict extended even to clashes with his own family, concealing scandalous secrets behind palace doors. This monarch was not only a benevolent lover and a formidable warrior, but also led a life filled with astonishing twists. Discover the intriguing life surrounding George II. Despite being one of Great Britain's longest reigning monarchs and an emblem of his era, King George II wasn't British by birth. Born in Hanover, Germany in 1683, this Teutonic ruler's noble parents instructed him in French as his primary language, aligning with the course linguistic preference. However, this revelation about George and his family is merely the tip of the iceberg. George II hailed from a disgraced family, with his parents, Dorothea and George Louis, known for their scandalous affairs. The breaking point occurred in 1692 when his mother's extramarital affair led to the dissolution of their marriage, casting scandal resonated throughout Europe. Despite never seeing his mother again, George II followed in her scandalous footsteps. Following his own disastrous marriage, George's father, George Louis, aimed to spare his son from a loveless, pre-arranged union. However, still reeling from scandal, he initiated political negotiations for George to marry Hedwig Sophia of Sweden. Little Georgie, however, had George feminine imposed copying his parents, steering clear of a loveless marriage and potential for scandal. While his father sought to arrange a union with Hedwig Sophia, George orchestrated a covert plan, demonstrating a level of cunning that would impress contemporary reality TV show writers. In June 1705, George executed his plan for true love with a mission, impossible flair. Disguised as Monsieur de Bouche, he infiltrated the court at Ansbach, employing a sophisticated disguise. His objective was to find genuine affection while assuming a false identity, a scheme that defied expectations and succeeded. Despite George's elaborate plan, one person saw through his disguise, Caroline of Ansbach. Recognizing the European royal beneath the mask, she unraveled the truth, making history in the process. George's infatuation with Caroline of Ansbach, whether as a result or as short push, became apparent. The feeling was reciprocated, with Caroline finding George undeniably handsome. However, the complexities of their relationship went beyond surface appearances. The love story between George and Caroline unfolded like an adult fairy tale, with Caroline being an orphan and George emerging as her clandestine, affluent Prince Charming. While their union had elements of enchantment, the tale did not conclude with the conventional happily ever after. The summer of 1705 in Germany witnessed a swift turn of events in George and Caroline's relationship. A mere month after their initial encounter in Ansbach, the couple had already formalized the details of their marriage contract, a truly romantic gesture. Just a month later, they sealed their union. However, the early days of their marriage faced considerable challenges and nearly reached their time end. Shortly after George and Caroline exchanged vows, tragedy struck. Following the birth of their first child, Caroline fell victim to smallpox. George, deeply devoted to his wife, stood vigil by their bedside throughout her illness. Yet this marked only the beginning of a harrowing ordeal. Proximity to his ailing wife resulted in George contracting the illness as well. For a moment, the future seemed perilous for the young couple, but both managed to survive the ordeal. George's affections extended beyond his beloved Caroline. He harbored a fervor for combat. The aspiring king possessed a keen interest in military strategy, defying his father's wishes by participating in the Battle of Oudenarde. While his marriage had already subjected him to the threat of smallpox, the subsequent battle posed an even greater danger. Emerging victorious in the Battle of Oudenarde didn't spare George from peril. He narrowly evaded death as his unit faced intense attacks, witnessing casualties on both sides. Even the colonel from his ranks perished during the confrontation. The situation escalated when George's force succumbed to the chaos. Miraculously, George emerged unscathed, albeit not without a daring act. George's survival at the battle might have been more than mere luck. Some believed it to be a form of divine intervention. The Duke of Marlborough, who led the forces in the battle, commended the future King George II for distinguishing himself, charging at the head of the Hanoverian troops. This display of leadership elevated George's popularity. Queen Anne ruled over Great Britain at the time, lacking direct heirs. The succession plan designated her cousin, George Louis, George's father, as the heir to the throne. Upon her death, 1714, Queen Anne passed away, paving the way for George Louis to become King George I. Meanwhile, our protagonist assumed the title of Prince of Wales and heir to the throne. However, these titles changes on their own set of dangers. While representing his father during a royal engagement, George attended the Theatre Royal in Drury Lane. An unidentified assailant sought to accomplish what even battlefield adversaries couldn't, a premature end to George's reign. Despite the assailant managing to harm one individual in the attempt, George once again emerged unscathed. Unfortunately, the stroke of good fortune earned him a formidable adversary. Join us in part 2 as we look at the next chapter of George II's saga, the monarch's third conflict leads him to the Prussian-Hanoverian border, where familial ties become strained as he faces off against his own brother-in-law, Frederick William I of Prussia. The refusal of a proposed dual and redirected family feuds, this time with his estranged son Frederick, showcased George II's complex relationships. His temporary return to Hanover, an ill-fated sea voyage, and the resilient monarch's efforts to uphold appearances amid health challenges, weave a narrative of political intrigue, familial turmoil, and personal resilience that defines this intriguing phase of George II's reign. In the aftermath of a familial conflict and a series of tumultuous events, George II, the King of Great Britain, found himself embroiled in a new chapter marked by political maneuvers, family discord, and personal challenges. The vacuum left by his father's absence compelled George II to seek excitement from the Prussian-Hanoverian border, inadvertently sparking a clash with his own family. As he navigated complex familial feuds, the king's decisions from declining a duel to engaging in disputes with his estranged son Frederick painted a portrait of a ruler grappling with both external and internal adversaries. The narrative unfolds of George II's return to his Hanoverian roots, a perilous sea voyage, and a resilient spirit determined to weather the storms, both figurative and literal, that define this phase of his reign. Emerging as a darling Francis, George II defied the odds, surviving smallpox, military clashes, and an assassination attempt, all before reaching the age of 35. His seemingly invincible stature endeared him to the English public, but it ignited tensions with his father, the King of England, resulting in a strained relationship fraught with jealousy and mistrust. A master on the battlefield, George faced a different kind of conflict in the realm of politics. In a spiteful maneuver, his father appointed the Duke of Newcastle as the sponsor for George's second son, fully aware of George's disdain for the Duke. The strategic move led to a heated exchange of words at the baptism, ultimately escalating into a dual challenge, a confrontation that ended in turmoil for all parties involved. Transferring his marital inclinations to civilian life, George found himself at odds with his father, who, while potential hostilities, resorted to a disturbing solution. Prior to the scheduled duel, King George I confined and effectively locked up George and Caroline in their chambers, mirroring a dark familial history.
Yeah, I wasn't.
The baptismal episode may have been a cunning ploy by the deceptive and envious father to sideline his son, setting the stage for even greater conflicts. Family disputes eclipsed George's battlefield experiences as King George I took drastic measures, banishing both George and Caroline from St. James's Palace entirely. In a cruel twist of fate, history repeated itself as the king followed the footsteps of earlier familial banishments. Echoing his childhood separation from his mother, George faced the heart-wrenching reality of being estranged from his own children. While banished from the palace, George II's father ensured custody of their offspring, causing immense distress to the royal couple. Driven by the agony of separation, George and Caroline staged a daring break-in at St. George's Palace to reunite with their children. The emotional reunion saw Caroline fainting and the typically resilient George breaking down, shedding tears of joy. Eventually, the king relented, allowing George to see his children once a week. Despite the desire to confront his father's cruelty, George, now the king, couldn't openly challenge him without risking treason. However, fate intervened when King George I passed away in June 1727, allowing George II the last laugh as he chose to defy tradition and did not attend his father's funeral. As George II ascended to the throne, he swiftly embraced the opulent lifestyle denied to him by his father. With unrestricted access to the kingdom, he indulged in an annual allowance of £800,000, equivalent to a staggering £100 today, ushering in a reign marked by newfound luxuries and unforeseen challenges. Eager for a new source of excitement after his father's departure, George II, now lacking familial adversary, disregarded court advice and initiated aggressive maneuvers along the Prussian-Hungarian border. The thrill of battle was calling, and George II was determined to make a personal affair. In an unexpected twist, George II found himself in conflict with his own family as he encroached upon the Prussian-Hungarian border, where the ruler happened to be none other than his brother-in-law and first cousin Frederick William I of Prussia. Despite the familial ties, an additional motive fueled George II's contentious actions. The clash between George II and Frederick William I escalated, both being formidable fighters unwilling to back down. The tension grew so intense that diplomats proposed a duel to resolve the matter and avert an all-out war, presenting a surprising turn of events for a king known for his love of combat. Displaying unexpected restraint, George II calmed the duel, recognizing the strategic wisdom and acknowledging defeat. The looming conflict with Frederick William I, dubbed the Soldier King by his subjects, prompted George II to reevaluate his approach, even though occasional fits of frustration persisted. Unable to engage in a battle with his brother-in-law, George II redirected his familial feud towards his estranged son, Frederick. While George II had been impacted in disputes with his own father in England, his relationship with Frederick soured further during the son's upbringing in the Hungarian court. By the time father and son reunited in England after 14 years, they shared little in common except for ancient discord. Despite being the King of Great Britain, George II's Hungarian roots beckoned, leading him to visit his homeland in 1736. The decision to temporarily abandon his English subjects instead discontent, forcing George to hastily plan his return amid mounting dissatisfaction. Eager to appease his subjects, George II set sail for England without checking the weather conditions, unwittingly sailing into a formidable winter storm in the English Channel. The ill-fated journey unfolded as a disaster for the king, revealing his lack of seafaring prowess. Weeks passed without any word of George II on the ship, sparking his subjects that he had succumbed to the wintry tempest. Contrary to expectations, the resilient king emerged shore a month later, albeit not entirely unscathed. Following his miraculous return, George II withdrew from public view. His health compromised by the taxing voyage, resulting in a fever and a painful case of hemorrhoids. Meanwhile, rumors spread by his son, Frederick, painted a bleak picture of the king's condition, underestimating King II's resilience. Aware of his son's ambitions for the throne, King George II, familiar with his father-son conflict, defied rumors of his impending demise. Despite illness, he attended a social event showcasing a determined effort to maintain appearances amid the ongoing mental strife. Join us in part 3 to discover the concluding chapters of George II's eventful reign, where familial discontent, health challenges, and unusual final wishes shape the monarch's legacy. In these entries, we explore George II's complex relationships with his children, witnessing his affairs with his son and yearning for others to think way. The narrative also reveals the decline in the king's health, culminating in a peculiar end, marked by a poignant yet unconventional desire to reunite with his departed wife in afterlife. As we delve into the concluding chapters of George II's tumultuous reign, we witness a complex tapestry of familial dynamics, health challenges, and peculiar final wishes. Despite harboring mixed sentiments towards his children and experiencing the grief of losing some, George II grapples with both familial disputes and personal health issues. The narrative culminates with a peculiar twist of his last wishes, offering a glimpse into the ideas of a monarch whose life, marked by love, strife, and resilience, unfolds in an intriguing finale. Frederick, disappointed by his father's survival, sought to inflict emotional pain by banning George II and Caroline from witnessing the birth of their first grandchild. However, in a cruel twist, it would be George II who ultimately had the last laugh. George II, intolerant of his son Frederick's defiance, mirrored his own father's actions by banishing Frederick from the palace. The familial discord showcased the persistence of patterns through generations. Amidst the family strife, tragedy struck as George II's beloved wife, Caroline of Ansbach, succumbed to a prolonged and agonizing battle with a strangulating bowel. The typically strong-minded king, deeply in love with his Caroline, displayed an unexpected tenderness that observers had not seen before. In her final moments, Caroline urged George II to remarry, but the king, refusing to commit to matrimony again, declared his intent to have mistresses instead. This unusual vow added a touch of the unexpected to an otherwise brilliant farewell. Despite his profound love for Caroline, George II, a true reflection of his parents, engaged in multiple affairs throughout his marriage. Surprisingly, he kept Caroline informed about his lady's moms, and some even had potential consequences that reached beyond mere infidelity. George II's enduring affair with a new woman, Amelie von Modern, spans nearly 3 decades and possibly resulted in offspring, while some speculate that one of Amelie's sons could have been George II's progeny. The king never acknowledged the child. As George II navigated the complexities of his personal life, his son Frederick hatched a devious plan to undermine his father. Following Caroline's passing, Frederick conspired with George II's political opponents, yet his plan never materialized. George II's remarkable love persisted as Frederick, his scheming son and political adversary, passed away unexpectedly from what historians believe to be a pulmonary embolism. The unexpected turn of events shifted the political landscape for George II. Amidst recovering the grief of his son's demise, George II faced another devastating loss as his daughter, Louisa, passed away later that same year. The accumulated tragedies painted a picture of a challenging period in George II's life, with one loss in particular leaving him less mournful than others. George II harbored a strong aversion to only towards his eldest son Frederick, but seemingly spread his disdain evenly among his children. Reflecting on the untimely deaths of his offspring, Louisa and Frederick, George II candidly admitted, "I know I did not love my children when they were young. I hated to have them running into my room, but now I love them as well as most fathers." The sincerity of this sentiment raises eyebrows given his historical track record. Soon, George II found himself yearning for another one of his sons to vanish from his life permanently. Specifically, he grew increasingly wary of his third son, Duke Cumberland, who had committed the crime of negotiating a peace treaty displeasing to George II. According to the king, Cumberland had ruined me and disgraced himself. After more than 3 decades on the throne, marked by love, feuds, and numerous close calls, George II's life took a toll on his health. Suffering from blindness of one eye and hearing loss, the aging monarch still managed to savor life's pleasures, including a morning cup of hot chocolate. George II, an early riser, started the day as usual on the 25th of October 1760, sipping hot chocolate and attending to his morning routines. Little did he know that this day would be fateful. If he had foreseen the events that unfolded, he might have added an extra marshmallow to his morning indulgence. George II's demise unfolded into a humiliating manner. Shortly after retiring to his chambers, a loud sound alarmed his valet, who discovered that he was on the floor. The physician's account noted the king appeared to have just come from his necessary stool, painting a vivid picture of his frightening moments. Assisted by attendants, George II was lifted into bed, and his daughter, Princess Amelia, was summoned. Tragically, by the time she arrived, the king had already passed away, leaving specific instructions for the disposition of his royal remains, a poignant gesture in his own way. George II's last wish was unconventional. He yearned to reunite with his departed wife in the afterlife. Specifically, he requested burial beside her, with a peculiar twist. The sides of their coffin should be removed to allow the remains to mingle, as an unusual expression of enduring love. In the grand finale, George II's legacy appears to lean more towards being a lover than a fighter, excluding, of course, his conflicts with his father, brother-in-law, sons, and his involvement in actual battles. Regardless, history regards George II with a certain kindness, as one source notes. His character would not afford subject for epic poetry, but would look well in the same page of history. In the wake of George II's passing, his legacy became an integral thread woven into a rich tapestry of British history. The ritual surrounding his death from the post-mortem revelation of thoracic aortic dissection to the symbolic gesture of intermingling coffins underscored the profound impact of his reign. As the nation mourned and reflected on the cynical nature of monarchy, George II's departure became a poignant chapter, reminding all of the transient nature of power, the enduring legacy left by those who once occupied his throne. The sad life of King George III, the king who lost everything. Meet King George III, the unhappy king, the man who lost America and even George. His reign, far from boring, was a tumultuous journey full of scandals that culminated in a truly tragic end. Was he true villain, or a scapegoat? Join us as we delve into the sorrowful tale of King George III and the Chinook approach. The Americans saw him as their enemy, and even his own criticism. When George III it caused fear and panic. As the firstborn son to Frederick, Prince of Wales, and Augusta of Saxe-Gotha, he arrived 2 months early, and his birth order was the least of his family's worries. Due to high infant mortality, George's parents feared his life and soul. The bishop Rothschild baptized him on the same day as his birth, fearing that he might not survive the night. Against the odds, he seemed to be lying through. Did his troubled entry into the word for tail and dark grey? If you believe omens, the answer is a definite yes. George's survival was a miracle, especially when his father Frederick faced disdain with his own family. King George II and Frederick's mother loathed him, and suspicion surrounded Augusta's pregnancy. George III entered a tense family dynamic that only worsened over time. Despite his family's low opinion, Prince Frederick was a good father to George III, providing a quality education. George III was the first king to study science. However, the king didn't show much interest in the boy, and that was about to change suddenly. In his teen years, a tragedy shook George's life: the sudden death of his father, Prince Frederick. Now fatherless, George became the next in line for the throne, intensifying the battle between his mother and extended family for control. George experienced a custody battle with sorts, but on a royal scale. His grandfather wanted him at St. James's Palace, while his mother, with Lord Bute, fought to keep him close. Others also fought for George's affection in this tumultuous family struggle. At a point when a young king typically looks for romance, George found himself drawn to the ladies. Unlike his father and grandfather, who knew for their romantic escapades, George took love very seriously. When he spotted Lady Sarah Lennox, a noted beauty, he fell head over heels, but it didn't turn out very well. Upon hearing a rumour about Lady Sarah and Marlborough, George sank into deep depression, spending hours alone in his room and losing sleep. Despite being only 21, he acted like a troubled teenager. Seeking advice from his mother's advisor, Lord Bute, George didn't get the support that he hoped for. Lord Bute warned George that marrying Lady Lennox wouldn't be good for the country. Whether it was true or not, George followed the advice. This decision left him heartbroken and raised questions among Lord Bute's influence. King George II was shaken by these events, and a new battle emerged among George's closest allies, each fighting to choose his wife. The battle was cut short by a tragic event. In 1760, King George II suddenly passed away, leaving George III as the last man standing at the age of 22. While he no longer dealt with his grandfather and mother's fractions, he remained vulnerable to those who sought to control him. Being single and in need of an heir, King George III had to act quickly. Initially considering a return to Lady Sarah Lennox with newfound agency, George's actions alarmed Lord Bute, who feared losing his influence. To secure his position, Lord Bute presented George with potential German brides, and surprisingly, it worked. Princess Charlotte of Mecklenburg-Strelitz, considered plain and unremarkable, emerged as an unexpected choice for Queen. George III, running out of time, proposed immediately due to her suitable background and lack of political motives. Their union, however, had a surprising twist. In 1761, Princess Charlotte arrived in London, realizing she could not only meet King George III for the first time, but also marry him immediately. Overwhelmed, she fainted. Revived by her attendants, the bewildered Charlotte met her future husband, watching the introduction and starting their relationship on a less than ideal note. It was too late to turn back, so everyone pretended to be brave and hoped for the best. Charlotte put on a charming act that night and won George's heart. They got married later, turning their shared nightmare into a kind of fairy tale. Charlotte impressed not only George, but everyone at the end of the night, praising her. However, there was one person who remained hard to please. George's mother, Dowager Princess Augusta, had married his father, hoping to become queen someday. That dream slipped away, but she still had her son. Well, she sensed trouble when he fell for Charlotte, so she started acting like a seriously weak mother-in-law. Augusta couldn't control her son. She did everything to undermine her. She even placed spies among the queen's attendants, but her power-hungry ways soon backfired. Scandals
And there
quickly
was like
surfaced in
150
George
people at
III's
a
reign.
talent show
Shortly
at
after his coronation, he faced embarrassing rumors about his mother. When Lord Bute became Prime Minister, people started whispering about an affair between him and Princess Augusta. The court was shocked, dealing the first but not the last blow to George's trust in the man that he had relied on most, as if he didn't have enough to deal with. George III took the throne at a challenging time. Britain was in the middle of the 7 Years' War, an enormous conflict. Initially accepted by Parliament, George faced opposition when his friend Lord Bute became Prime Minister. The rumours about Lord Bute and his mother damaged George's relationship with the Prime Minister, but if he wanted to escape the trouble, they had to work together. By 1763, the war was draining Britain, but the French were in worse shape. Talks of peace began with leniency towards opponents in Spain and France. There was just one issue. Many saw it as a weakness, even a betrayal by the king and Lord Bute. In a terrifying incident, an angry mob attacked the king's carriage. Still, Britain had to end things, luckily with an advantage. The end of the 7 Years' War was a triumph for Great Britain, gaining territories including parts of North America. It marked the era when Great Britain was famously called a vast empire, on which the sun never sets. Initially, England's American colonists celebrated the victory, but things changed. As we wrap up Sir George III Part 1, the king who lost everything, we ponder the legacy of a monarch whose rule was married by family strife, political intrigue, and personal tragedy. The Americans deemed him their enemy, and criticism abounded from his own people. Was King George III a victim of circumstance, or did he play a part in his own downfall? The answers are elusive, leaving us with a poignant tale of a monarch who faced the harsh realities of power, paid the price. Great Britain's win gave American colonists more land to use, and part of this grand empire they wanted even more. When George III issued the proclamation of 1763, limiting settlers and protecting Native American land, the colonists flipped out. They felt betrayed, and trouble was brewing for George III. Lord Bute was a close friend of George for a very long time, but the government struggled to control the relationship. In 1763, Bute resigned. Despite George's mother trying to patch things up, it didn't work. Out of sight, Lord Bute faded away, making the king the blame for many decisions Bute had made. This wasn't the last time the Prime Minister messed things up for him. To recover lost money and deal with conflicts in the US, George III and the next Prime Minister, George Grenville, introduced the 1765 Stamp Act. It caused a huge uproar and controversy. The act put taxes on printed materials in the colonies, seen as a personal attack. The colonies were furious and once again experienced trouble. After lots of conflict, George III reluctantly agreed to repeal the Stamp Act. While the colonies celebrated, even putting up a statue of him in New York City, it turned back to haunt him. George did well in all aspects of his reign, having kids. After marrying Charlotte, they had a whopping 15 children.
Don't hit the I don't deserve that.
Casey, what do you think the worst joke you've ever done on stage is? Singing Sia is more of an experimental.
Can I tell you what the best joke he did is?
Yeah.
When he busts out the harmonica for less than a second.
Yeah, that is incredible.
I didn't even see it. I heard it.
It's true.
Yeah, keep it guessing. Keep on it too. You use it more when you have more time, or is this just you just play the one note?
Pretend like he's listening hard. I had it in my car. I keep it on me, man. I keep the Grimace stuff on me. Keep the harmonica on me. You never know when you're going to riff, man.
What else do you have in your pocket?
Oh, good question. What else is in those pockets? Uh-oh. You've got to be kidding me. Oh, my God. We wouldn't even have found out about this. We would not have even found out a picture of Grimace and Charlie Sheen. just in case you get in real trouble. Oh my goodness, down the shirt it goes. Somehow it didn't fall out of the bottom. Okay, there we go. Very sly. Literally a better magician than Michael Laird could ever be. Absolutely incredible. This is unbelievable. Do you have anything else that we should know about in your pockets, Casey?
What other Christmas merch you got on you?
Yeah. No, yeah, it's funny. If you wouldn't have brought that up, I would have just kept it in my pocket and got my car. Oh, man. I almost forgot to show the picture of Grimace and Charlie Sheen. Fucking loser. You deserve to live in your car, you big nipple freak.
How big are these nipples? Can we see the nipples? There's no chance we could be that lucky, right? Oh my goodness. Oh, they're so big you can pull them over the top.
They're not that big. They're just regular. It's regular nipples. I think I got scared. And they got small.
You like check to see if you still have them.
Oh, these old things? You want to see my nipples in these old rounds?
You keep those in your pockets.
Yeah. Yeah. 6 nipples like a Rothschild. Hey, Casey. It's a joke. You just showed us the smallest one. Now, Casey's been a staple of the secret show that I do every Thursday for a while. But Casey, I've been putting together a tour right now. Would love for you to come on the road with me.
Oh, look at that. Wow. Oh my goodness. Cool. It's a tour of Italy at the Olive Garden. And Secret Show Thursday. Awesome.
I'll be there. Yeah, that'd be awesome, man. Thank you so much.
Indeed.
Very cool.
Casey Rocket, I truly believe that you are, without a doubt, not only one of the future stars of comedy, but I think you're one of the present stars of comedy. I absolutely love it when true murders sign up for this show and bless us with a real performance and show everybody how it should be done in their own special way. That's the real you, and you do it your way, and it's fucking amazing. Come on, guys, make some noise for Casey Rocket, everybody. Casey, take one of those. That's a real fucking leather joke, bud. This is a real badass here, folks. You're going to be seeing him for the rest of your life. God help us when TV executives are allowed to give straight white males something again. That boy's going to be everywhere. When young white guys are allowed to make it again, I swear to God, he's going to be one of the biggest stars. If this was the 80s, all right. What do you guys think? One more time? We gone too long? Is that really how long we've been going? All right, we can't go to the bucket anymore. To close this show, there's only one way to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a regular that is the longest standing regular in the history of the show. He went from all the way, started in Los Angeles with us, moved down here immediately, has been opening for me and Joe Rogan and everybody on the road. He's an absolute beast. Make some noise for the big red machine, William Montgomery.
God, how am I supposed to follow Casey? I'm actually headed back to LA in 3 weeks. I'm going to be hosting the roast of Will Smith. I asked him if there were any topics that were off limits, and surprisingly, he said no. I want my tombstone to say R.I.P. Rest in privilege. You know, for someone to have so much privilege, I sure had trouble spelling it.
George faced
Does it have a D? Does it have a G? Y'all act like you're all cool with trans people, so one of them wins the Kentucky Derby. They're winning everything these days. That's why now it's funny. It takes over. A new study suggests 63% of people on their deathbed hear music, and in 100% of those cases, it's apex spread. Okay. What's up?
All right, another Apex Twin joke. Been sneaking those in for a month now.
I've been trying to. Do you still hate them?
I mean, I still don't know what they are.
Apex Twin is just a wonderful recording artist.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a fucking joke. I don't know who just fucking yelled, yeah, it's not a fucking joke.
Hi, William. How are you?
How are you?
It is true. It seems like following Casey Rocket is your kryptonite right now. I've never seen you so tightened up and nervous like this.
I am pretty tightened up. I'm pretty nervous. I was smoking weed in the fucking thing back there.
Jesse Michaels coming in hot.
But yeah,
He's a
doing
new
good.
whistleblower. They say a lot of detailed reports on what this guy is saying. This is one of the dudes that was supposed to come forward Thursday. That's what the treat is. There's going to be some big news happening on Thursday. I guess.
Just bring his in like
It's
amphibian, you know?
I haven't talked
If
to
anyone
Peter
notices
in
that
about
it's
2
not
weeks.
William,
And we haven't really discussed all the crazy stuff that's been going on.
It was a
We're going to
fucking
break down some of the
joke
clips
at the
from
end.
Jesse's interview.
I get it.
We're
You're
going
doing
to
it.
discuss
every week.
a bunch of the things that are going on at the moment.
So
And that's
William,
it. So
I
this
haven't
is
seen you in 2
Down to Earth,
weeks.
Speakers Off,
So
UAP,
exactly what
Tuesday.
do you
Make
do
sure
for us
that if you guys haven't already, hit that subscribe button, comment, do everything there that you gotta do. It is the show. Here we go. Apple Podcast, Spotify, any good podcast. Let's get to it.
There's only 2 stories to the hard
It's really easy, yeah. Just 100 fucking flowers is really easy. That's why you're
That's me. That's not me. That's me.
Are you sober now?
That's me.
Yeah, I'm still
Did you hear me over the intro, by the way?
It's almost
Yeah.
years since I've been drinking.
Trying to think.
So,
That song was really good, by the way. I haven't told you that little intro riff. That's
Yeah,
David
know
Lee.
about that.
That's David
Well,
Lee.
you know,
Did, yeah, I'm glad you
the
brought
most
that up.
known to
It's,
me, but
it's
this is how
flowers.
much of an alcoholic he was.
He used to, I met him outside of the tribute show down, which is that for a bit, as you know. And he was a fan, and he had approached me out. We did the venue at Booker T's wrestling.
It was so
Arena, which is one of our great shows. Booker T got involved in it. It was great. It was a great crowd. He was a musician. Like, and I'm into wrestling. I did. As you do, said you know, examples he did. He became our composer. He was just that's awesome. He just did so many different. He did so many different. He's composed for me, for my family, other things. And so the funny thing is that song, he didn't actually compose for Down to Earth. That was basically unused character theme from the Schmoedown. Oh, no, it was used but nothing like the Guinness for teams. And this one is nuts. Oh my God. And it's he's genius, David. Anyway, dude, how are you?
Holy shit!
Nothing really in the news. Listen to your last book, huh? Oh my God, it's been the biggest news cycle so far, and there's everything's kind of leading up to I don't know what. Right? I know. I have to stop thinking about this as like a season of television because that's where my brain goes. Yeah. It's like build up, payoff, and it doesn't work like that. No, it doesn't work. And I think that you can get frustrated pretty quick if it does, but things aren't actually happening. The question again remains, as I mentioned on the last couple of videos, you and I spoke about it before, and I think we discussed it when Ross Clark said every January will help with great books, and then his co-host at the time that he was hosting the show said, well, going to call you out on something. I did a video yesterday that I believe that part of that is linked to the idea that the administration is putting together all of these potential advocates for disclosure and want to kind of overpower the people in charge at the moment the power seats. That maybe the balance starts to shift a little bit, and maybe that's what Omar was thinking, because I can't remember if he said that before or after the election. I think it was after. He's been very clear that Trump wants to be the disclosure president, right? Which also would make sense in general. But
I mean, love him or hate him, how would you not think of him as wanting that?
What else have you been doing in your real life the last couple of weeks?
That's what you're going to live in forever. It doesn't matter what you did. You'll be the president that disclosure happened while under your reign. They didn't call it a reign. And so, either way, this is something that is interesting to see. And then you also have Steve Greer saying the same thing. And I mentioned that Patrick from Reddit made a video, and I just haven't been busy. I haven't had a chance to watch it. Maybe you did. You just looked at the video and talked about Steve Greer, and Greer apparently said something along the lines of the Cybertruck bomber was one of his whistleblowers.
I saw that.
Very weird.
So, and I don't know where the comment came from. It wasn't his only whistleblowers. At first, I was like, oh, well, that's what he did.
I was about to say, he did that wrong.
If that is the case, however, from what I saw in the comments from my video was that they said, well, some people said, well, no, he said he was one of, so the only one. And other people said that he didn't say that, so I don't know, but I still think that there's information, and then someone sent me an email and said that the bigger information is supposed to come on Thursday. So it's like you said, yeah, right, it's like a TV show.
So don't tell me a date. I don't care. Like, it's already enough that you declared January a month of crazy stuff happening, and I guess at this point, if you want to fold in the Green Beret Lisbeth, I'm never going to get into that. You're going to fold that in, then I guess you have a pass, but that's crazy.
You know, if it turns out, if you're 100%, if it turns out this guy is part of this whole plan, as part of help breaking loose, then maybe we'll set that accurately, right? Because, but remember, last year we got January 2024 was going to be some big information, and that never happened. So let's go with the initial post from Fred and Chef just tonight, and to get a breakdown of this whistleblower, and then UAP James clipped out where he's trying to play that ball. So here's the actual post itself. Randy Anderson is a Green Beret.
I'm working on it. I'm sitting down, trying to write this
2014, he was taken to an underground facility at Naval Surface Warfare Center, Crane, in Indiana, to secure a secret compartmentalized facility titled Off-World Technology. He was shown at the emitting holographic hieroglyphic text. The second object reportedly killed the person retrieving it. I have back-channeled with Navy contacts who say that while Wright Patterson reverse engineers the Air Force's most exotic technology, Randy does this for the Navy. Randy also still occasionally works contract jobs at Area 51 and has seen anti-gravity triangle-shaped flying craft ground tests. Randy's credentials are beyond reproach. We have his DT-214 as evidence of his services weapons training certificate from Crane was stationed. The implication of this interview cannot be overstated, although in many ways he gets more questions than answers. If anyone has had similar experiences or can add any insight on what Randy saw, please reach out to me or at UAP. Who introduced me Randy and is the best up-and-coming UFO researcher in the world. Following this, I'm releasing some mind-blowing information coming out. On a final note, I want to say that I had to personally convince Randy to do this. He was reticent to come out at all and extremely militant about not doing or saying anything here for self-gain. In fact, there was a section of my monologue dedicated to discussing his deployments and sacrifice for the country on the battlefield. I wanted that taken out. If we get any blowback for this piece,
which I'm sure we will, it should be directed solely at me. So here's the actual video that James left out. The first object was a metallic basketball size sphere, and it was above a podium. He was just levitating above the podium. So there was space between the sphere and the podium itself. I remember at one point, like, trying to think myself, how was that? Do you think it could have been some sort of magnetic levitation of that? But it's just levitating there. It's just levitating. It looked like a prosaic, like this point table where if you were to, touch it, it would act like a normal object and it looked holographic. Would it look so? Okay, that's a good question. And what stood out to me was the way the metal looked.
Oh no. My fear is
unnatural.
Kills hundreds and hundreds of
And
weeks in a row.
I talked with Gerb about this.
Struggles a little bit one night.
Dug in on this. I don't know how to describe it. And all I can tell you is it didn't look like anything I could compare it to. Interesting. Yeah. So it almost looked like
William, we absolutely love you. There you go.
And then also there was some, and this could have been anxiety or anything else, but the energy in the room, man, was just different. What was the feeling you got looking at this thing? Just an unease,
California. They are doing the Netflix Joke Festival. They have their own big show.
That's what I described. Did it feel powerful or conscious, or did it feel like this inanimate object? It didn't conscious. It just felt like this was. I will tell you, that looks like he's a tourist. No, that's the funny thing is, like, the guy's one of these that, you want to just keep listening to more. I'm more than happy to do that episode what he said to me. And basically the guys seems to have legit credentials. They talk about the culture of the Gray, how it's not, the norm to come out publicly and speak about anything. So, his demeanor kind of reflects that he doesn't come from doing that. He talks about his just the day-to-day life of being on Area 51 and seeing like nuclear test sites and stuff like that. My gut reaction, though, to watching that is not that he doesn't have credibility or not that he is not that he's doing any kind of fake news situation here, but it's more that I have a tough time juggling the amount he's able to talk about while I think according to Jesse and him on that show, still being involved, or still having employment, or still, being active. It could be my ignorance, but I have a real tough time understanding how you are able to do both things without being, part of some kind of, again, I keep going back to this Soul Foundation campaign for controlled slow rollout disclosure.
Sure. I think that's fair. But the question also is that when you hear Lukatsky or any of these guys talk about this stuff, and when you're not doing it under oath, there are certain things that you can say, that you can't say when you are under oath, right? There are certain things that you can't say, or there are certain ways to say it. Like you look at the way Put-Off dances around questions with hands and things, and these guys know how to answer things. Now, I don't know if this is the same type of thing, that this guy knows how to answer these types of questions, or how Jesse was able to, convince him to do the interview in the first place. I don't know. The question is, right, because we're, I think in this community looking for who's the next Grush, right? Like who's the next one? Because Grush had such an impact when Ross Coulthard interviewed him, and then a month later he's testifying in what I think out of the three hearings is the most significant out of the three, right? The most significant. And is this one of those things? I mean, you don't necessarily think that right away because you know about Ross Coulthard's in News Nation and everything. Jesse Michaels is pretty damn. He's wearing a t-shirt. He's not in demand. And in demand is that you can't do stuff in such a way. And I don't even think this is intentional, but it's kind of you can't say or do anything that Malcolm is just going about this. Even his intro to the video is about the nature and reality of the system.
this shit tonight or what?
Yeah, do it right. I had the when I was looking at
All right, guys. I invented podcasting over a decade ago. Not a hand for the band, everybody. There it is. The Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey Kill Tony Band. That's the great Michael Gonzalez on drums, everybody.
And he's just super honest and super easy.
And Dave Shear filling in on guitar tonight. Look at this guy. Look at that.
He really is diving deep on
And of
this stuff.
course,
This is what he is
madness on the bass guitar.
And I think that the fact that I think people
Still
realize
Tony,
that
brought to you by the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose, Red Bull, White Claw, and the W Hotel, where right now you can save 25% on a Sunday or Monday night by using the promo code Still Tony. And Austin Zone, very nice, W
I think
Hotel.
Jason Sands is an
And here's a little bit more about the other amazing sponsors who made tonight's episode available for
I saw the
you.
interview and then I watched the program.
Hey, y'all. Indeed, it is Tony Hinchcliffe here.
I asked
Telling you
James
that I'm
Fox
back
about
out on
Sands. I
tour
asked
with
him
my
if he
stand-up
was
comedy.
upset
Loving a
that
bunch of my
Sands
funniest friends with me
debuted his
all around the
story
country.
on,
We're back at it. Salt Lake City, March 20th and 21st.
And
Buffalo,
to James
June
Fox's
10th and
credit,
11th. Atlantic City, New Jersey, June 24th and 25th. Tampa, Florida, July 15th and 16th. Houston, Texas, July 28th, 29th, and 30th. Dallas, Texas, 12th and 13th of August. And August 26th and 27th. San Antonio, Texas. Nashville, Tennessee, making that long way to return on September 20th,
To me, it gave Sands a little bit more credibility. Because I can imagine being in that situation, that little piece of data comes out, and now you're going to get
Buffalo, of course, Salt Lake City.
and then so at this point, you're going to feel like I got to come out just maybe say something to protect myself. There's that edict when it comes to having secret information. Just say it. There's no point in taking you out anymore.
Hey y'all, take your summer adventures to the next level with Bespoke Post and a new seasonal lineup of must-have Box of Awesome collections. Bespoke Post partners with small businesses and emerging brands to bring you the most unique goods every month. I absolutely love, I got sent the Carnivore, the American Barbecue Rub, and the Carnivore box is made by the Great American Spice Company. I also got sent the Scorch hot sauces that are small brands from all over the country, with some from Texas, Nevada, California, and more. It's great to support small businesses. A lot of these are super cool. Red Band, you got some one or two, right?
Yeah, I got the River. It's a great diving knife for when I go underwater for the night. And it comes with earache located in Bellingham, Washington. I also got the Gadget, this multi-tool that comes with SOG. It's covered with deep roots in the U.S. military. I also got the Slash. The knife is a slash box. It's made by Barebones in Salt Lake City.
To get started, take the quiz at boxofawesome.com. Your answers will help them pick the right box of awesome for you. Serious, this stuff is so cool. I use my stuff every single week. Plus, with each box of awesome, you're supporting small business. Everything there comes from a small business. It's free to sign up. You can skip a month or cancel anytime. Get 20% off your first monthly box when you sign up at boxofawesome.com and then enter the code KILLTONY at checkout. That's boxofawesome.com. Code KILLTONY for 20% off your first box. Boxofawesome.com. Code KILLTONY. Hey y'all, certain people just make my life so much easier. I have no idea what I would do without them. Red Band makes my life easier. Lil Yanni makes my life easier. Your friend drummer Michael Gonzalez makes my life easier. Sometimes the venues I perform at make my life easier too. It's like, if you want a growing business and need to hire, this recruiter makes hiring so much easier because they do all the work for you. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY.
ZipRecruiter
uses its powerful technology to find and match the right candidates up to your job. You can easily review recommended candidates and invite your top choices to apply. Additionally, ZipRecruiter has a complete suite of tools that makes it easier to filter, review, and rate your candidates. No wonder ZipRecruiter is the #1 rated hiring site based on GT satisfaction ratings of January 1st, 2022.
You know, they've always had our back, and we have theirs. Both things we have in common is that we have great teams around us because ZipRecruiter does it for you. In fact, the hardest thing you have to do is just remember the special URL, ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY. That's where you go to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY.
Do you feel like that's so important anymore, man? I struggle with that too. Like after that last hearing, I just got this feeling like Like,
Hey,
like you're not
do
gonna
you know what you use
bottleneck
incognito mode for?
this stuff coming out
Well,
through
did you ever
the
read the
pomp and
fine print that appears
circumstance
when you
and
start
not
browsing
these
incognito? It
nonsense
says that
like
your
we
activity
jumped
might
out
still
of the
be
last
visible to your
year,
employer,
right?
your school, or your internet provider, not
we're gonna
very
do something like
incognito at
that
all.
again.
What? That makes zero sense.
That's what I'm saying. Why wait?
Really
Plus, it's like
stop people from
it's
seeing
like
the site
scheduled
because
for
you
6
do
months
what
from
I
now.
do.
We're gonna get something. Is that how life works anymore, man? It's just not. Like, so instead, you got, everybody on the this side is like, what's happening? What's going on? What's next? If it's not happening, it's not real. It's, and then you have the old way of doing things. You're just like
looking at
schedules.
dirty.
We already know that.
What's more, your home internet provider like AT&T or Verizon can also see and record your browsing data. That's messed up. And in the U.S., you're legally allowed to sell that data to advertisers. What? ExpressVPN is an app that encrypts all your network data and reroutes it through your secure servers so that your online activity stays private. And what I love most about ExpressVPN is how easy it is to use. You really, it's so simple. They have literally one big on button. You tap it, you turn it on. That's it. It works on all your devices, phones, computers, and even your routers, so your whole family can stay private.
So stop letting people invade your online privacy. Protect yourself with a
Prioritize it. That's what I'm saying. Great. But what I'm saying is either if people don't get put in or it's not a priority, like let's say something crazy happens, globally, global geopolitically, whatever, fine. But the point is, people like you, Jesse, anybody online talking about this stuff every day, it'll just keep moving in. It'll keep moving until it's a groundswell for any other civil rights movement in history, which is like the people started like to think that there is something, and I know, I get pushback for it, and I get it, because social media is so frustrating.
Protect and show your most sensitive areas. It's time to crop that bush of yours and get right to the roots with a discount just for you from Manscaped. 20% off plus manscaped.com with the code KILLTONY. Right back to you.
Just walk around everything normalized.
I sure do, man. And the legends who introduced the electric ball trimmer are bringing back their razors so you can be set and trimmed from to back. And you no longer have to borrow your late-used razor for that precise trim. It's real easy, guys. Step one, you grab your handy lawnmower 4.0,
giant fish nets for like everything is a drone now. It's like, and meanwhile, people who are interested in it, where are they going to go? They're going to wait for the next story on ABC, or they're going to go online. They're going to find Red Bull and take it.
Step 4, it's that's why I think it was designed for shaving the groin area with confidence.
Yes.
The crop shaver is not your average razor. It's smaller, thicker, has got a micro bar that allows for the best shave possible.
It's time to get up close and personal with the best tools for the job. The Ultra Smooth packages from Manscaped. Get 20% off plus free shipping with the code KILLTONY at manscaped.com. That's 20% off plus free shipping with the code KILLTONY at manscaped.com. Smooth out your fellas with a relaunched Ultra Smooth package from the fellas at Manscaped. Your balls will thank you. You guys ready to start tonight's episode? Very, very exciting. Every single episode I go into the funniest comedians in the world. I absolutely fucking love these guys. It's always great when some of our New York brothers make it here to Austin. We get to show them the kind of wild fun that we've been having here on Mondays in Texas. This is a very special, very funny episode coming at you. Because these guys are the hosts of my favorite podcast out there.
What do we care? Like, at this point, too, man, like,
Kevin Ryan and Nick Foley, everybody.
you care about and for what? Like, if my mom starts saying, like, honey, I saw that story about the anti-gravitic, but like, I love my mom, but it doesn't really matter if she comes. You think so? Okay, tell me why you think so.
Because it starts conversation. It starts conversation inside of it with your mom. She starts saying, because then your mom's talking about it. You're talking about it. You're the key artist who talks about it. And your mom starts talking about it with your friends. When she, and then, there's actually, she's thinking about talks about this all the time.
But this is the nature of, I guess what I'm saying is, I do want that to happen. But at the same time, the nature of like paradigm shift change, like forget this, talk about the iPhone, you know how many years, no, talk about digital payments, you know how many years I had to be using PayPal, Venmo, whatever it was, before anybody in my parents' generation would agree to do that. Like, and it didn't mean that everyone else was like, geez, we really gotta get these people to start using this. And then they eventually now everybody does it. Because everything revolves around the future. And that's what I'm saying. Right, but there's a reason why. Because it got bigger and bigger and bigger. I do think that's happening. You don't think that's happening? I do think that's happening. And in a way, yes, a little fine. But that's, at the same time, think of this transaction like slow is because how much time and space of my brain can I give to something unless there's a little bit more feedback coming? I think a lot of people tune into rush and not hearing, and then whether intentionally or not, there was a kind of lull in mainstream pop coverage of that, and therefore people are like, well, I guess this is something I don't really think about. Not that it's not real, or not that I have to independently think about the truth. You know, and that's why I think the lulls are terrible, and putting all the weight on the hearings are terrible because it kind of negates the effect of more organic internet coverage of it. And News Nation, by the way, is super effective for that reason. I do think that's like a in-between. They're like, you know, they're saying I did say this though, by the way, that James Fox, that documentary, it wasn't picked up by big streamers. Some of those kind of get it was going to be big in the community, and then it was just going to go strong. I told her because they get 15 seconds on the route. The time is up, and you're the sound of it. Does exactly what it's intended to do. My friend David, make it to politics. But every time I see him, he's kind of like a big brother figure who reads every special. Are you guys ready to start the fucking show? He's not like one of those guys.
Goddamn right. Well, let's start with something special. Let's start with one of our favorite regulars in the history of the entire show. Ladies and gentlemen,
he had asked a couple things about it recently. Because months ago, I said, you know, you should really watch
in front of 15,000 people on Wednesday night.
Stuff that I'm talking about, not just whether or not aliens are running around, is more about
he's going to kill Tony Regular for 4 or 5 months, and he's just getting bigger and bigger and better and better. Here with a brand new minute, this is on
his brain kind of shifted a little bit, right? Now imagine that was on Netflix, you know, and you didn't have to like rent and buy whatever it was. Like
I love the lady. I think they're very sexy. I don't understand how my body reacts to a woman was evolutionarily beneficial. You know, my body sees the beautiful lady. It's like, oh, why don't you just stare at her?
No, I didn't. That's beside you. But where was that?
Show her how good you are at talking here.
Disney Plus, you can watch it, right? And then there was another really good one on Netflix. I think it was J.J. Abrams' Real Reviews, whatever it was.
You can get what?
Those are awesome documentaries on mainstream platforms. And still, we don't know when this is going to be done. Because you still have to seek that out.
Yes, I know.
My friend is going into skinny chicks, which I don't understand because the less there is of a person, the more you get there.
Joe Rogan talks about this shit.
Maybe you can have the nothing.
And that is the biggest platform.
I think he's done a lot.
But I'm in a relationship now. I can tell because I get turned on whenever I hear a woman tell someone to wash their hands.
He brings in people.
Oh shit!
All over the community to talk about it. So I
was
think
about to get finger blasted at the subway.
That is fair, though. He's about as mainstream media right now. Yeah, I mean, mainstream reporting.
Not easy to do.
His interview is accredited for potentially cheating the election, right? So
I have a lot of motivation
talking about it. That's big.
That's big. And his take on it, by the way, I think is reflective of how much he knows the influence he has. Which is, I believe that if you get that guy behind closed doors, he's like, well, I think it's this, and he's all in on it. But on camera, he's kind of being more measured. Yes.
I got to hang on with
which is like potentially someone's trying to get misinformation out of there. He doesn't just say this is exactly what it is, but I think that it's great. then he talks about it because I think that you're expecting him to talk about it the same way you're expecting him to talk about UFC, right?
That girlfriend of yours?
Yeah. Other people need to talk about it and not expecting him to talk about it.
Sport
It has to crack people. Yeah, what's his face? But here's a funny thing.
That's the first, right?
Which I don't trust that guy as far as I can throw that guy. I think he's a grifter. Unfortunately, maybe he'll have like the soul to ball.
Where were you during
the light? He'll have a lot of years building back trust with people. Ultimately, I think that is a mainstream guy. He's a mainstream guy, and he's now realizing that he's got to build his audience back up. He finds access to Tucker. Tucker's a mainstream guy who's talking wild stuff about this now, and I think what's happening slowly, I think the whole guard is starting to fall, like dominoes one by one by one, and whether they believe it or not, this is where the eyes are.
That's also why
I didn't want to go to a karaoke bar when I knew it, and I was kind of being like a little bit of a bummer. And she was like, okay, fine, let's go. And then we talked about it. She was like, it's not fair that you're such a dick. And I was like, sorry, we should have stayed. I didn't want to leave, but I mean, whatever. And then
yes, there's two
like
reasons
having
why.
makeup sex, and
There's
then
a few reasons why, but the two main
squirt it
reasons
all
why
over my butt.
and administration
All over your blood?
do this, right? It's not
Yeah,
because
I think you got screwed
of
up.
the second. It's not because of anything here. That's the last thing you're listening to. Maybe a few.
Well, you can cross into one after this.
That's the real intent. But I don't
Explain to everybody, because I'm positive there's not a single person in this room that knows, like, this is some real forensic file shit. Like,
because you
how do
get
you know that you
first
squirted on your butt?
it's getting
that
tight.
which is our administration, the administration is forever known as the truth to the world.
I was on the bottom. She was riding me, and
Does it outweigh
she was wearing a
the
skirt.
amount of money
And
that is going
that's
to
pretty fucking cool.
be lost initially?
It was all contained.
And the
It was like a speed
lawsuits,
guard.
the arrests, potential jail time, does the counterbalance of that
Put your phone on.
profit? That is a huge thing because you get, all right, here we go. We've got
How long
all these lawsuits and all these different, here's a company that's going to sue that
We
company
had sex like
because
2
they could
times
have
that
done the
night.
contract was reverse engineering. They were never told about it, so it was monopolized. So they're suing that person, they're suing that person. They found that that person had so much information and held back so much
talking about
information.
exactly
They're
this
going to go to jail.
This is the highlight, right?
Now,
This is your first
for
time
the
making yourself
department to
squirt.
look because the information that they're giving us,
Right.
Did she ever squirt before?
that's one way to fix that.
Really? Where's your squirter?
If let's say they say
Yeah.
yes,
Well, with you.
Yeah.
not human intelligence is here,
Yeah.
has been here
Yeah, but she
forever.
told you she's never done that
Stocks
before?
are going to go.
No, she told me she was a squirter, and I was like, well, I haven't seen that.
However, the question is, yes, we went down the shitter, but now look at this technology that we have. It's going to change the world forever. We've got to
She's
drop on that
riding
first
you.
before any other country does.
Hanging out
We're
with
going
you.
to use this technology that we've been studying forever to help
No
your
sauce.
vehicles to change the environment, to do all this.
I take it off because I feel like she's my girlfriend. I want to give her the full
When does the
experience.
same do the same thing with like marijuana legalization? Like how long that's taken in certain states and why? Because the politics behind it, especially like in the state of Florida where I'm in,
Is it just
there's
she makes
been like 10
specific
years
noise when she
of
squirts
you
and
keep
anything
hearing
like
that,
that?
well,
How do you know
such and
other
such
than
big
would
company,
you say, like, oh my God, I'm
Anheuser-Busch
gonna
or
squirt,
whatever is going to be involved in this and that, and then when
She
they
was like,
get
I'm
involved,
squirting.
then everybody under these parameters. So there's a power and this control that has to be relinquished very slowly.
This is kind of hot. It's
And then
kind
given
of
to
nasty,
where
but
it's
it's
now
hot.
that's it. That's it. Ultimately what I believe I'm going to get.
We've heard
That's
that
why I
you
say
once got a
the
blowjob in the
hearing stuff,
janitor's
that
closet
stuff,
here at
mainstream media
Vulcan,
stuff
and
is
he
going to take
they put on this
forever because they're all entrenched in that.
He put on he does.
Whereas,
Yeah.
the Jesse Michaels, Rogan, all that kind of stuff, that's just going to come out little by little. And this is me by hook or by crook, but this information is going to come out little by little. And I think maybe there's a faction of people who are waiting for this administration to come in and say, hey, you guys are open to this. You guys are you know, it's comprised of people who have expressed an interest in disclosure, yada yada. Here's our chance to talk about how you guys want to do this. And we're going to do this. You know, that's one thing that if I had to look at this like a chessboard, that's a very realistic potential scenario in my opinion. Like, why would you not go about the curry favor with those in charge at the moment? You do it alongside them again, like the Seoul Conference chart says. And then again, if this administration still or this administration deprioritizes, I do think you're going to see another rush of stuff coming out on the outside.
Why do I have that in my head?
We just make the rules. This is going to be something that
that was the first time I could see the condom logo.
this is going to add to more information. The claims that within this week we're getting more information. The fact that will there be enough stuff that comes out that is just going to be inevitable that everybody has to start covering this and words will spread it. Let's see your thoughts in there. Let us know. Before we get to our next topic, I have mentioned many times before, thank you to everybody who's been part of the memberships. We're going to start basically, I've been doing like 2 videos a day, trying to do 2 videos a day. I'm going to start
You show me the most Asian love ever.
I think for members, what I'm going to start to do is just release a love
I don't know why you had to.
early in the morning, and then everybody else feeling later at night. But if you also want to do that way, if you want to support it, you are looking good. How you do that? Public rec. Let me tell you about it. Don't BS me. You know as well as I do. Wearing nice that stinks. You came up with a plan and say, hey, let's get some uncomfortable fabrics, squeezing your family jewels, and that is how you're going to look sharp. I'm going to give you an early holiday gift. This is for you. These are over. Public recs make your pants look very comfy and classy this season. They feel like your favorite sweats, but they're tailored pants. Super stretchy with an elastic waistband so you can run them anywhere.
Perhaps it's their very first time ever in front of an audience
Give
before.
the gift of comfort to someone that you love. This
Somebody
season,
great,
with
sometimes it
Public
sucks.
Recs
Let's find
dating
out
your
what's going to
pants
happen there. To get the show
and
started
limited
tonight,
time,
it's 60 seconds
you can get
from
20%
Bill
off your entire
Overback.
order. You got to use that code
Bill
TTE
Overback.
at publicrec.com.
Coming from
That is
the far
20%
corner
off
of the
and
room.
use that code TTE
Here he
at
comes, everybody.
publicrec.com.
Not an easy
This morning,
position
I was
following
looking
on, so
at
make some noise for him.
and
Here he is, Bill Overback.
Anyway, go there and check it out immediately. Thank you to our friends over at Public Rec. As I mentioned to you guys, make sure that you get yourself something nice and tight. I love it. It's so comfortable. You're going to dig it. All right, man. So, Peter, we had, before we went to the break there, you had mentioned you were talking about how a lot of these kind of mainstream reporters are talking about it now, whether it's Cuomo, then you mentioned Tucker Carlson. There's more conversation from Tucker. He was talking about drones, which we haven't really talked about too much since the last time you were on the show. But let's hear what Tucker had to say about these things. Talk about his comments. An intel person told me that this person believed they were in fact Chinese, and that a Chinese satellite went down was visible to the naked eye. There's news stories about it. In fact, it burned up, and this person told me that was taken down by the U.S. government. That was a committing control satellite for these drones. I believe was the Chinese government was sending the following message: we're moving on Taiwan and any other things. We can't do anything about it. So these comments. Do I believe that he was told this? Yes. Do I believe this? No. I'll say why. I got anything when it comes to these drugs.
Yeah.
I believe nothing. I've heard so many different things about this because
I'm good. How long have you been doing stand-up?
the exact opposite is Ryan Reaves. And I've heard that it has nothing to do with foreign adversaries. Who do you believe? Well, I told you I was told that. I sent out another call. You sent out a lot of, and I think, you sent out a lot of people that it was indeed looking for nukes. Looking for nukes, and then realizing that we're being observed while we're looking for nukes. So it's two things. That's what I was told by someone I know. I was really intentional. Like I just came with so much gas. And Prashant said it at a smart piece the other day. So nobody even talking about the same way we going back. Just the layer. Nobody's talking about it. That goes back to our previous conversation about why mainstream media thing is so important, because mainstream media was covering up shit in Saturday Night Live and thing, right? Everybody was talking about it. I was getting texts from a whole bunch of people. Now the mainstream media isn't covering it anymore, and it was talking about it. It's out of the conversation, and none of the public is even thinking about the music. That's why my previous point. That's why.
Is that why you shave your eyebrows?
Yeah, part of that. I get it. So I'm not saying it's not important. Not to believe it. And I get what you're saying. Part of me likes, I don't know who brought this theory up. I watched so much stuff. I don't know what to ascribe to. But the idea that this is like test how people would react to having constant surveillance, whether it's us being surveilled in this CCTV situation with cameras overhead all the time, which in the wake of the fires and arsonists and all that, you can imagine someone making a case for that. So or it's getting the population acclimated to having NHI hovering above, both of those are just, I guess, as valid as every single other theory. But I agree with you. Like, I think it's, if it, whatever it is, if you don't want people to know what it is, don't pretend it's not there. Just shoot out. I don't want to say anything. And tell them, hey, you know what? Tell this person this. Tell this person that. Tell that person this. We'll see what travels where. I heard this. If I had $1 for every single person, and they were looking for ice cream cones.
How do you do this shit with
That's why I have
he's like, I'm God from time to time.
and you're like, oh, I'm gonna believe more so the military pilot hearing it from up me to more so than when they hear it from a right? So that's that. As far as there's a lot of other people that have said things along that nature. All I can tell you is this. Now, here's a question that I have for you regarding the administration. This is we mentioned this before. We were in high school, and people were student council, and they asked you vote for me.
Oh, okay.
You would get all the different
Just all check it out.
everything all the time.
Well, that's the American thing to go from food stamps to fucking scuba diving. That's crazy.
Then on day one, they go, oh, I can't do that. So,
wow.
Trump
Is
said
that what
recently,
happened? Did they start heavily drinking your parents?
I'm going to tell you what these drones are. The difference between an analogy and a pizza thing is,
Literally
is
are the dumbest laugh I've
That's
ever
right.
heard.
He doesn't need to
I
problems
know
with
a lot of
stuff.
special
Like,
needs
you can say that as a
people, and like there's something about your fucking laugh.
I'm going to find out
I
what
don't
day
think you've ever
one
been
that he's
scuba
going
diving, to be
on.
honest with you.
And you're like, no, is he
I
really?
mean, I'm not sure if I think kayaking thing.
Why would you put that out there?
I'm curious
if you
how many homeless people
really want to do
that's what I
that?
would like to know.
And maybe that adds into our
I feel like
previous
if you
story
scuba
of
diving, you
let's
still
get
does
to the
that
bottom of the shit.
stupid laugh.
And I will say, for anybody who has the ability to escape the fire, most,
That's still down there.
you're in, you gotta hold instinct to the fire that way. Because I do think he's somebody who wants to please people, for better or worse. So I think, hey man, you literally promised this. You literally said this was the day one thing. So where are we with this? And even if we don't get a full reveal, I'm sure we'll get some nugget of something which will roll down. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this story is another one that seems to be just right. It's my least favorite story. It is because I don't feel like you'll ever get me into these things. And it's an air hog. It's like it takes over the conversation. I'm like, no, it's literally right there. But at the same time, it's a great thing to distract people off of any other topic. Our last story for today is this story. So because here's what Florida is supposed to be right now. So yeah, I got jealous. I'm excited. Florida flag spots strange people in our 55,000 people over the Bahamas. The A Cessna and 2 pilots and flight attendants and strange glowing orbs darting around in the night sky that were stunned. Flight crew and private surjet plane bound for Florida witnessed a bizarre phenomenon of flying over the Bahamas at high altitude, according to the New York Post.
No, let me rewind that real quick.
Flight attendants and strange glowing orbs darting around in the night sky leaving them stunned.
Bill, I like your style. You're 25 years old. You're a young boss. You're out here getting it. In a few years, you're going to be getting better. You want to get it, right? All right. Here, take a big Bill Tony joke with you. Made with your shop on Crystal Leather by the great mountain guy.
That the mysterious object
Good.
was in the airplane for approximately 45 minutes before vanishing into the darkness. It started as white, and it got green, and almost like an electric. Some sort of energy around
Okay,
all of a
this
sudden.
was for Adam Baldy Riles, everybody. Adam Baldy Riles. Definitely a new name. I would remember it if you were Adam Baldy Riles.
Then I zoomed in as much as the phone allowed me to, and the object was white and green, almost like it had an electric field around of some sort. And it stayed with us for about 45 minutes, and then we didn't see it again. We were around 45,000 feet, and it was way
How about Joe Bird?
The object's high altitude and regular zigzag movements, as described by this part, effectively eliminate the likelihood that it was a drone or a perspective. I think we were astonished, and it was something that you really can't explain. I don't have the qualifications to know what it was.
I believe it is his first time on the show. Make some noise for Joe Bird, everyone.
We saw was even higher than us and had the capabilities to zigzag, change color, and that was a little daunting to say the least. Miss Martin explained. So, you know, the positive is here. This one, I think, Peter, is the fact that this is these are pilots now that they're not as
That's not true.
freaked out. It's not as taboo anymore. There's more people that are having conversations about it. I think Ryan Graves and other people instrumental in letting pilots be able to talk about this, because this is not the first time that this has happened over the last 7 years. This might be the thousands of times that this has happened. But the fact that it is happening and that there's more and more information on these things. And I want to see the people who are going to say, well, it was a weather balloon.
About a year ago,
It was a swamp gas. How was that altitude?
You know, what's interesting is that this is what she described is the type of drone or UAP that I've seen people post a lot that I'm really interested in, which is that it just feels like a plasma orb, like it's really real. I'm sure you've seen a bunch of it. And that's what she's described, which is really interesting. This conversation that Jesse Michaels is having, this one you were talking about earlier,
Yeah, you are.
and I already forgot the gentleman's name, but he describes, or he talks about how in a way that's like not, he's kind of beating on the bush, but you get the impression that he's saying that we have the technology for drones to mask themselves as anything. You know, he can go as far to say that the old joke online of the birds aren't real campaign that kid was doing, like at this point, you know, there are birds that are drones, and so that it's not without outside the realm of possibility for a drone, let's just say, you know, to have some kind of like masking orb field. I'm only saying that because that appears, like when you see that, that's mind blowing. To see something do with that, but
you might be wondering,
exactly. So, and seeing the videos that post them, this is phenomenal. But I guess it's possible by either us or some other, you know, foreign actor, obviously. But I think it's amazing. And the bigger point is that the
guys that have been to prison get because they appreciate being outside so much that they stay out there too long without having the preparatory time to put on something. If you're wondering, I identify this man as a guy with jail time about being outside. I think he's a swimmer. Am I right? You know, sleep under a tree recently. Am I correct?
what I'm talking about. Like,
not recently.
it's becoming.
Though, didn't you?
This is the type of thing that is going to get out there that there doesn't matter who's voting on it or talking about it or bringing it to legislation. It's like, yeah, we just saw this thing in the sky. Here it is. We're voting on it. It's clear as day now. What do you got? You can't hide it anymore.
It's like when your favorite indie band starts becoming mainstream. Yeah.
So, all right, man.
I like that your last name's Bird. I was hoping you were going to fly away during
Lots of
your
stuff
set.
that's coming down the pipe. We'll see. And look, maybe if there is some stuff
Thank you
on
for
Thursday
sound
that
effect,
actually
Red.
does
Man,
happen.
really
Let's do it. All right, where can I find you?
I'm anywhere online at Tag Peter. A bunch of people have been sending me lots of videos and articles. I try to go through all of it. Apologies, I don't go through it immediately, but I do at least scan everything, so keep sending stuff. And I forward it all to Christian. So my decision of what gets played, but I've to Christian so we can look at it. That's what.
And thank you guys for doing just that, for being part of the conversation, for being so supportive. Again, asking questions. Thanks for being here with us. We're on Apple, we're on Spotify.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, everyone, how about the show you join? You can be a member, or you can get yourself public record.
Okay, where did you grow up? You just
Thanks for
had the
being here
life
today.
inside the crib in a trailer.
Tag Peter.
3 times jail, 1 time prison.
And guess what? That's right.
Right. Okay. All right. You've always been more of a routine type of guy?
Yeah, actually.
Right. Tell us more about why it's the easiest job you've ever had. So what other jobs have you had that you think is the easiest job that you've ever had?
Turbines for a while. Landscaping shit.
Okay. Hell yeah. You are the whitest man.
Yeah.
So, Joe, where do you normally? What's doing stand up for you like? How did you get into this? What made you want to do this?
One-handed guy in Corpus. I was shit-faced. He convinced me to get on stage.
A one-handed guy in Corpus.
It's like a fucking country song.
Yeah, exactly.
To the one-handed man in Corbin, who taught me how to be funny. I'm gonna find you one day and give you a lot of money.
Yeah.
It's a little something I wrote in state prison, everybody. Go to joebird.com for more. I love you, buddy.
Good guy.
He looks real shaky right now.
Yep.
I think I'd like to find out how Joe solves his problems.
Yeah. Hell yeah. So, a one-handed man in Corpus. Where did you see this man?
At House of Rock. I know you're
A what?
The House of Rock.
The House of Rock. Like it's a music venue.
It's a music venue. They do open mics there.
Okay.
I think he was tripping at a plane in Hollywood, to be honest with you. And there wasn't the one-handed man.
Was the one-handed man in the audience? Was he?
No, he was doing the show.
Oh, okay. And he told you what exactly?
I was shit-faced, and he was like, yeah, we're doing a mic, and he started talking about it.
How did that go for you, that first night, the one-handed man?
Well, I was drunk, so I probably ate shit. Maybe just a little bit less worse than here.
Right. Wow, that must have been fucking horrible.
I think you did great, buddy.
Yeah.
I think you're awesome.
So we've hit some of the lowlights of your life. 3 jail visits, 1 prison visit. Tell us a highlight.
You mentioned the landscaping.
What's a moment that was like, what's your greatest accomplishment? You have any special skills or talents? Or?
I got 3 awesome kids.
Oh,
Hey,
all
hey,
right. Hell yeah. The untalented man's football, if you will. The ability to knock up anybody. The ability to not pull out is your greatest accomplishment. No, I thought you were going to say you play the spoons or something like that. Meanwhile, 3 kids is the answer. Hell yeah. How old are your kids?
13, 1, and 5.
Whoa. 13, 1, and 5. That is an interesting order that you went in.
Who does that?
Took a little time off, didn't you, big guy, huh?
Are they all from the same mother?
2 more.
Right. The 13 and the 5 are.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
1 and 5, 1 lady, 13.
Oh, okay.
High school sweetheart?
The 13-year-old was with your high school sweetheart or no?
Wait,
Whoa, you got back with your high school sweetheart? Yeah, she had to go to college. We black dudes.
Wait, what? Hold on. Stop the sound effects for a second. I just missed something. What about black dudes?
I think that's what he thinks college is. That's awesome. She was like, you know, she's got to go meet Jamal and everybody at fucking college.
Yep, she's up there with the black dudes in the cafeterias.
You said, okay. You said she went to college and banged some black dudes? Is that what you said?
For sure she did.
Right. Did you?
Wait, you don't even.
Are you just assuming this?
No.
This is just your nightmares. You just wake up, you're like, it has to be true.
Man.
How do you know? Did you ask her?
I've known her for a long time.
I know that you've known her, but
Yeah, I know.
Jesus Christ.
Seems like you probably give her a little shit for that, don't you? Do you kind of hold that against her a little bit? Okay.
Man, he hasn't blinked in like 3 minutes.
Well, from you hearing that information, but you weren't comfortable with it. You could have said, yeah, she went to college at a good time. You were like, yeah, she went to college, that's like, dude.
I haven't thought about it since.
It's interesting that you went there. You know, you are from Texas. You're from the suburbs of Texas, out in the middle of nowhere, to where, I guess, with your upbringing, them going to college, first of all, is probably slightly offensive to you. And your assumption is that she had sex with black guys, because that's a Texas suburb thing. You drive a Silverado? Do you have a Silverado?
Sierra.
So close. So close. God damn it. All right, well. But you're not racist, are you, Joe? You just have the looks of a guy that's racist.
You just look and sound like a guy who's racist.
And you say things that a racist would say.
Easy does it, Joe. Easy does it.
We were all good until she started cooking black. All right, there he goes, Joe Bird, everybody. Joe, take one of these. Have a joke, Joe. All right, you guys want to do something special right now, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, you know, as you saw with Hans and as you know about this show, there have been many great regulars in the show's history. Only one of them has had a debilitating disease and retired 6 months ago because it was getting the best of him. And then a few weeks ago, he's been feeling better. He wanted to keep coming back and doing minutes. It's very exciting that he's back. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for him tonight. A very special treat. The one and only Injured Dice Play, everybody. One more time, it's Injured Dice Play, everyone.
Hey, before the dice name, Cisco, how about a round of applause for our first responders? Round of applause. All you second responders can suck my dick. It's our first. I'm a responder, but not too far. I'm always the second or third responder. I wish I was the first responder. Elon Musk on Twitter today. I wish Elon Musk would turn me into Robo-Tom. That way, if I was Robo-Tom, I would go to all the Comic-Cons and all the animators.
What?
Ow! Ow! Oh, hey!
Contact him.
Hey!
Call him.
Advice from the basement. If he ain't a medical, do not give me medicals. All right. tried to kill the old giant. He's like a kid, man. No, the goose. Yeah. It's the goose. It's the reason for all this. My neurologist always fucking brings out. I wish I loved someone. I wish I loved someone. I wish I loved someone. I wish I loved someone.
So, did you contact Riser? What did he say?
Hey, y'all want to hear some nursery rhymes? Jack the nipple, Jack the quick, Jack no just too fucking much. Three blind mice. The mice have participated in clinical trials for the day vaccine. Mindfulness was a sudden there was an old lady who listened in their shoe. Then everyone from Los Angeles moved into a neighborhood. Now the bitch lives in the flip-flop. Imagine that, a bitch living in the flip-flop.
There he is. That him? Dog, Riser, you fucking missed the most amazing high-speed chase. Oh, what is that, dude? It was originally two guys on dirt bikes, and it ended up being 30 people on dirt bikes, and they got away. All 30 people got away. In LA. Dog, they did it with motorcycles, and they just chased them with a helicopter, a bunch of helicopters, and then these guys got to an underpass, and the underpass had a homeless encampment, and they were able to just blend in with the homeless encampment. I'm not exactly sure, like wouldn't it be obvious that these guys just had like motorcycles or whatever or dirt bikes, but they hopped off the dirt bikes and then dude, it was, yeah, they did. One of the guys just jumped on a bus and then took the bus for one exit and then walked into a 7-Eleven. It was the most Grand Theft Auto shit I've ever seen. I mean, there are only two high-speed chases I've ever seen that were more Grand Theft Auto than this. The first one is the Killdozer. Do you know about that guy? And the other one was in San Diego. A guy stole a tank. And those were two very, very unique. But this one was like unbelievable. And I you know what? I know that we were saying that it was um that they had assaulted an officer, but I could never find that actually happened. It to what people were saying online. Now I could be wrong on this. Was they did not have originally they did not have license plates. The two guys on dirt bikes, did not have license plates. And then that eventually steamrolled into 30 fucking vehicles driving throughout the entire city for like an hour. And then all of them got away. I couldn't believe every single fucking one of them got away. Okay, I thought I did. Yeah. It was very Grand Theft Auto. It was like it would if you told me, hey, there's a new Grand Theft Auto, I don't know, I wouldn't say Grand Theft Auto 6. Yeah, exactly. Something like that. Which would be really a sweet movie. But yeah, if there's a Grand Theft Auto 5 new mission and it involves 30 dirt bikes and they all get away, I would tell you. Right. No, exactly. But they just called their friends, and their friends like they were, dude. They refueled their dirt bikes twice. I've never seen a high speed chase where they actually successfully refueled anything. They refueled these things twice. Um, Basically, what they were doing was they would they would like switch shirts and switch bikes so that it was confusing as to who was doing what. And dude, yeah, dude, it was seriously like some. I mean, I think somebody said earlier this evening that it was like a gang. It wasn't like a formal like the Mongols or Hell's Angels kind of gang, but it was like a street takeover gang. Like these guys, they were, dude. They were doing wheelies the whole time, literally just on one fucking wheel. These guys were just like mocking the police. It was the most Grand Theft Auto shit I've ever seen, and the cops just didn't want to take them all out because that's a huge lawsuit and they could kill them. And the other, it was very questionable. Why? What did these guys do wrong? And I mean, the best we could get was assault on an officer, which I think you could get by just saying like they were using quote unquote like a deadly weapon being their vehicle. But that's a that's a weak argument. Um, it was, and they just did it with. I went to one of the guy's Instagram accounts I saw on the Los Angeles subreddit that I'm on, that they had like some information regarding this guy. I went to his Instagram, and these guys were very talented bikers. Dude, they were live streaming it on Instagram allegedly. I did not see the live stream, but I heard somebody who was doing commentary on it say that they were live streaming it. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. But there's a chance that they get caught still because they had to use a credit card to get gas. And but I mean, they refueled their fucking motors or their dirt bikes twice, which is just, I've never heard of it happening successfully once. Usually what happens in these high speed chases, this is what always happens. One of two things. They put down speed strips and they take out the guy's tires, and then the guy runs on rims that are just sparking for like another mile and a half, and then they get a pit maneuver, which is like when they take out the guy's tail and like flip the car or just end up stopping the vehicle. Exactly. And then the other thing that happens routinely is they just run out of gas, and then they just take off on foot and they get caught. But these guys were like, no, 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 no. You don't understand. This is our city, and we're gonna do it our way. We're gonna get all our friends. They had 4-wheelers with them, and it was just like they knew exactly what to do. They were flying around LAX um helicopter couldn't watch them. It was Grand Theft Auto crazy. It was literally like watching Grand Theft Auto in real life. And fortunately, no one, it seems, got hurt, except there was a car accident that they caused at an intersection. But I mean, that's relatively minor in comparison to what could have happened. But when these guys, they take their motorcycles onto this underpass, and it's a very busy underpass. There are like a bunch of lanes of traffic above them, so you can't see what's going on. And then literally they just disappeared. It was like, are you fucking serious? And apparently there were a bunch of storage, there was a bunch of storage units under this underpass, and then a homeless encampment. And they just got into the homeless encampment and just pretended that they were homeless. It was seriously like, in Grand Theft Auto, where you just like hide in a garage and then the stars go away. It was just like that. Yeah, it was fucking. Uh, I'm down. Caspian Sea, are you in? Give me a couple minutes. I have to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Oh, did you see that I won a tournament? Big time, man. I've graduated. Zoot, tell them about it. Yeah, you do. You want to know how to grow a cryptocurrency community? Step one: have a rabbi live stream their life 24/7. Step two: profit. No, in all reality, you have to have a core group of members, so it can't just be one person, and they have to be like the best way to do it is to do Twitter Spaces every single day at a given time, and you advertise your coin that way. And so, what does that mean? You say like for the next month, every night at 7 p.m., we're gonna do Twitter Spaces. Come in for an hour, and you can shill your own coin, shill this coin. We're just gonna talk about the market, and then people start to get to know it, and it becomes a regular thing. It's free advertising on Twitter Spaces, which has a very captivating audience and people who are very involved with finance. And I mean, that's kind of what Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu did in the early days, was just have Twitter Spaces and participate in large Twitter Spaces. And then another thing you can do, if you have an NFT involved with it, is have everybody change their profile pictures to it so that people start to get some type of interest in what you're doing. But really, at the heart of the matter, it's about having a core group of individuals who are the founders who have vowed to hold long term. Great question. So it's about hashtags that you use. So the key, like, cryptocurrencies used to come to me to ask me what hashtags to use. And I can tell you the best ones that I would always see are hashtag BTC. It actually, if you put in hashtag BTC in a Twitter space, it shows a special hashtag that actually shows the Bitcoin symbol. You can also put in there hashtag crypto is another excellent one. Hashtag NFT is always a good one. Um, Hashtag, you could put cryptocurrency as well. Some people put in hashtag Elon or hashtag Tesla. Those are fine to use. People are always looking for those. But the big ones are hashtag BTC, hashtag Bitcoin, hashtag crypto. Those are, I would say, your main ones. NFTs are good too. So what would you entitle your space? And then another thing that you do is, I think is always important, at the first character in the space that you create should be something red. A lot of times people use a siren, and I think that's a good thing to do. The siren is like the has become the international symbol for like breaking news, and so you put the siren, or you can put like that red dot, that red circle that just kind of makes people know that it's live. The reason why it's important is everything on Twitter is basically blue and black, but when you have something red, it catches someone's attention. So the first and when you're just searching through all of the different um lives, Twitter spaces, you want to do something to catch somebody's eye. So that the red does that. I'm ready. Cas Caspian Sea, are you, that's okay. Hey, let's Zoo, why would you tell him to start a whole tournament? That takes like 30 minutes. I wouldn't know. I've never lost, which is kind of bullshit. You aren't gonna do shit to me. You do, because I'm closer to the hole. She didn't. Somebody hit my ball. Zoot kind of Zoot kind of fucked. What a great shot! Oh shit! I made a huge mistake. Huge mistake. Oh, dude, gigantic mistake. That was a pretty good retribution shot, though. I did too, and it stops you from having a good shot. Maybe. Oh, dude, you take that, dude. Look at all the balls in the way. Dang, I went right in front of everybody. Hit my ball. No, he can't. No, he can't. No, he can't. That's a tough shot. Isn't he gonna hit the ball? He's gonna hit the ball. He's gonna hit the ball. Oh, what a shot! Zeus, that was beautiful. Wow, got destroyed. Take out all the shit for me, boys. Take out all the shit for me. Oh, God. Zoot is playing in his fucking face. You know, Zoot played really well earlier today. You guys. Dog, I'm done. That's not true. No, I'm not. It's high. Very, it's like impossible. I've never seen Zoot play this well, this late into a round. No, I suck at the. No. I need you guys to royally fuck up both of you. It'd be one thing if it were just one of you that I could basically tag team, but both of you, no. You guys have to miss 5 fucking shots. There's a good shot. I'm done. Yeah, I missed it on. I missed it on purpose. My heart is not in it. I want Zoo to get a. Come on, Zoo. Dude, nobody's good at this hole. This isn't one where you're like fortunate on the hole, but you can't be really good at it because too much shit. Riser. Why wouldn't you? That's basically an absolute perfect shot. You know what's fucking hilarious is when they do these police chases, it's all over the news. It's everywhere. It's on the television. Oh yeah, and it's huge ratings. So that's why they do it. But then what happens is nice wind riser. But then when they get then when they get away, they never talk about it again because they don't want copycats. They just don't even they don't talk about it. It's not like, hey, there was a really big police pursuit and the guys got away. They never talk about it. It's just like it never happened. It's huge ratings in the United States. Literally, it's like the biggest thing that they can have ratings on. Oh, that was a good shot. They do that, and then they cheer them on from the overpasses. Absolute OJ Simpson, yeah, it was huge deal. You're an absolute cunt. No, he drove to his house in Rockingham, which is in Brentwood, and he gave himself up peacefully. Are you fucking serious? Yeah. Newfie, this is a tough shot. Yeah. Um, I believe it was around. It was like July 12th, 1994. Why did he run? No, it was like July 16th. The actual murders took place a few days before. Why did he run? Because he felt that he was innocent and the police were wanting to charge him with murder, double murder. I think he was. Yeah, I would debate it publicly. Yeah, his son committed the murders. He didn't commit the murders. His son was 22 years old at the time. His son was in love with Nicole Brown Simpson, who was his stepmom, and um, that isn't to say that OJ didn't want her dead. He did, but there's a lot of evidence that OJ did not commit those crimes. All the DNA evidence matched OJ, but what they didn't talk about is it also matched his son. His son had an anger issue and was obsessed with knives. His son didn't have a valid alibi for where he was at the time of the murders when OJ did. There was like all kinds of things. The son, what the fuck is that? The son, had mental issues with anger and wasn't on his medicine. The son on the night of the murders was supposed to have been working. The son was a chef and was obsessed with knives. They found the knives in the son's storage unit. They found the hat where that was found in the night of the was found at the murder scene. They found the hat they found pictures of the son wearing the hat, and they never found OJ wearing the hat. There's all kinds of evidence that the son did it, but he'll never be prosecuted because of it. Oh, yeah, that was the thing. The glove didn't fit the dad's hand, but it did fit the son's hand. Yeah, I. This is a very important case, and OJ did not do it. He's innocent. Oh, what a great shot! 3 shots, 2 shot, 3 shot, two. I made this one in 2 shots. Oh yeah, you were here. Just it just beat me. No, Zoot has the lead. Thank you for all your kindness. That's what I was trying to do. It's a Do you guys know who Real Schiller X is? Dog, I did so much for that guy, and then he he pissed me off so much today. I blocked him. Okay, he was blocked from the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email Telegram, and I had to fight for him. I had to fight all their moderators, all the developers. They're all like, dude, that guy sucks. And I'm like, let him back. Come on. Like, we're never going to have a community if we don't have some zany people in it. And so they're like, okay, they were very nice. They're like, anything for you, Rabbi. So they let him back in. And then he keeps messaging me. Like, I thought he was a normal person, but I think I don't know, maybe he has some mental issues because he's what? Well, yeah, you can be normal and be Nigerian. And so he would message me. Yes, I know how to spell Nigerian. He would message me and he would want to talk. And I'd be like, okay, what do you want to talk about? And he'd be like, I'm like, whatever you do, don't show your coin. I told him, you can rejoin Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu under a few different conditions. You can't show other coins. Dude, that was an amazing shot. You can't show other coins, and you can't ask other people for money. And he's like a nursing student, so like I would think that he'd have his like a good head on his shoulders, but that was I don't know. So then today, he just says to me, "You're a rug puller. You're a rug." Yeah, and I'm just like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, "Block me." So I did. I'm like, "Dude, I don't need that shit." What? Oh, how the fuck didn't that go in? I was thinking about it. First loser. All right, this is my last game. You awake from my slumber to play this game. Okay. Caspian season. It's not official. First. Well, yeah, Mark Zuckerberg could be a loser if he was the richest man in the world. He sucks dick. I have I haven't watched it yet. Just I'm saving it till I do a Joe Rogan marathon again. What happens is I watch all the Joe Rogans and then there aren't new ones. So I have to watch something else so that the Joe Rogans build up. I was thinking about it. I was thinking about doing a marathon of it. Is it on YouTube? Sure. Zoot hit my ball. Is that's not true? Joe Rogan's the number one podcast in the world. Fuck no. Not even close. I've I've never even fucking heard of that podcast till just now. Okay, that doesn't mean anything to your average American. To your average American, the number one podcast in the world is the Joe Rogan Experience. No, no, it wouldn't. Joe Rogan would still be number one. Right, his shit is just overblown. He's kind of a fad. I'm not, I'm not saying he's not influential, but all his shit is like fake views. No, it's just he has fucking bots that get his videos views. Yeah, all those people do. Joe Rogan does not. Joe Rogan's are organic people. course. Exactly. Right. Did you see I up did you see I upvoted your shit? Or I liked your shit when you asked me to? Oh, Riser guy. I didn't repost it. I did it exactly when you asked me to do it. Yeah, you're welcome. You know when I put lies, I sent you something that just said lies in dis. Yeah, you like sent me something that was like I forget what it was. Oh, something about you being good at mini golf or something. Yeah, that's what it was. You were like, "Hey, I'm gonna beat you in mini golf, but can you upvote this or whatever?" And I just put lies. But yeah, I didn't repost it, but I did. Um, I liked your stuff. Okay, this is a different shot. You're welcome. This is a big shot. This is a risk. Is it, that wasn't fair. That wasn't fair to you, dude. In the I can see that. That's a Keith Haring. It does. I feel it. I feel if you use if you use a sticker, it should be an automatic disqualification. Exactly. I I win. Dude, quit that, dude. I'm trying to play here, and I've got fucking Disco Santa going. I won no matter what. Oh, he's a character. No. Isn't that only like $28? Damn, Soul went up a lot in the last like 6 months, didn't it? Boy, it's excellent. I have a perfect game. I just want you guys to know I have a perfect game. Thanks, big dog. I want to see these guys. I hope somebody on YouTube has cut up footage of this high speed chase, and I'm gonna send it to Riser. YouTube. We watched it in here. Dirt bike chase. All of these are just like the whole thing. They're very long. You know. Are you gonna start doing Twitter Spaces, Riser? Yeah, dude. I am in agreement with you when you say it's hard to just talk that much. And I mean, I don't consider myself someone who is great at it, but I can do it. And I get bored of it after an hour. I mean, I've done 24-hour spaces. I used to host an overnight show, an overnight NFT show. This girl and I from San Diego would host it. She was originally from India, but she's a nurse, and this is when I like way back in when I was streaming like almost like 3 years ago about this time. And she and I would do this overnight show. And it was the biggest overnight show on Twitter Spaces. It was for this NFT that I was a part of called Angry Ape Society, and quick story. Well, here's the thing. I didn't know anything about NFTs 3 years ago. And so I thought they were all the same. I thought all the ape ones were all the same. Well, they're not though. I mean, they were all individual projects. But I would see these people who would like be talk about apes or whatever, and I would be like, "Oh, this is a big NFT." So anyway, I got to talking to them, and they would let me shill a little bit about my project, and then I got to know the people in the community, and they were really nice. It was an interesting community that it was like very nurse oriented. A lot of the people who owned the coin were in like healthcare or the nursing industry, and it was right when COVID was like finishing up. Anyway, I learned that they would do overnight. Um, they would do overnight. They had this overnight show, and so I started getting into it, and then eventually became a host of it with this girl, and she went by the name Queen, and we would make it really interesting. So she would basically be the person who would like keep the space going, and I would just talk a lot. And when new people would come in, we'd let them shill stuff. And we had people who like we would do karaoke, and so whenever and I would also be the DJ, and we just did an overnight show for like 6 hours a night, and then there was a show in the morning that would start up for this cryptocurrency around like 3 or 4 a.m., and then they would take it into the morning. So basically, we were the overnight show that would get momentum going into the morning. And oh man, you just run out of stuff to talk about. And so, like, I can tell you from firsthand experience, you some things that you can do to liven it up. And this is how I got into Harry Potter by Masak Kaninu, is to play trivia. So I would host trivia, or I would sing karaoke, or we'd have people play music. But that's a good way to get like a community going. But it's hard when nobody wants to participate. So it's kind of one of those things. Like if you're gonna do it, you better have you better feel like you're gonna do it consistently, or don't do it at all. The hard the hard part. Um, yeah, great question. No, there were not thousands of listeners. The most we ever got was like 100. But keep in mind, it was over. Uh huh. Yeah. It. They had only been out though for less than a year. It was like Twitter Spaces started. I think the timeline could be a little off, but like in fall of 2021, and we were doing this in the thing launched. The NFT launched in like January of 2022, and or maybe it was 2021, and it was like it had been around for like basically a year. And we since it was an overnight show, or at least in the United States, it was never like well, it was like the biggest um talk show overnight, but it wasn't like some of these mega spaces that have tens of thousands of people listening to them during the day, because people are listening during the day. At night, like if you go on Twitter Spaces right now, I'll go on it and just see like what the biggest. Oh, if you do you know what spacesdashboard.com is? Riser? You know what Spaces Dashboard is? It's yeah, it's the best. Like I can tell you right now, there are 900 of the most common language on Twitter Spaces, arguably is Japanese, and it's like you know, just go to spacesdashboard.com. So right now there are space no, just spacesdashboard.com. So right now there are 942 Japanese ones, 220 English, 96 Arabic, 35 Turkish, 29 Chinese. So of the English speaking ones right now, the largest one has 287 people. It gives you all these metrics because it's daytime in Japan right now. This is the exactly. But China doesn't have Twitter. Um, but this is the best website for learning. Like if you're gonna host spaces, you should become accustomed to this one. But like as you see, even like just the biggest ones on Twitter Spaces right now have 287 people. That's not that many. And then 162 and 137, 135. So when we were doing this, it is not a lot at all. So when I said like we had 100 people in there, that was 3 years ago, and that was a really good turnout. That would be one of the most popular. Um, I don't know. I don't think I was using this website at that time, but it would be soon thereafter that I would learn about it. And it was like, why isn't this the Twitter Spaces page? Like, this is really organized and it tells you how many people are in there, when it started. Like, why doesn't Elon Musk just buy it? Impossible. Exactly. This, I know exactly what you're saying. They just need to do this page. This page should be the Twitter website. Uh, and they should just integrate it. This is how it should look. And it's so much better. It's so much more organized. You can click it and you can see like the person's like right now the Nigeria is a huge one. You can even see here's a really cool thing about it. Do you see go to the English ones. The first one that you should see is by at Emmy Promise 71. Should President Tinubu release Ndamni Kanu? What will happen? Do you see that one? Do you see next to Emmy Promise 71? It says 10K. That tells you combined all of the speakers, how many followers they have. So you could be like, not. Oh, okay. Apologies. Yes. Then it's something like that. They tell you. Um, let's see here. If you click on it, maybe. Yeah, they tell you what I'm trying to say is they tell you speaker followers, um, which is really helpful to basically see like is it an influential um, space or not. But this is such a good website, and I don't know why Elon Musk doesn't integrate it into like this. When you press Twitter Spaces, it should not be that bullshit that they have. Like, hey, here's one in 3 days, and here's like a bunch of mishmash shit. No, it should just be this from biggest to smallest, and change whatever language you want or whatever. I think this is such a exactly, and it's just really organized. So, if you're gonna do Twitter Spaces, or even if you just want to find the best Twitter Spaces, don't go to the Twitter the Twitter. I mean, that sucks in comparison to this. And then what you'll find with a lot of times on Twitter is you'll think you're in the biggest, best Twitter space at a given time, and it's actually not. There'll be something that's more interesting to you, but you would have never seen it because it either didn't show up in your feed or you didn't scroll far enough. So anyway, this girl and I did um this overnight show, and she everybody liked her. She was like pretty popular on Twitter Spaces, and she liked me because I was very consistent, and I would always be there to help her. And anyway, we did this for like 3 months or so, maybe more, and so I got to learn how to do Twitter Spaces in the middle of the night when there's absolutely nothing to do, and the best, and that's how I got into. Um, so if you want, I don't know if it's of interest to you, but then I would just do randomtriviagenerator.com, and it just gives you random trivia questions. And then when we get 100 people in there, we would ask people to come up and speak and do whatever. And then it'd be like, all right, let's play trivia, or let's sing karaoke, or let's just play a song or whatever. Or we would take music requests as well. So I would have like I'd have two devices right next to each other, and I would just play Spotify into the Twitter space, and it was I would say one of the biggest overnight shows that you're going to find on Twitter that was always consistent. Now, why did it stop? There would be a chance that it would have continued to continue, but here's what would happen: this NFT would have too many spaces going for itself at once. So here's what would happen: we'd have we were doing spaces for this NFT 24 hours a day. It was like basically it wasn't the first NFT I ever was given, but it was the second NFT I was ever given. And people would be like, dude, you are like a spokesperson of this community, but you don't have the NFT. And I'd be like, no, I just like the people. And they'd be like, okay, so they would give me an NFT so that I would have something in the collection. And people would come in, and so here's how it worked. The big morning show, they would do this thing called like coffee and crypto or something, and that would be from like um 4 in the morning to like 6 in the morning, or 4 in the morning to 7 in the morning. And then when that was done, there would be another person who would take over a show, and they would do like like a late morning show. Then there might be a little break, but then somebody would do an afternoon show. Then they would get into these evening shows where they would have like 2 or 3 people doing an evening show. And then this queen girl and I would start ours at 9 p.m. But the thing was, sometimes the other spaces were going at the same time, and so we would go in there and we'd be like, "Hey, come to ours because we're like, it's basically our turn." Like we had this whole cycle, and but sometimes the people who were in the other Twitter space didn't have anything to do with our project, so they were like, "Well, we want to stay in this one." So it wasn't as organized as I would have liked it to be. But the reason why that one did not continue, at least the overnight show, is Queen. I'm telling you, this girl, she was a nurse. She was looking after her mother, but she's very well educated, and um, she was like in the process of selling her house in San Diego to go, like, she, for whatever reason. Anyway, she wasn't being shown. I think she was kind of being disrespected by the community. And when I say that, it would be like all the girl wanted was just a thank you from the developers of the NFT, or just like we really appreciate what you're doing. And there wasn't that. There wasn't like There was, but it wasn't like as sincere as you would have wanted it to be. And I think she just felt that her hard work and effort weren't weren't being respected. And I know that she was going through some stuff with her. She was selling her house, and so she was moving at the same time. But even while she was moving, she and I would do these Twitter spaces. Anyway, it just ended up being like this flash in the pan kind of thing that but that's how I started on Twitter Spaces, and then that's how I met Harry. Well, then I would do Twitter Spaces with other people at night. I wouldn't necessarily host them, but I would just meet people that way. And then I got into this one guy. His name was Chris something. I forget exactly, but he would have like one of the biggest, if not the biggest, crypto show every night, and I would get in there and um I would just go in there and talk about data and like my project, and they would give me a little bit of time to talk about that. And then one night, um, I was talking about like life extension technology and anti gravity and antimatter and all that shit. And some people from Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Caninu thought what I was saying was fucking cool, and they were like, "Hey, will you join our just will you go to our website?" And I was like, sure. I was like, I'll live stream your website for days if you want me to. So then there was like a week that I just live streamed their website, and they were like, will you join our Telegram? And I hadn't even had Telegram at the time, except for this other project had me download it, and it was, you know what the fucking project was? I hate to just talk your ear off about this, but it was Joe Rogan coin. That's what it was. So I would, like when you're on Twitter Spaces, there's not a lot to do, and so I would just listen to Joe. I was already listening to Joe Rogan, so I would just listen to that on the Twitter Space, and I would see that other people were interested in Joe Rogan. Anyway, I got into this Joe Rogan coin, and then that's what caused me to download Telegram, and then that's how I got into so the people from Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Taninu were like, "Do you have Telegram?" And I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, "Join our Telegram," and then I wanted to stream in there in the Telegram, but I didn't have access to do it. So what I would do is just wait until the people from Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, 10 Inu would have some kind of video call, and I would join the video call, and then I would just not leave it. And that caused some issues with Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, 10 Inu. Some people didn't like that. They're like, hey, the call's done. And I'm like, I know, but I just stream in here. And they're like, well, you're not like allowed to do that. I'm like, why not? And they're like, well, I mean, yeah, exactly. We don't really have a good reason to say why you can't do that. So I would, but there would be people who would kick me out. There would be people who would kick me out, and I would just come back, or I would ask for someone to open up the VC. And when I explained to them, like, data is really important, and if you allow me to be in your VC, I'm literally going to just be advertising for you. And that was um that was like uh 2023, I want to say. That was like summer. No, 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 no. I had been streaming for like a year and a half already. But the other thing that I did with Harry Potter that caught their attention is I would host trivia. That's what it was too. There would be these really big spaces at night, but you can only talk about cryptocurrency for a little bit of time, and then everybody's sick of it, and there's no new information. So they would bring me up, and they'd be like, "Hey, Rabbi's here. Rabbi, will you host trivia for a little bit?" And so I would just be like, yep, all right, if you want to play trivia, come on up. And if you know the answer, just feel free to say it. And I will say this: I was a very good host of trivia. What made me a good host, and I know I'm sucking my own dick when I say this, but I was very fast with it. So it wouldn't be like I beat around the bush with it. Like it'd be like question after question after question after question, so that it was really engaging. And a lot of the questions on Random Trivia Generator, they're very good. They're like they're science and art and geography and history, and the one thing is a lot of them are too difficult for an average person to know. So I would have to just go through and make sure that they were like appropriate questions, and I would ask them. And the people in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu got to know me a little bit from that as well. And then it got to the point where Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu would host spaces, and they would ask me to do trivia in them. So I would do that as well. But that's how it all started, was basically this NFT that I was given called Angry Ape Society. I would do overnight shows. I did those for like 3 months with this girl. And um, then from there, what was really interesting is they used my footage for a police report. Somebody got their wallet drained in that community, and they were always very negative about me recording the spaces, but I'd be like, look, I'm just nice enough to tell you that I'm recording. I don't have to tell you this. And then one day they came to me and they're like, hey, you were recording that space from like 2 days ago, right? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, well, we have somebody got their wallet drained and the scammers were in that space. We need your video as evidence for the police report. And I was like, all right. And I was able to find it for them. And so it was like, wow, it was actually useful. And then from there they were happy that I was streaming, because it gave them some yeah, exactly. So I don't know whatever necessarily. Yeah, exactly. So then we did that, and then I would get into these spaces. Now, I was a I don't know what happened to him, but it's McAfee, isn't it? No, it's John McAfee. I mean, it can be said both. McAfee. I've heard it that way too, but I used to say it that way, the way you're saying it, but then I heard he started the software. Okay. Um, you know what? I may be wrong on that. John McAfee. I think it is McAfee. I don't know. When I talk about the software, when I talk about I don't know what I'm talking about. When I talk about the software, it's McAfee. But I've heard it both ways. Anyway, um, yeah, he had that tattoo that was whacked. Do you remember that? Exactly. Yeah, if I remember, he was in like Curacao. Is that correct? It's an island in the Caribbean. He um he was on this island. He'd taken a new wife. He's just slanging dick, and he I don't know if he was ever on Twitter Spaces, because I don't think that was a thing yet. But he would be on like on radio shows that I would hear, and they were they would talk. He would talk about it like, "Hey, there's this international group of people who are controlling the world's finances, and they're gonna try to kill me. And if they do, I've got this cryptocurrency." And he was very advanced for his time. I mean, almost prophetic in a lot of the things that he talked about. And I now that I say it in my head again, McAfee, it's McAfee, isn't it? That's what you were saying. Yeah. Anyway, that's how I normally. Exactly. I've heard it both. Yeah. Okay, that's what it is. I've heard it both ways, but yeah, he was just like this rebel who made all this money um on antivirus software. Here's the weird thing about it though. So I was working at the time for a Fortune 500, and the day after he died, we used their software on all of our computers. The day after he died, there was this huge update. Like everybody in the company had to basically download this thing that basically um that was for McAfee. It was like how do I want to say it? It was almost like if he had any back doors or anything into anything, the fact that he was now dead, they like closed them off with this update. It was, and it happened like it wasn't like the day, it was the day after he died. And so yeah, that was, well, it was within 24 hours of him dying. They might have announced that he died like, I don't know, it was like Tuesday night. Wednesday morning they pushed this update. It was within 24 hours. It was freaky. And it wasn't like a normal update. It was like a very big update that I remember just being like, this is so fucking surreal that this motherfucker said that he was going to get killed. He did get killed, and now they patched all his software within 24 hours. Like somebody pushed this out. I don't know who, but it wasn't a normal update, I remember, but it was like this giant update on all of our computers. Anyway, it was. Um, you know who I've had a chance to talk with some interesting people on Twitter Spaces. So it's like, why aren't you on Twitter Spaces now? Me. Whenever I create an account on, so what I ended up doing was just creating 2,100 manual Twitter accounts and spamming. It wasn't spamming, but like auto following people, and I would follow so many people. You can type into YouTube or into Twitter just Rabbi Rothschild or hashtag viral rabbi, and there are all these people complaining about me, and they would complain to Elon Musk about me, and so basically I became persona non grata, and they took away basically, yeah. And I mean, I still fight for my accounts to get them back. It's been almost one entire year since I've been completely banned from there. And it's been like 11 months. I do. I do that. The thing is, if you upload the picture of my face, that icon, that with that red circle around it, it has become one. It's it's instantly any account that posts that instantly gets banned that I have. So I have to use different. I'm absolutely serious. Um, they have something in their system that like can stop certain images or just flag them immediately. So those accounts get suspended immediately when I upload that. So I can't use the thing that I normally use. And then if I use my name, um, I'm starting out from ground zero with nobody following me. So it's a lot of work to build up a Twitter account. And I had built one up every single day. I would be on Twitter Spaces or whatever for like, I don't know, 6 months to a year or something, and I gained like 3,000 followers, and I would be on there like 24 hours a day. I would be on there literally. I would host them 24 hours a day. I would just play the Joe Rogan Experience, and then I would I would be in all kinds of really interesting ones. Like ufology ones were really interesting to me. There was a guy who lived by me who his name is Logan. He would do really long um uh Twitter Spaces. There was another guy in Australia who would do them, dude. And to the point where I'm not saying I was the ultimate Twitter Space um, guru, but it was getting to the point where I would there would be people who would host really big Twitter Spaces with like tens of thousands of people, and I would get to know those guys, and then we did this, we put together a wish list or like improvements that could be made to the interface, because the interface is just absolute garbage. Like the Twitter Spaces will randomly just close on you. There's all kinds of like weird things, but if you're going to do them, you're talking to the right person, because I can tell you a couple secrets about them. There's Spaces Dashboard, which is a lifesaver. There's I believe my friend Logan, the guy I was talking about who did um the UFO uh Twitter Spaces, he's the guy who told me about Twitter Spaces Dashboard. I could be wrong on that though. But yeah, that was an excellent, like that was huge for me, because then I could see where everything was going on. Okay, here's another big one though. um this is such a bullshit thing about Twitter Spaces. Okay, let's say you're on Twitter Spaces and the app crashes, because it crashes all the time when you're hosting them, and you'll be hosting them for like 4 hours, and you'll have, I don't know, 30, 40, 100, 10 million people in one of them, and it will crash on you. There is a way to rejoin your space if you rejoin within like 1 minute. So basically, this is only something that you want to know if you're really going to start hosting spaces. But if you do, tell me and we'll do a test of it. Basically, what you do is you start the space or whatever, and let's say your app crashes. There's a way to get back to your original space and continue to host, but you have to do it within like 1 minute, and it's not everybody knows how to do it, and it's not like an obvious thing. You think that your space just ended, but in reality it's still going. It's just people are waiting for you to rejoin as the host, and people don't know that there's this function. I mean, yeah, I, but I've taught this function to quite a few people who had no idea about it, and I've even made like screenshots of it, and like I used to have like a very um I used to have a like really nice Twitter account, two of them. I had one with 10,000 followers that were fake, and I had another with like 3,000 followers that were all real people, and they were all the biggest people on Twitter. Anyway, there I've talked to some interesting people. Um, No, no. That's not why I did it. What happened was I would spam with other accounts. And Twitter came over and they were like, "Who's this Rabbi Rothschild?" And they went and they took out all my accounts, anything Rabbi Rothschild related. So basically, my good accounts that never spammed anyone got the axe, along with these other 2,000 accounts that I made. And it was like, okay, whatever. Um, but I Precisely. Precisely. That's exactly what happened, basically. And I would make that argument. Hey, so that means if I don't like Elon Musk, I just have to create a bunch of Elon Musk Twitter accounts, and then they're going to take out his account too. That doesn't seem fair. I did, dude, I have said that. I have said that I was I do have a at least one impersonator or people who have impersonated me online. But I, in fact, I don't know. I don't know if you ever saw this, but on Kick, somebody sent the head developer on Kick a middle finger candle that they said came from me, and I didn't send that to them. And this happened. This happened like 6 months ago, and so like I don't know. I have had impersonators, like real impersonators, on the internet who just want to piss somebody off, so they say that they're me. But it's just I've made a lot of videos like just telling these people like, hey, that was not me. That is not in my heart. I would not look up your address to send you something. I think that's creepy. And yeah, but anyway, um you're exactly right. Like if you didn't like someone, then you just create a whole bunch of accounts like them to get them all banned. Well, that's essentially what happened to me. And so I have, yeah, I mean, I literally try to get unbanned from Twitter 4 times a week. I try all the time. And I've said all of the things. I've done everything possible. But the thing is, they have me flagged in the system. Like this is the biggest mass spammer that we've ever had in the history of the website. So don't let this person back in under any circumstances. And whenever I put in whenever I put in an opinion, I mean, I don't want to sell it. It's I will as Doug, Doug, yes, it would work like a charm. I even said this to you in Discord. I sent you this message like within the last 48 hours. I said I would teach you how to do it. Just a moment. That's that's okay if you don't see it. I said I like your. I even said to you, 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 you said I need a Twitter bot. LOL. I said I liked your stuff. If you want, I can teach you how to make one. Your best bet is potentially buying mass upvotes. They are pretty cheap, which is true. Um, but yeah, I'll teach you how to do it. It's not hard. It's free. I mean, it's not free, but I can teach you a way how to do it for free, to get the software for free, and um, it's not that hard. It's like, I mean, I have a Twitch bot. I have 3 Twitch bots running as we speak, and this is a point of pride to me. Okay, I started the same shit that I do. Yeah, yeah. I can't believe I haven't told you about this. Yeah. So I'm doing the same. Yeah. So I hadn't had one. So I was doing Kick, and I'm very well known on Kick to the point where this guy thinks I sent him a middle finger candle, and I've done interviews with people on Kick because of it. And Eddie Craven, the owner of Kick, is now my friend because of this bot. No one knew about me before this bot. Okay, but the thing is, Kick is it's kind of a smaller. It's like 1/20th the size of Twitch. It's not that big. And when they say that they have a lot of people watching their streamers, they don't. And I know that for a fact. How do I know? Because I'm the person spamming. And when you say you have 10,000 people watching you, and I'm literally able to spam my message 15 times and there's nobody talking in the chat, I can tell that these are just made up numbers. Now, I'm not the only person saying that. There are people who have made like videos documenting like the amount of botting that's going on Kick. So, anyway, I had this bot on Kick that I used for like to become pretty famous on Kick, to the point where big Kick streamers said, "You're the most famous person on Kick and you don't even stream on Kick," which is like the highest compliment you can pay me. Okay. So that's all good and everything, but it's like everybody already knows about me on Kick, and I haven't been able to necessarily go viral from that. And I thought, okay, well, I need a new I need a new strategy. So I had thought previously about Twitch. The thing is, when it comes to a platform, if you don't store my data indefinitely, I don't give a shit about you. Meaning, YouTube I care about and Rumble I care about because they allow you to store on their servers for years and your shit will stay for years. But Kick and Twitch, only Kick saves your shit for 30 days and Twitch saves it for like 30 days. But if you have a premium Twitch account, it's 90 days. When I first started streaming, way back in the beginning, I streamed on Twitch. Actually, I was not even. I don't even know if I was on YouTube yet. I would just started on Twitch, and I had a premium Twitch account. And what I would do is I would find all the shit that went wrong on Twitch, and I would call Amazon and complain, and they me through to the people at Twitch. Like, never can you ever get people on the phone on one of these like platforms. You can't call YouTube, you can't call Kick, but they would allow me to call Twitch because I had a very good Amazon account. I've had an Amazon account for like 25 years, and that's a long customer, and well, at least 20 years or so. Um, and so I would call Amazon, and I was an Amazon Prime member. So I'd call Amazon Prime customer service, and I'd be like, "Hey, yeah, I'm an Amazon Prime member, and I'm trying to use Twitch, and I keep getting an app crash at this part of the app." And they'd be like, "All right, well, we'll put you through to the Twitch people." And they'd put me through to the Twitch people, and I would be live streaming this, and like it was very meta, where I'd be like, "Okay, you can see me streaming on Twitch right now to the Twitch customer support." And they're like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Now watch me on this device, press this button and it crashes." And they'd be like, "Well, yeah, we see that. And we're documenting it. And, you know, whether it got fixed or not, who knows?" But I did this a few times. I did this 3 times, on like at least 3 times. I remember the first lady with whom I spoke. This was in December of 2021. So this is like, you know, more than 3 years ago. And she was from South Africa. Her name, I think, was like Wendy or something like that. Something like she had something like that. And she was like, "Yeah, it seems to be broken. We got to get this fixed." Like she was really, like, she was very kind to me. Anyway, um, it was just this weird way of me trying to troubleshoot the internet, I guess. Anyway, so I had experience with Twitch way like years ago, and I've been streaming on Twitch just about 24/7 for like 3 years, but Twitch doesn't save your shit. I had a premium Twitch account which saved it for 90 days, but again, that's not long enough. I want it to save indefinitely. All right, so fast forward to January of 2025, so this month, and I had been spamming these motherfuckers on Kick so much that they had to implement different, I call them defense mechanisms. I don't know how else to describe it, but like originally, like they didn't have that many defense mechanisms, but they had to create them because of me. So like what? They implemented some things like you have to be a follower of someone for a certain amount of minutes before they can spam your chat. They didn't have that previously. But there's like there's here, let me send you this video of this guy from Kick um complaining about me, and you'll see. I mean, it's pretty funny. Actually, I shouldn't say it's funny. I don't like people impersonating me. That's not cool in my book. But somebody um no. I spammed the Kick, but somebody sent their head developer a package on my behalf, and I didn't send this to his doorstep. Yeah, and that to me is not right. And okay, so I'm going to send this to you. Just watch the video. It's not long. I mean, what? No matter what it is, I didn't do this, and somebody's impersonating me, and that's not cool to me. So, if you would take a look at the video I just sent, he's the head developer. So he's the founder of Kick's right hand man. This is a guy they recruited from Amazon to build Kick. Like,
A gift he asked me to do an unboxing. And here's the thing, everyone knows like the rabbi is like notorious, right? So this was like super fucking creepy. And here it is. No, it's not a dildo. The fuck is this guy? This could literally be the rabbi's hand. What does it smell like? Jesus. Rabbi. And look what it says here. This fucking guy, as if like
exactly. Exactly.
as if like not making clips of all you guys' channels. The rabbi sent me a gift. He asked
So,
me to do
so you see, like, I'm pretty famous on Kick. Like, that was from 6 months ago, and I've only spammed it. Like, everybody knows about me on. I mean, yeah. And I made a follow up. I made a couple videos of me saying like, "Hey, I didn't do this." I tried to send him direct messages. Yeah. In fact, let me just see if it's in the. Hold on. Did I say that? No, but no, do you see there's if you look, there's one that says backup video 001. FYI, Santa Maria, the real rabbi would not send that. Rabbi is not mean. Shout out to Santa Maria for all the good work you do. Apologies for the bots. Rabbi streams life for world peace. And then I even yeah. Okay, so do you see the one that says backup video 001? I think so. Do you see where it says backup video 001? Backup X. Go go to that link from Santa Maria that I sent you and look at the comments. Now, do you see that one of them says backup X video 001? Go on your iPad, that's fine. Just go under the comments under the link that I just sent you. Dude, that's because of me. That kind of shit. Serious. And having to pass Arcos challenges, they like they made it very, very difficult for me. All right, well, get your phone. Incorrect. Correct. Back in the day, yeah. I mean, I didn't see them all, but I saw a lot of them. Oh, that's cool. Okay, do you see one that says back?